This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Baby Fever Secrets, a Billionaire Romance by Nicole Snow, narrated by Christopher Sly and Cheryl Ray. 1. Crave On. One day she might kill me, but first I'm convinced she'll drive me insane. I'm devastated every time I see Becca Corbin, furious when I remember she's off limits. She's made me a smitten, unthinkable caricature of who I used to be and everything I swore I'd never become. Worse, there's no way back to sanity. All roads are as fucking closed as my balls are blue. It's been weeks since we met and I first had her under me. Weeks since being the bastard axe of Wall Street meant something. The steady twitch in my eye speaks volumes when I see my reflection. It says the impossible. It creeps up in a sardonic voice and whispers in my soul, "You, sir, are utterly screwed." This wasn't meant for Grant Shaw. I'm no stranger to fate, but obsession? Fuck. Maybe if I were on my knees thanks to a catastrophic trade on the wrong side of Mr. Market, then at least I'd understand. I'd forgive. Career madness always has a certain mercy. But this woman I can't ignore, and damn sure can't bleach from my head. She's cost me so much more than mere fortune. She's stolen my focus, set my level head on fire, sapped my calm, my patience, my cool, sure as desert sun. She's bruised my ego more than I'll ever admit. Shit, I'm in my office for the third time today, watching her through the one-way glass overlooking the cubicles, dick throbbing so hard I can feel it in my throat. At a simple glance, she's just another cog in my empire, indistinguishable from the 30 or so boys and girls at their desks, watching share prices and resistance points on their screens, screaming into their phones like the double-dealing attack dogs they are. Hungry for their fortune, their personalized pat on the head, every last one of them confident I'll be able to spin their passion into gold. Often I do. Obviously, there are a few key differences with Becca. They're clear as ever when her body draws my eyes. My gaze goes to the ripe breasts she's hiding behind her little blouse, or the ass that caught my hand when I took her cherry less than a month ago, or sometimes the long, wavy brown hair I wrapped in my fist, holding her face up, ready and aching for my lips. No. She's not like the others. She doesn't have their frenzied energy, their need to make their first million, their puppy dog urge to impress every time I call them into the boardroom to talk this week's numbers. She has an effect on me like no one else in this office. Hell, like no one else on this planet. It doesn't make sense. We've already fucked. I spent the best 2 days of my life taking her over and over again in my quiet cabin, breaking the silence with her screams and my vicious grunts. I brought myself off in her a dozen times. That's 11 more than I normally need to remember my first commandment with women. One and done. Before Becca, it never failed. I never second-guessed myself, not even once, 2 balls deep in my career to find time. That was before everything got complicated, before I knew who she was, before she walked into my office and shot almost as much adrenaline through my heart in 2 minutes as the 2 insatiable nights we had in Eden. Utterly screwed is absolutely right. I know I am when I'm watching her with sweat beading on my brow, one hand on the wall for support. I ask myself for the 100th time why emptying my balls in this girl hasn't flushed her out of my system like it always did before. Why isn't one and done enough? I don't fucking know. Logic flew out the door the day she walked back into my life. So has my infamous calculating caution, the biggest tool in my box I have to thank for the billions I've earned in a tough market over the past decade. They don't call me the bastard axe for nothing. I earned my moniker. I know when to swing, when to hack miracles, and when to cut and run. This is my world, driving hard bargains, accepting no excuses, chewing competitors up for lunch and shitting out any shark who crosses me, especially the clueless, entitled trust fund brats disarmed by my beard and the warm smile buried in it. They think I'm easier than dealing with another clean-shaven piranha. They're always wrong. She can't be my Waterloo. The bastard axe isn't brought down by girls almost half his age who chew bubblegum at their desks between calls involving my biggest deal ever and brush off multi-million-dollar contracts like they're no big deal. Until Becca, I knew who I was, knew my many strengths and non-existent weaknesses. Now, oh, there's weakness all right. It begins and ends with spreading the legs I can't stop thinking about long enough to remember my own name. Tell me it's wrong. Tell me it's madness. Tell me what's made her off-limits on more levels than I can count. Tell me I must be pathologically obsessed when I'm threatening everything I've ever built for one more sip of her Moscato lips, sweet and dangerous and rare. Tell me 100 times, burn it in my brain, brand it on my skin. I don't care. Tasting Becca once wasn't nearly enough. I'll have her in my bed again very fucking soon, or else I'll lose what's left of my mind and it won't even matter. 3 weeks ago. Sweet freedom. I start smiling like a fool when I see the sign for Chandlersport. 10 more miles ahead and hundreds from New York City, plus my obligations. The private lodge I've spared no expense to build in this tiny Maine town feels like home, more than my condo in Manhattan ever will. I love New York for work, but play? I need quiet, trees, and lots of fresh Atlantic wind in my hair. The city, the exchange, and the office gave me billions, but they'll never give me the glory within a few more miles of lonely coast. Part of that glory is the challenge when I hunt down a woman for the night. The girls out here are wholesome. None of them have seen my face on the New York gossip rags or read my latest hedge fund interview. The billionaire shtick is just icing on the cake, and for much of the pussy I've poached, not very much. Sometimes they're local gals, others starry-eyed tourists. Their tastes in men aren't much different. They want charm, class, heart. They love being wooed by a man who knows how to wear a tie but doesn't run at the first sign of a bar brawl. They love a beard against their thighs and lumberjack strong hands to hold them open. I don't spend much time chopping firewood in the boonies, but I've cultivated the look. It's become my trademark in a suit, and completely naked when I'm in bed with my next lucky lady. This week there's extra cause for celebration and a well-deserved break. I've made progress toward a lucrative merger with a 50-year-old fixture on Wall Street. In another year or two, my 10 figures could be 11. And there's no better reward for the good things to come than a couple bourbons on the rocks while I decide which small-town honey will get every inch of me tonight. As soon as I'm checked in at my gated wooden palace up the long dirt road and dressed down into a fresh Oxford suit and jeans, I'm ready. I feed and water my boy Jack, who rubs his velvet blue head against my legs and gives me a garbled mew for good luck. You love when Daddy's home. Hell of a lot more exciting than chasing birds and squirrels, huh? I pat his head, and he squeaks again. The cat was a stray. He came to me on my doorstep here one snowy morning a couple winters ago. Didn't have the heart to turn him away. Since his fateful entrance, he's made my cabin his, at least when I'm in town, or he decides he wants an easy meal left by my maids and a warm place to sleep. Chow down so you have plenty of energy to look cute tonight when I get back with my girl, I tell him. They always appreciate that. It's true. Something about having pussy to stroke and smile at in front of my rustic fireplace gets the pussy I'm most interested in extra wet when it's time to bring them upstairs. They never realize until much later I've done them a big favor, easing them into it. Because once our clothes are gone, I go hard, and they find out these muscles covered in ink are more than just a wild lumberjack aesthetic. I fuck like one, too. Longer, meaner, and dirtier than any city boy should. Sanford's is my traditional hunting ground. I'm in good with the owner, Mac, the only man in this town who knows what I really do back in NYC. It's also clean, well-lit, and they do the kind of craft cocktails that pull touristy chicks from across New England like bees to pollen. I order my usual, pull up a stool, and sip my drink while my eyes wander over tonight's offerings. The two bubbly blondes in the corner are both in their mid-20s. They're already laughing, making eyes at me the first time I give them a glance for more than a second. It's like watching puppies fight over a bone. It wouldn't take much to bring them both home tonight, but I've been there and done that too many times. Lately my Dick just isn't interested in threesomes. There's nothing quite like giving one lucky woman my complete unbridled attention. The Grant Shaw experience isn't meant to be shared, and if any woman walks away without that pleasant hangover lingering in her thighs in the fullest, I cringe. I ignore the girls when they wave. Next, I tell myself, taking a fresh pull off my drink. There's a lonely redhead in the corner, nursing her margarita and reading something on her phone. She's hot enough, shy enough, and innocent enough under ordinary circumstances. Too bad Mac's son has had his eye on her for months. I've seen the boy eyeballing her like he's a kid prepping for his first prom. I don't shit where I eat, even if he's too ridiculously shy to make a move. I ignore her, eyeballing the door as several more small groups stream in. It's the evening crowd. Men and women mixed together, mingling. They're cheerful, loud, and probably halfway blasted to drunk already. My guts clench. Ever since I hit my 30s, the party sorority scene that shows up from the colleges downstate doesn't do it for me. It's too young, too rowdy, and there's nothing special about being one great O-maker in a long stream of men for the girls aiming to get their tickets punched as many times as they can before graduation. Next, damn it. There has to be somebody. Look again. My frustrated eyes pierce through the crowd, going over the tables on the other side of the bar again. I'm not sure how I overlooked the two girls keeping to themselves at first, but I did. "They've been over there for an hour sucking down sangria," Mac says, noticing where my eyes have fallen while he wipes the counter behind me. "Go on, Grizzly. Surprise me with who you decide to take home tonight." "Yeah, I just might surprise myself." I stand, taking a second to let the whiskey do its delightful churn in my guts before I start moving toward them. The bartender always likens me to a bear, and the nickname stuck. He's doubly careful not to say my name. This helps keep me incognito. Smiling, I drift out of my chair, channeling my inner beast as I push through the stragglers toward my lovely targets. I'm next to the one with the dark hair, darker eyes, and softball-sized tits before they notice. One look at her tells me I'm not interested, despite her impressive assets.
"You're just in time," she says with a huge grin. "Grab a seat. Becca and I could use another round of drinks."
She knows the game. She may be thirstier for booze than she is for dick, but a gentleman always buys. Her friend, on the other hand... Christ, she's young. They both are. Maybe younger than the chirping sorority girls I turned my nose up at. Still, the woman next to her draws my eyes a second time, and then a third. I can't look away. She is as alluring as an ocean sunset and just as impossible to ignore. Long chestnut hair, jade green eyes, a hint of the shy librarian thing that gets me hard, minus the glasses. Reserved in her posture, perhaps to the painful degree that tells me she's interested. Her lips are a deep red contrast to the rest of her face. I'll bet she usually has a rosier glow, but it isn't evenly distributed because the heat, the energy, the blood has gone somewhere else. Yeah, there. The parts begging to feel warm and wanted on my mouth, my fingers. If there's any doubt I haven't found my target for the night, it evaporates when I notice how hard I am. I stop gawking and give Ravenhair a friendly smile before my eyes return to her friend. She bites her lip hard, refusing to look at me for longer than half a second, bashfully draining a melting ice cube from her glass. My hand goes up, signaling to the waitress. "Whatever they'd like, and another bourbon for me," I say, waiting for their order. The loud one grabs the drink menu and moves her finger over it.
"Oh, how about the lobster trap, Becca? Vodka, citrus, pomegranate, with a cherry in the middle. It's totally Maine."
"Not from around these parts?" I ask, begrudgingly taking my eyes off the shy one to chat with the girl doing all the talking. She's my key to the quieter, sexier door.
"Nah, we saw this place on a travel channel we like. Nice break from the Big Apple. So far, so good. We're having a blast, and it's only our first day, right, Becca?"
She moves like she's lightly kicking her friend under the table. My eyebrows twitch. New York? Too close to home for my liking. Exactly what I avoid when I'm here on the off chance I'm recognized. But then I see how Becca jumps, stiffens in her chair, and looks at me with a bright, all-too-sober flush on her cheeks. I extend a hand, spread my fingers over hers, tightening my grip until she gives me her eyes. Her heartbeat quickens when her fingers loop through mine. I smile, but it's only half as big as I want to. Heat arcs straight to my dick. This will be fun. Oh, fuck yes. Very fun. Grant, it's a pleasure, Becca. Her name rolls off my lips, sweeter than this bourbon. So smooth I decide not to use a fake name, though I've done it before with girls around the city when I really want to lay low. And you must be? I nod toward her friend. Trouble, Becca says, her voice soft and mild, the first word I've heard her say.
It's Taylor, but everyone calls me Tay.
She takes my hand, giving it a respectable shake. Welcome to Chandlersport, ladies. You'll find about 10 lobsters to every tourist between the beaches and bars. Becca laughs, and Tay rolls her eyes just as our drinks show up. We're on a roll. What brings you girls here? Marine biology? I ask, enjoying the even warmth from my drink as it settles in my veins. It's a lot more soothing than the primal fire crackling in my blood every time I look Becca's way.
As if,
Tay says, laughing.
We're both grads with boring office jobs. We're here to beat the urban hustle for a couple days. The boring crap will be there for us when we get home. The travel show tipped us off. You've got boating, drinks, and men who have to work harder than swiping right to get their junk wet.
Becca looks too nice to come fishing for Dick. I set my drink down, eyes never shifting over to Tay. She can't even look at me. How's she prowling this bar for any boys her own age?
What's my age got to do with it? Are you saying I can't have older guys?
She finally snaps out of it, meets the challenge in my eyes, and then looks mortified when the words are out of her mouth. Tay laughs.
That's my girl. Too honest for her own good. Come here, Beard. I'll let you in on a little secret.
I'm suppressing a smile. Becca's eyes get a whole lot bigger as her friend leans her lips to my ear and whispers.
I'm trying to get her laid, jackass. Don't screw it up. She likes older guys, and I think she likes you. So play along.
You're right, I say, pretending my dick didn't just jerk to her confirming everything I already knew. Becca is kind of cute when she's drunk.
Tay, I'm not even close to drunk.
I believe her, but she's slurring her words for another reason. Same reason she's aiming a dirty look her friend's way. Her cheeks go so red they're probably numb. I wonder how many places she's imagined my hands on her since I took her little fingers in mine.
That's your third sangria, lightweight,
Tay says, elbowing me surprisingly hard.
Excuse us. I think we need a little trip to the ladies' room. It'd be a shame if anyone says something really embarrassing. What the hell?
Becca fights her friend, but not really, as Tay yanks her up, walks her toward the back of the bar, and looks at me, flashing a wink over her shoulder. I think I'm starting to like this girl. The awkward ones are always hit or miss on approach. There's a thrill in the uncertainty, and it never fails to get me hard. While they're gone, I watch the crowds, spotting Mac's son Dean, who's pretending not to watch the redhead in the corner while he sweeps the floor. I try to telepathically transfer some of my luck to the kid. He needs it more than me. I'm not sure whose karma train I rode to make it this easy tonight. But I know before the night's done, I'll be up inside Becca. I'm sure, and double sure I'll find out how hard she bites that lip when I tell her to call me sir. When they come to the table again, they're both a lot more collected. The girls sit and we talk. Tay sucks up most of the conversation, telling crude jokes and talking about the latest duds she slept with. I force my way in between her half-drunk anecdotes and train-wreck date stories, focusing my words on Becca. None of the boring shit. I want to know her passions. Tell me a secret. What brings a tear to your eye? A happy one.
Humanitarian work,
she says.
I've been involved with water access in the developing world. Colombia, mostly. My grandfather owned a fruit company there. It's heartbreaking, but it makes me happy, knowing I'm doing good. No one should go thirsty or worry about dying over tainted water.
I drain my bourbon and lean in closer. It's a curious cause to latch her young self to with so many hashtag movements vying for attention elsewhere. Clean water in Colombia isn't exactly winning any popularity contests. It's pleasantly surprising. Why water? Your characters catch too much cholera playing Oregon Trail or something? Fuck. As soon as I've said it, I wonder if the game I played in history class is before her time. This one's young, but she gets it. I tell by the sour smile twisting her suckable lips. Offended and innocent angst shines through her green eyes.
"Do you know what it's like to go without water?" she asks quietly.
No, I don't do dry bars or dry spells. Haven't had to worry about them since I was 15. I look her dead in the eye, watching as her jaw drops.
"Of course. I should have known I was expecting too much. Like getting your dick wet is totally the same thing I was talking about."
She looks away from me, clearing her throat of sarcasm before she mutters the last word under her breath.
"Ass."
She's right. I'm being a royal asshole. Deep down, I admire what she does. It's laudable. If this were a standard business charity event, I'd be the first to raise a toast. But I'm not here to kiss ass, or to make her pussy dry up talking about the very real suffering overseas. Lord knows I've raised fortunes for good causes. No Shaw ever skimps on charity. It's part of our branding, and also something that mattered to our dearly departed mother. We honor her memory by giving back to a world that's given us so much. I don't just wear my charity on my sleeve, neither do my brothers. If the women I'm after know I've got a heart, they're all too likely to sink their claws in and never let go. That just doesn't jive with one and done. The table wobbles slightly a second later. I can tell by the way Becca jumps that her friend has kicked her under the table, flashing her warning eyes.
"What the hell are you doing? He's not that bad."
Tay's glance says it all. She's obnoxious, but I like having her on my side.
"I don't know," she mouths to her friend.
Fuck, this isn't the time for second-guessing. I muster my warmest smile and shoot Tay a quick, subtle wink before I turn my chair toward the tender little minx. "It's a joke, Becca," I say, grabbing her hand. "Learn to laugh. It's a stress reliever. You've also got a $1 million smile hiding between those cheeks." The barbs in her eyes soften the instant I've said it. Across the table, Taylor laughs, muttering something into her half-empty glass that sounds a lot like,
"Oh, my God." "Tell him about your charity," she pipes, banging her little fist on the table.
Becca flushes. I don't let her hand out of my grip, even though I feel the heat flowing in her skin as her pulse quickens. She shakes her head, giving her friend a hard look.
"It's just something I do on the side. My father's company puts money into health and human services every year. I pitched the water thing a couple years ago and helped as long as I could getting it off the ground. As long as Dad let me, I mean. I'm still involved, even though it isn't moving as quickly as I'd like." She trails off. My fingers move deeper through hers, giving them a reassuring squeeze. I love when the secrets start flowing fast and freely. "Initiative is sexy," I tell her. If it weren't for keeping my super-secret identity under wraps, I'd offer her a contact or two who'd get her project moving a whole lot faster than whatever piddly business her father owns. What else does Becca get up to when she isn't saving the world? "Road trips with her bestie when she'll listen,"
Tay cuts in, much to my annoyance.
"I had to drag her up here. She needs it, though. It's her last big vacay for a while."
The last word gets swallowed by a hiccup. Thank God shifts are just beginning to turn over at the bar. When the surfer college kid Mac hired for the tourist season comes by our table, checking for another round, Tay's attention goes straight to him.
"Excuse me, guys," she says,
sliding off her chair and bounding after him. She looks over her shoulder one last time before she's gone, heading toward the counter in the back where her beach bum crush is shaking ice like he's demolishing a landmine.
"Remember what I said. Lighten up."
Becca lets out a sigh.
"I have to apologize. She's not herself when she's had too many. Or when she's found her target for the evening, I guess."
Let the girl have her fun. We'll make our own. I wait for the flush to appear on her cheeks that makes my dick twitch again. It's getting loud in here. I know a place where we can pick this up without the noise. Her grip tightens in mine. I throw down a wad of cash for the tab, another technique to make sure I stay anonymous, and lead her out to my car. I'm expecting her eyes to light up and maybe get a preview how she moans with delight when we reach my Tesla. It's a custom model with a sleek blue coat of paint, all the bells and whistles, some that aren't even on the market yet for regular buyers. Yeah, I'm doing my part to save the environment with my electric car. My chartered flights burn enough energy. She slides into the leather passenger seat without reacting, nothing more than a strained smile trying to hide her shyness. The neon-pink Christmas lights hanging off Sanford's year-round catch her chestnut hair, adding a warm glow that burns almost as hot as the need to get her naked raging in my blood. I can't figure this chick out. No, I'm serious. She's either unimpressed by wealth or she's so damned shy it'll take half the night to get her between the sheets. I watch her buckle up as I start my car, taking my sweet time checking all the lights, observing her in my peripheral vision. She sits like a statue, elbow propped on the door, her hand pulling a long lock of hair around and around her finger in a circle. Hello, tension. It's so tight I think I could cut it with a knife. My place is just a short drive up the road, I tell her as we pull out, placing my hand over hers one more time. You sure you're game for this? As much as I want her, I'm not into forcing it. Where's the fun in that?
Wouldn't be leaving with you if I weren't, Grant. Tay's just a phone call away if you turn out to be a creepy clown serial killer or something.
Or something. Thanks for ruining the surprise. It takes her a second. She laughs at the silly joke before I give her a serious look. Actually, Becca, there's a lot I have to show you. In exchange, you'll keep that pretty grin on your face all damned night.
You don't need to work so hard, you know, she says quietly. You had me at the beard, if you want to know the truth.
You're making this too easy. I smile, running my fingers through the dark bristles covering my jaw. Every penny I dropped with the barbers who taught me to care for this beast was worth it. Money, power, and the sky-blue eyes I was born with have nothing on the pussy magnet attached to my face. If everything else sells this package, the beard closes the deal. I'm also happy to see her confidence. She leans in when I slow the car, turning onto the long dirt path leading to the carefully concealed gate to my place in the woods. Her lips touch my cheek, kissing through my scruff. Sweet fuck, her kiss burns. It's a smooth, easy blaze. Sinks straight to my core. Better than the expensive scotch my brothers like to break into when we're together, and hotter than the whiskey that's more my style, too. This isn't the usual hookup. She's keeping me guessing, something which should frustrate me to no end. But it's more than that. Guesses give her character. They give me a mystery I'm almost as interested in unraveling as the summer tank top hiding her body under the cardigan wrapped around her shoulders. Chandler Sport is my playground. I can have my pick of women who worship the ground I walk on any time. They're good for emptying my balls and not much else. The timid, playful, sexy little thing coming home with me tonight, though, shit. She might be more. Before the night's through, she may well scratch an itch I didn't even know I had.
2. This is crazy. I don't know how I ever let Tay talk me into going home with a complete stranger for casual sex, but I'm starting to feel glad I did. Yes, Grant makes me feel small, but despite his good looks, despite the years he has on me, despite how he teases me to an easy flush, he's a perfect gentleman. His hand rests on mine the whole short ride through the darkness and past his tall gate. When we park, he tells me to wait and walks to my door to help me out. The gate we've just driven through before circling the neat stone driveway to a stop, words shut behind us as I step out. I smile, slipping my hand into his, wondering why it feels so natural there. Good manners come with the high class, I suppose. It's nothing new to me, but it's reassuring. I've grown up around men like him my whole life. They haven't stopped kissing up to my father, hoping they'll earn a few crumbs off his wealth and prestige. When I first saw Grant's car, I expected a high-paid hothead pretending to be rich and desperate to be for real. His cabin tells me he actually is. The tall mansion with the old-world stone walls and the mahogany trim looks like a castle from a fairy tale, if the prince had a time machine to pack his royal abode to the gills with modern conveniences. Grant escorts me into the huge living room with the plush rug in front of his leather sofa. There's about as much money in here as my family's second home in Florida. I'm not sure whether I'm charmed to be with a man in my class or worried. "Have a seat, beautiful," he tells me, laying his hand on my shoulder. "I'll bring us a treat from the wine cellar. Maine Moscato, all right?" "Good pick. I love them," I say, hiding my latest blush. He must have an uncanny ability to read my mind, because a good local Moscato is my favorite. Yes, it's cheap, it's simple, it's worlds apart from the 5-figure Cabernets and tongue-tickling champagnes flowing like water at Dad's fancy dinners. I'm only 21, and I've already had my fill of the gaudy, class-status-waving liquid gold flowing down millionaires' throats. My respect for him just went up because he didn't need to impress me with the exotic, hard-to-pronounce rarities no doubt stashed in his huge wine cellar. I'm excited. Maybe too much. Breathe, I tell myself, as soon as he treads down the hall, leaving me a few minutes to collect myself. Tay brought me up here to get laid. Her mission, she said, especially with that creepy French guy Dad brings around every week when we're both home. He wants us to date. His business associate from overseas, Ethan, is everything I told myself I didn't want. Entitled, disgustingly rich, and totally awkward when he tries to put the moves on. I rarely give him a chance, finding any excuse to get away from him, anything to save myself from another cringe-worthy poodle hug with his gross, clammy hands wandering around my waist. His only endearing quality is helping me figure out what makes me wrinkle my nose in a man. Ethan is wrong on so many levels, but tonight it seems like all the reasons why are being thrown into a blender and scrambled. This beautiful lumberjack-looking bastard raised Tay's eyebrows instantly when she caught me looking his way. "Really, girl? He's got the lumbersexual thing down pat, but isn't he a little old?" I remember her first words. They had me blushing before he even came to our table, took the spot next to me like he owned it, and swallowed me up in his bright blue eyes. Yes, those eyes. Good God. They're as dangerous as they are beautiful, ocean-hued gems, the finishing touch in a sculpted work of art. They give life to the square jaw covered in soft, well-groomed hair, his broad shoulders, arms so big they look like they could tear a man in half without causing him to break a sweat. Sure, he's a complete stranger. Exactly how it should be, according to Tay. What little I know about him, I like. I know Grant is rich. I know he's at least a decade older. I know he's as smooth as this soft leather sofa. He's a messy, intriguing, walking contradiction. If the reckless wild and sleek sophistication were given a shotgun wedding, they'd be him to a T. What I don't know is, why the hell can't I stop blushing every minute he's around? Why am I wet every time his hand slips into mine? A man like him wasn't supposed to catch my eye. He definitely wasn't supposed to get Tay's approval. But she warned me I'd found my cherry breaker, her words, and I'd better not screw it up as soon as she pulled me into the bathroom after our first encounter. "Don't go chicken shit on me, Becca," she told me in her usual blunt way. "If we can't get you laid before starting your new job, we're at least gonna do it before Daddy Dearest makes you marry Monsieur Creepo." If it ever comes to that, please put me out of my misery. I laugh when she uses our code name for Ethan. "Becca?" She narrows her eyes, too well aware when I'm trying to change the subject. Okay, but how do I even know if he likes me? I'll never forget her pose, hands on her hips, head cocked, her mascara eyebrows up like I just asked if the sky is blue. Really, Becca? Have you seen the way he looks at you? I know a boy who's fixed on plucking the cherry off his sundae. As if I could unsee Grant's baby blue eyes. They've been burned into my brain the whole night. They're in my head, and then some. I can't stop seeing them. Every time he catches my eyes. Every time he stares just a little too long to be friendly. Every time those looks get longer, pinning me down harder, ripping through my clothes and telling me in no uncertain terms that, yes, baby, it's on tonight. I'm desperate to turn in my V card, but I'm no fool. Grant does eye-fucking like some men do music. His look down inside me massages every muscle until I think I'm numb with want and promises a release that's bound to make me scream when the tension building between us finally pops. Yes, pops. I jump halfway out of my seat when I hear the cork fly off behind me. I do a turn, just as a chubby gray-blue cat jumps down from his perch on the fireplace mantel, startled by the sound. Grant stands beside me, grinning as he watches me with my hand fluttering over my heart, 2 glasses and a newly opened wine bottle in hand. "I see you've met Jack," he says, taking the empty seat on the love sofa next to me. "Jesus, I thought he was a statue." "Sorry, babe. Didn't mean to scare you pale. Here, this'll restore the color in no time." He pushes a crystal glass into my hand and pours the wine. Rich vineyard scents kiss my nose, soothing after the latest shock, which has my cheeks steaming. "Try it," he says, laying his eyes on me while I take a nice long sip. He fills his own glass as I close my eyes. When I open them again, he's smiling. The beautiful bastard's grin has no business being so warm and likable when it also makes me ache. "To new friends, good wine, and getaways." No disagreements there. We clink glasses. I try to get more comfortable, kicking off my shoes as I curl up on the couch, savoring the heat of his shoulder against my cheek. "How long have you had the kitty?" "Going on 3 years. He showed up astray looking for a meal and a warm bed, and we hit it off. He's good company, when he'll hang around instead of hunting in the woods. Never was a cat person before. Jack changed my mind." You must do a lot of that to have all this. Changing minds, I mean. Nobody ever got rich being crap at sales. Tonight's drinks are making me nosy. This isn't a date, I keep telling myself. Thank God, too, because what little dating I've done never served me well. But is it too much to ask what he does before the clothes come off? Do people have normal conversations before hookups? My inner virgin blushes. Again, I'm reminded how deep I'm into uncharted territory. I don't know the rules when it comes to indulging these no-strings flings. I'm not Tay. "Very true. I've done well for myself. Took a lot of convincing and closing deals to reap the rewards, but I can't take full credit. I had a leg up from the family trust when I started. Seed money grew tall and plentiful." "Family," I repeat, sipping my wine, loving the burgundy sweetness. It hides the bitter thoughts that always come when I hear the word. "Where's that?" "Chicago, born and raised. Didn't head east until a few years after I finished business school. My dad ran his dad's real estate empire back in the Windy City, and now it's in my brother's hands. Housing and commercial was too slow. I like turbo. Wall Street delivers." Hang on. I'm good at this. Let me guess. I put the edge of the glass against my forehead, doing my best impression of a psychic channeler. "All brothers? 2 of them. One boxer growing up, or maybe a bulldog. Distant father. Carefree mother who enjoys one too many drinks. I open my eyes, and his face has gone very serious. My mom's deceased. Plane crash took her when I was young, about 8 years old. You nailed the rest. Cold, alcoholic father, 2 younger brothers, minus the dog I always wished I had. Boxers are great. My old man never let us have animals around the house. Crap. I feel like an idiot for letting the wine make me talk like one. I set my drink down and sit up straight, struggling to meet his eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so personal. He smiles, a reassuring crinkle at the corners of his eyes. It's one more subtle reminder there are years between us, and it's gorgeous. Forget it, oh wise one. Even the best mediums needed practice to get it right. For your next trick, how about you tell me what color the sheets are on my bed upstairs? We'll see if you're accurate before we find out. He sips his wine while I try to form an answer. Thinking about his bed instantly makes me think about having those hands on me again, this time wherever they want to be. His hands, his bed, his big, broad-shouldered, 21st century Viking body. This is really happening, isn't it? God, I think I need more wine. Red, maybe? I try avoiding his eyes, imagining his weight pressing me deep into the tacky crayon red sheets I've made up. His smile is gone when he pulls his glass down. Something hotter and more feral replaces the inviting warmth on his face. Guess again. 2 more tries, Becca. 2 more, and then what? Sweet Jesus, I'm not drunk enough for this yet. I'm so flustered when I reach for the bottle I don't see the cat brushing up against it. I reach without looking. Meanwhile, chubby Jack snuck over to check out the source of his scare with the cork. He lets out a meowl as his tail catches weirdly around the glass's stem. It throws off the balance when I pull my glass away. I try to catch it between 2 fingers before it slips, spins, and goes crashing down in the middle of my lap. Jack! Grant bellows, shaking a finger at the panicked cat, who's left in such a hurried retreat he turns up the corner of a Turkish rug. Decor and pets are his problems. Mine is the huge splash of red Moscato all over my lime green skirt. Shame heats my face. I look up, staring into his bemused face. At least I guessed the color I'd be by the end of the night, right? The tension on his face melts. He bursts out in the deepest, richest chuckle my ears have ever had the pleasure hearing. His laugh goes on too long. What's so damned funny? I fold my arms, looking him dead in the eye. You think that's as red as I'm letting you get tonight, Becca? Really? Mission accomplished. New heat rushes into my cheeks, lashing them brighter. I'm hot, angry, and flustered, but I'm also turned on. My eyes go to his chest, rising and falling as he quiets down. It's impossible to avoid thinking it's a lot like it'll look when he's on top of me, thrusting deep and steady, his lungs pumping as hard as the rest of him before my pussy squeezes, and I hear him curse his release. I don't know, Mr. Billionaire, I say. His wealth doesn't scare me, and neither do his rogue good looks. How many shades of red exist? I never paid much attention in art class. He reaches over, grabbing my wrist, a move so electric I struggle not to gasp. Plenty. Jack's also given me the perfect excuse to get your clothes off, seeing how the wine must have soaked your panties by now. Knew I kept that boy around for something. Red, red, and redder. I think my face is nearly the color of a fire hydrant when I look away. I need my eyes gone, anywhere except on this gorgeous giant with words like a whip. His mischievous cat prances into the room now that the excitement is over, brushing against our legs. Softy that I am, I can't resist reaching down and scratching his head, even if he's cost me my dignity. He purrs, pleased with himself for pleasing his master. I wonder if it's always like this with the girls he brings home.
Any last-minute worries I can wipe before we do this thing?
Grant asks, his hand brushing over mine as we stroke Jack together. The cat sniffs at our hands, showing his enjoyment in soft, brisk purrs. Age? There's a noticeable gap between us. My eyes search his, wondering what kind of bear I'm poking by stating the obvious. That's not a problem, I guess, if it's okay with you.
Okay. Becca, it's hot, and there's an easy solution to make it feel right.
This time, he grabs both my hands, helping me up, while Jack retreats to his place on the fireplace again. He quirks an eyebrow, as if I should already know the answer.
Don't tell me you've never called a man sir before.
Called him what? Ew. Ew is right. Sir is supposed to be for kinky people into spanking and blindfolds. It's not for a girl having her first time with an older man who just might be conspiring with the entire universe to get her naked. Ew is what my mouth says, but when the word registers in the part of my lizard brain, turning my panties into a sopping wet mess, I'm intrigued. Okay, perhaps I'm a little hot for it even, because it seems wrong.
Open your mind, my little Moscato.
His palm circles my spine, adding just the right pressure, bringing me closer to him. My nipples throb, hungry and titillated when they go flush against his hard chest.
You're young, you're beautiful, and we have the whole night to ourselves. You'll call me sir by the time we're done, and you'll love it.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Lies. Filthy, rotten lies.
I would, and I will. I'll lead you wherever I damned well please, Moscato.
My hands flatten against his chest, giving my breasts some much-needed breathing space. If they spend another second pressed up against him, I swear I'll lose it in the middle of this living room.
Are we through spilling wine out here and eye-fucking each other blind?
He waits until I give him the tiniest of nods.
Good. Follow me.
I obey, not just my body, but my heart. It strums so hard in my ribcage, I'm afraid it'll stop. My footsteps land in his as we move through his enormous house, heading up the spiraling staircase which goes up several floors. His master suite is at the top, hidden behind a thick double door with intricate flourishes carved into it, almost like a secret passage. I feel like it's the entrance to Aladdin's cave rather than a rich man's bedroom. When his hand is on the huge iron knob, he stops, staring into my eyes.
You never did use up your guesses on the sheets,
he says. I'll stick with red, I tell him, even though I'm sure that's wrong. It's the last thing I'm able to say as a sane woman before he opens the door and brings me into his storm. His sheets are actually ivory white. I notice them as soon as he's backed me against the wall and ripped down my skirt, cupping my pussy through soaked lace, squeezing like he already owns it. Twisted desire curdles my blood, and I still can't pull my eyes off his sheets. They're probably Egyptian cotton with 10,000 stitches, the kind I've slept on a couple times in the fancy jets my father flies out to bring me home from my water work in Latin America. It's a stunning, pure choice for a man with nothing pure about him as soon as he unbuttons his shirt. My hands reach in, fingertips dancing on his skin, nervous and delicate. He takes my wrists with a growl, pushes my fingers against him harder, brushing his shirt aside.
Touch me, beautiful, he whispers. It's yours tonight.
My eyes look on the wonder I'm being loaned. My jaw drops when I see what he's hiding. Tattoos galore. Dark, rich ink lines his whole chest and races down to his abs, a long axe with the word bastard written on its blade. Intricate lines race out around it, lightning and fire. His shoulders are flanked by a skull mounted on wings. A killer angel, fierce as his muscles. So, the Viking aesthetic is everywhere, maybe down to his soul. He could have walked in straight from the Middle Ages with his demon ink and irresistible beard. It's a little ridiculous on the surface, and totally over the top. This strong, gentle businessman with his button-down shirts, hiding a scary freak underneath. But I can't deny its power to get me wetter than I ever imagined.
"You're shaking,"
he says, pulling me closer by the wrists. His hot breath drifts against my lips, dangerously close to a first kiss. "Why, bastard? Why the skull? I'm not sleeping with an ex-con, am I?" He grins.
"Old work name. Haven't dealt with blue-collar criminals since I got out of my old man's real estate business. Now, all the assholes I haunt wear suits and ties. Enough with the Q&A, love. Your pussy's begging for my tongue almost as bad as your lips."
Our lips connect. Correction, they demolish each other. His kiss comes hard and crisp and all kinds of sweet. Fire in every tongue flick, pouring into me, lit by the delicious friction of his tongue on mine. I'm not a total angel. I've kissed other boys plenty of times, but never with this carnal intent brazing every nerve in my body. Oh, it's on. Finally. Completely. Tay's mission is about to be accomplished. I'll lose my V-card and possibly win so many orgasms in the hours to come that my legs start trembling just thinking about it. Grant's hot breath slurs into a growl. His teeth dig into my bottom lip, rough, possessive, merciless. The air leaves my lungs and spills into a moan, filling his mouth. If I was quivering before, then I'm a hot mess now. I can't hide what he's doing to me.
"You okay, Moscato?"
he asks, pulling away, bringing his free hand to cut my cheek.
"What's wrong?"
"You," I whisper, taking a second to swallow the bashful stone in my throat. "You're too good, and I have a confession to make."
"Confession?"
I have to be honest. His eyes lock onto mine while I take a deep breath, letting out a sigh before I spill it. I've never done this before.
"You've never... Oh, shit."
I hope I haven't made a huge mistake. For a second, his fingers stiffen on my skin, warmer and sterner than before. Sweat beads on my brow. Have I said too much? I meant to tell you sooner. Tay brought me up here for more than an ordinary getaway. She thought I'd find a man to take my worries away, to help me get laid. It's long overdue. I swear I'm ready. There's a first time for everything, right? I stop right there, recognizing how pathetic I sound. His palm slides against my cheek, tracing my jaw down and then up again, keeping me in suspense. I'm about to grab my skirt and walk the fuck out when he gives me the smirk I'm learning is near impossible to resist.
"Always, Becca. Always a first time for everything. I've never had a virgin call me daddy before, but fuck, I want to."
Nice recovery, even if it's crude. Very nice when his lips crash back into mine, angrier than before, kissing me with the same fierce intent his hand makes when it slides between my thighs. He brings me a little closer to the huge angel-white bed with every kiss. Its thin curtains hang down like something from an old Victorian film. They caress my back softly when I'm at the edge, one gentle push away from entering a world guaranteed to change me forever.
Fuck, Becca, you taste so sweet, so warm, so wet for me, so fucking ready to be owned by your sir. More, Moscato. Give me more.
If the wine analogies are getting old, my brain doesn't realize it yet. I don't think my extremities could be more ready. They pulse violently every time he touches me. His hands go around my waist and he brings himself in close, dragging the rock-hard length hiding in his trousers against my panties. Surprise number 2, he's huge. Nobody ever said this V-card punching was going to be easy. Still, I'm game, ready to wrap him in the pink, tender parts of me, craving every inch, ready to be his, and yes, maybe to call him that dreaded, stupid, kind of irresistible S-word. Goodbye, cardigan. My fingers go to the spaghetti straps of my tank top and I'm peeling it off when he grabs both my wrists.
Not so fast. Let me help.
His thick, deliciously rough fingers replace mine. They undress me with a master's skill, starting at my top, lifting it over my head. It hits the floor, and his palms roam my breasts, bringing a tender heat to my nipples. My toes can't curl fast enough. God, I whisper, eyes rolling to the heavens. I barely notice when his hands move behind me again, taking my bra clasp, freeing my breasts from their lacy restraints. I recover just in time to see Grant fall to his knees. He backs me into the bed, eases my ass against it for support, and throws one arm around my waist. Then his face moves to my aching nipples, each soft bud calling for his bristle, his heat, his feral tongue. I whimper. I can't do anything else every time his stubble grazes my untouched skin. His tongue circles my left nipple, and I count, wondering how long it'll be before numbers stop making sense. 1, 2, sweet Jesus, 3. I'm a goner. He rolls, he sucks, his licks deepen, pulling my flesh between his teeth. Intense, delirious torture. It's the best and worst a man can offer. A tease and a deep, satisfying scratch. It's fire and ice and all the good things in between, written in carnal truth even a virgin can understand. Holy hell, I'm on fire. My fingers twitch, reaching for the source of this vicious delight. They curl against the back of his head, digging into his skull through his short brown hair, begging him to take me harder. Please, I whisper, staring down at him, too red with need and heat to say more. He closes his eyes. One big hand reaches up, cups my other breast, seeking my nipple between his fingers. It closes slowly, while his mouth sucks its twin in deeper. Oh, fuck. My knees buckle. I throw my hands on his shoulders. If it weren't for the bed behind me, alongside his steady arm, I'd flop down in a sexy mess on the mattress. He growls, moving his bristle against my cleavage, pushing his face into my breasts, taking over everything I've given him. He takes possession. He takes control. He seizes my mind and makes my writhing hips beg, shamefully and not so secretly hidden behind the frantic heat sweeping me. I didn't know it was possible to feel so helpless and also so enchanted. Grant takes my wrist in his free hand, holding me onto him, the better to suck my soft, pulsing buds harder, deeper, faster. I'm moaning. What's left of my panties are so drenched they're pulling on my thighs, soaked in lust and need. Bastard, the tattoo on him says. My eyes flick to it every time I manage to force them open between new wild lashes from his tongue. It isn't wrong. I couldn't have picked a bigger bastard to surrender my innocence to. And tonight, he's my bastard. My sweet, bearded beast. My dark angel, sent to fuck me senseless. I'm melting faster by the second, my legs shaking softly against his. He rises. Taking both my hands in his, he squeezes them, capturing me in his blue fire eyes.
Lay the fuck down. These are coming off. Can't go on listening to you whimper while I suck your tits a second longer,
he tells me, pushing his hard-on into my panties. I feel his want, and oh baby, mine thickens. Doubles in no time, seething in my blood like molten steel.
Moscato, you've lived too long holding on to these screams. I'll make you sing every damned second my tongue fills your sweet cunt.
One push, his knees on mine. I fall backwards through the veil around his bed, bouncing on the softest mattress I've ever laid on. I'm grateful I'll be comfortable for the filthy things he's promised. I'm breathing so hard my body shakes each time I exhale, watching as he peels off his clothes and joins me behind the silk curtains seconds later, naked and glorious. The dim moonlight spills in, reflecting brightly off something attached to his cock, something metallic that shouldn't be there, should it? I do a double take, scampering up on the pillows when we lock eyes again. Whoa, wait, what? Grant, what is that thing you're wearing? I'm not sure it's the right word. He crawls on top of me and lays down another kiss. He refuses to answer until his warmth, his heat, obliterates any second thoughts. His strength, his ink, his godly muscles remind me I don't care if his dick is half machine.
Guess you've never heard of a Prince Albert,
he says, grabbing his cock in a fist and crouching.
Go ahead, touch it.
Prince Albert? Your royalty? He chuckles.
Sure, King Silas's long-lost brother, specially flown in to fuck you tonight, princess. It's a 1,000-year-old blue blood tradition.
I'm quiet. He can't be serious. He's screwing with me, or the world's biggest playboy prince has a flaming hot twin nobody ever heard of.
That's a joke, and this is a piercing, Moscato. God, you're easy.
He growls, taking my hand, wrapping it around him.
Touch it. Feels nice against your fingertips, doesn't it? Nothing compared to how you'll feel once it's in, of course. But we'll take this nice and slow, ample time to realize how good you're about to be fucked.
Sweet Jesus. For a second I'd forgotten I'm supposed to take this strange, beautiful flesh inside me. My fingers glide across the 2 metal beads attached to his swollen head, drifting down his very sizable length. He's so thick it's hard to even get my whole hand around it. I didn't know people did this, I say, stroking him very slowly while my eyes drift back to his. The way his dark pupils glow tells me he's enjoying it. He nods, urging me on, bringing his head closer.
They do when they're dirty. And, newsflash, little girl, I don't do it any other way.
Grant presses his forehead into mine, teasing my lips with his hot breath. He buries me in another sultry kiss before he speaks.
You've got a lot to learn about fucking, Becca. It's adorable, frankly, and I'm a world-class teacher.
He pulls away and smiles, leaving me to bristle. Little girl? Teacher? I can't tell if I'm offended or excited, but there's adrenaline in my blood, and only one obvious way to calm it. I'm not clueless, I lie. I'm no angel. I've read things, seen them on the web. He smiles straight through my BS and pushes my hand off his throbbing cock.
Sure, like watching another broad get bent over and pounded is the same as doing it.
He rolls his eyes once. My cheeks are about to burst into flames.
You're right about playing Ms. Innocent, though. I see right through it. You're a little tease, love, and that has a stiff fucking penalty with me. You'll pay my fine in screams. A good girl wouldn't distract me from eating her pussy to the moon and back.
Grant reaches between my legs, stuffs his fingers in my panties, and his smile disappears.
Open wide for sir,
he orders, jerking my bottoms down so fast the force lifts my butt in the air. Sir again. I don't know whether to be disgusted or turned on as he buries his face against my soft belly a second later, throwing my legs over his shoulders and pinning them down with his arms. He's right about one thing. There's a lot I don't know about the world he's thrown open the door to, but I have a feeling by the time this weekend is over, this rich freak with the beard will give me the grand tour. I roll my head, trying to relax when his tongue goes to work. He kisses down my belly, a slow and steady trail to my inner thighs, lower and lower before he heads back up. Sugary anticipation runs up my spine. His breath hits my steaming folds, electric and inspired, calling fire to my clit. Holy mother, yes! He doesn't take it just yet. Oh no, this man doesn't call me Moscato for nothing. He savors me sweetly, gradually, only applying the full strength of his mouth when he's located the trigger points causing me to squirm and ache and whine for more. I can't keep my legs shut. The instant my thighs drift too close to his head or wriggle too much for his liking, Grant snarls, rips them open, and locks them around his head. Exquisite agony makes need in my womb. His tongue dashes through my folds, a little deeper with every lick, slow and steady and hell-bent on bringing me off whenever he chooses. Sir isn't so crazy at all. He's in complete control. My body belongs to him. Every raw sensation warms my blood several more degrees, sends me a little closer to the merciful release every muscle begs for, louder with every lick. His growls fade in the desperate sounds, leaving me. My moans become shrieks, and I say the same word over and over when my pleasure-doused brain remembers how, so shrill it doesn't even sound like please. Begging doesn't help. There's no reprieve until he's good and ready, on his own terms. Eventually, he's had his fun. Grant moves to my swollen clit, draws it into his mouth, and holds it for his tongue to spank again and again. I'm ruined when the ecstasy builds, breaks, and comes in a deluge. 10 minutes ago, or however many it's been, I didn't know a thing about what a man could do to me. Every calculated stroke of his tongue brings a new lesson, makes my body his willing pupil. Now I'm his canvas, his instrument, his other half to mold. Prey at the most primal level, and it feels so fucking good to let go when the heat surging in me ruptures. Grant! His name comes in a hot flash whimper as his tongue work quickens. My clit burns, and my hips drag themselves against his face, desperately grinding their way to nirvana. His fingers tighten on my thighs. His face pushes into me, so deep and undaunted I don't know how he's still breathing. He's pleasure incarnate every second my O approaches, my totality, okay, maybe even sir. His beard and tongue become one with my oozing flesh. Fire singes nerves in my pussy I didn't know I had. My clit twitches beneath his circling tongue, smothered in the pleasure that's like a key, opening the door to climax with 2, 3, 4 more rampant licks. Yes, yes, and fuck yes. I always thought my first O with a man would be like falling down a waterfall, tingling sweetness touching me from every side. This is more like becoming the waterfall itself. I'm too breathless, too smitten, too fucking gone to even scream. Muscles tense, twitch, and blaze in my pelvis, forcing every other part of my body to mirror them. Sweat beads out of me in a humid, streaming mess. coming. My O is a roar, a fire, a ruthless bearded wave owning every inch of me for the next several minutes. Nothing distracts him from his job. He's a growling, relentless, tongue-fucking animal, and he doesn't stop before my vision goes white. He's lightning, and my heart pounds like a heavy axe hitting wood the entire time. The high lifts me up, slams me down, and brings me back to earth, like I'm riding a stray feather, when the gods of ecstasy decide I've had more than any virgin should get her very first time. They send me home to him, into his strong arms, which close around me in a protective shell. A thick hand guides my cheek to his chest when I'm still halfway outside my body. We lay together. He licks the last of my cream off his face. The bed smells like sex and the last musky embers of a fire. And, oh, his pierced cock is still rock hard, jutting up between his legs, leaking pre-cum down his shaft in several sticky, translucent trails. In case I'd forgotten, it's far from over. I'm not really a woman until I've had him up inside me.
You come like a goddamned rocket, Moscato.
He laces his fingers through my hair, smoothing it against my head, bringing a new blush to my face when I imagine what a mess I must be.
Do I have to fuel you up for the rest of our trip?
His lips brush mine. Moaning, I kiss him back harder, amazed I want more after that white lightning. Worry about fueling this, I say, reaching below the tight valley of his abs, grabbing his length. He growls into our next kiss when I stroke him. Thick fluid spills out of him, flowing between my fingers, coating the silvery beads attached to his flesh like a well-oiled machine.
Careful. You don't know what you're doing when you tease me like that,
he says. His eyes are ice blue and serious when he gazes into me. Show me, sir, I purr, smiling. For half a second, he bares his teeth. I'm reminded how rough and animalistic sex can be when his hands return to my body, helping himself to virgin flesh as he moves between my legs, shoving his throbbing cock to my wet entrance. His fingers play while his lips take mine. His kisses come in waves, perfectly tuned to the rhythm of his hands tweaking my nipples. One hand glides between my legs. He tests my wetness, spreads my labia, and my breath catches hard in my lungs.
That pretty little mind, Moscato? I'll blow it. You'll feel every inch, baby girl. You'll enjoy it. You'll fucking come for me over and over and over. Do you understand how completely you're mine as long as I want you to be?
He waits for my nervous nod because I'm too stunned to speak. Butterfly lust numbs me again.
Christ, I almost forgot.
He lifts off me just long enough to reach through the curtain around the bed. The drawer to his nightstand opens, and he returns with a condom in hand, tearing the foil corner with his teeth.
Roll it on me, nice and easy,
he says, pushing the slim rubber into my hand. I tilt my head and watch, holding my hot little fingers to his cock. His hand goes around mine, guiding me down his smooth length. I don't know why it's so hot. This intimate gesture floods my blood with fire. I think I'm panting when he takes his position between my legs again, tilting my chin up with 2 fingers so I meet his eyes.
When I take your cherry, you look at me. One good long look, Moscato. I'm not some clumsy fucking kid sneaking into your dorm room to get his rocks off and pass out. I'm a man. I'm your sir, and you'll remember me for the rest of your life after I've torn you up.
Bold words. Bold and so true, I feel their weight in my bones. I'm not scared when we lock eyes. I'm admiring him the same way a woman sees once-in-a-lifetime art or a wonderfully assembled delicacy before a chef's tasting. Grant takes my hands, brings them high over my head, and holds them there, slipping my fingers through his. "On 3, beautiful," he says, letting me know it's coming. Just one hard thrust away from what I came here for. 1, 2, I say softly, closing my eyes. 3, the last word we count together. Then his hips edge mine. His thick cock slides into me and keeps on going, so long it seems like it's going to go on forever before he hits the end, just short of my womb. Some say pain is the other side of pleasure. With losing it for the first time, I think they're right. There's a sharp tearing sensation, the remnants of my virginity stripped away, and then a duller, angrier heat as my pussy stretches to welcome his size. Sweet agony. There's a pleasure behind the pain, a strange, wanton desire that says keep going, even when it aches, and my fingers pinch his so hard I think they'll break. "You okay?" he whispers, pressing his forehead to mine, holding himself in me until I nod. "Please, Grant, fuck me," I whisper, channeling my lust. It helps me survive the next 60 seconds, while his huge, pierced cock glides out of me and then plunges in again, this time deeper. He stifles my desperate moan with a kiss. I brush my tongue across his, feeding his hunger. We work for our rhythm. My hips move, timed to his next few thrusts. It isn't long before pleasure dominates all sensations. I wonder if it could be any other way when there's a man this gorgeous between my legs, holding me tight, telling me I'm sexy, secure, and entirely his every time he strokes to my depths. Faster, harder, deeper. Oh, mama. My eyelids flutter shut. His hands move over me when they're not pinning me down by the wrists. We caress. We fuck. We find each other in every stroke, every kiss, every tangle of our limbs. His cock lifts me high and throws me down again, harder every time. His hips crash into mine, quickening as he grunts his pleasure. Another fireball deep inside me rises up, catches my throat, and leaves me panting. His thrusts own my every breath. His shadow engulfs me, swallows me in, as deep as my body pulls him into me. I'm almost undone. "Come for me, Moscato," he says. "Come on this cock. Let Sir suck your little screams down his throat." His mouth rules mine. I can't hold on, can't keep up, can't resist this fresh kiss of ownership. The tension builds, craving, wanting, needing release. It races through my veins, electrifies my nerves, sticks in my throat. New pleasure cries roll off my tongue and onto his when my second O comes, harder than the first. "Yeah, fuck yeah," he mouths, sweeping his tongue over mine. His pubic bone dives low, creating a delicious friction on my clit. Moans become screams as my pussy hugs his cock, pulling him into me, begging his cock to join me in messy release. No, he isn't through with me yet. When my eyes stop rolling and ecstasy releases its hold, I'm eye to eye with him again, taking in the sultry sight of his huge chest bulging. Whole landscapes come alive on his chest, guardians and demons in ink, each fighting for a chance to own me tonight. His lungs pump harder, seeking precious oxygen, all the better to fuck me harder, longer, delivering more. More. My body shouldn't want it, but it does. It's like he's cast a spell over me, and now I can't stop, crashing back into him with a ferocious swing of my hips each time he puts his full length into me. If he meant to teach me lust, frenzied, desperate, all-consuming need, he's succeeded several times over. "Moscato, you're burning up," he says, slowing his strokes when I'm about to give up another climax, laying his palm on my cheek.
You want my cum this much? Every drop for your parched little cunt?
Yes, I hiss, barely recognizing my own voice. Please, come with me. His eyes dive into mine, narrowing, considering the plea. His hands move to my ass, picking me up, bringing me down on his cock. I've seen this position 100 times in the old Kama Sutra books I used to sneak peeks at in our library whenever our servants weren't looking. Who the hell knew it felt so natural, so good? He rests me on his lap, fingers digging into my ass, guiding me up and down. Up, down, everywhere on his obscene cock. It isn't hard for a man his size to move me. His soft beard scrapes my neck, dives to my cleavage. He kisses his way up my throat, jerking himself off with my whole body. I'm on the verge when he slows his hips, reaches up, fists my hair, and twists my neck so my eyes beam into his.
Say the magic word if you don't want to come alone this time,
he growls. What word? I'm playing dumb, but I already know it. His cock moves in me again, shallower strokes, more insistent than before. His eyebrows quirk in a warning, and the unthinkable is on the end of my tongue, something I swore I'd never consider. Please, please, Grant, I try. No, not good enough. My eyelids pinch shut, his thrusts achingly close to carrying me to bliss again. Sir, please.
Fuck.
His curse rumbles low as his thrusts pick up. My pussy tenses, squeezes his whole length, and I'm almost swept away before I notice how he stiffens, how he swells deep inside me. He's coming. Grant fills me with such a furious heat I swear I feel it through the condom. What started as another rough O becomes fuller, becomes divine. It's fire, it's passion, it's everything screaming to every last extremity. Nerves crackle, hearts pound, muscles twitch. Grant brings me off, intense and raw. We share the best of ourselves in a beautiful moment, one I'm scared I won't have again. How could it possibly get better than this? The last thing I see before I collapse in his arms is the axe on his chest, swaying from his heavy breathing. If he's a bastard like the tattoo says, then he's a beautiful one, and he's mine. Mine, as I am his. Virgin and beast, Sirs Moscato, bound to him as long as we share this bed, and he holds me in the moment. And I don't have to worry about how ridiculous this sounds or how short-lived it'll be when the time comes to uncouple my poor heart. Tears sting the corners of my eyes when he softens, and I feel him moving in for another kiss. Fuck you, emotions. I promise myself there won't be any weakness when his mouth takes mine. It's only tonight. It isn't love. It isn't anything. I'm here to lose my virginity, enjoy it, and scram. Easy peasy, just like Tay said. This isn't meant to last. It's not forever. It may well be the best sex of my life, but that's all it can be. 1, 2, or half a dozen romps. Wham bam and see ya, madam. I told myself I was ready. I said it wouldn't be a problem. I went through it in my mind over and over before we got in the car and drove up here, ever since Tay first floated the scheme a few months ago, and I finally broke down and told her I'd follow through last week. But I didn't bet on the way my pulse changes every time we kiss. It's more than mere lust, more than a virgin's zeal, more than feeling like an adult for the first time in my life. If I'm being honest, it's more, and it damned well shouldn't be. The fact more is even in my head when I wrap my hands around his neck, savoring his heat, fighting loose tears, tells me this is trouble with a flashing neon T. Men like Grant don't date. He's a man whore in his natural heartbreaker habitat if there ever was one. I'm no fool. I've seen too many womanizing, high-octane sharks from my father's deals and high society to know better. He's also a total stranger, even if he doesn't feel like it, and even if I've called him the big S-I-R.
Don't tell me you're getting sleepy now, Moscato,
he whispers, running his thumb along my cheek, tracing my jawline like we're star-crossed lovers in the world's raunchiest Romeo and Juliet parody. Need you to wake me up, I say, smiling for emphasis, regaining control. I open my lidded eyes when I'm sure the tears won't slip. When he kisses me again, everything that shouldn't be real suddenly is. Careful, I tell myself, and then I repeat it a few more times while our lips mingle. He took my virginity like we agreed. I enjoyed it. But I'm flirting with a major red line with no mystery on the other side. I can see the hurt already if I slip up. It's there, savage and waiting, if I get too comfortable, too close, and I let him run away with my heart. So it's more than one night. It's 3 whole days, sleeping in late, walking the rocky beach behind his lodge hand in hand, and petting his lovely friend Jack, while our dinners digest with some of the best wine I've ever had. Grant says a lot without giving away everything. He tells me about his brothers, Hayden and Luke, a real estate mogul and a Hollywood actor, respectively. I laugh and blush when I find out his youngest brother played the infamous Mr. Black, every woman's secret heartthrob since Bear hit the silver screen. It's the biggest erotic thriller since, well, maybe ever. Honestly, though, I don't think there's anyone in Hollywood worth comparing to the man I've given everything.
You're lucky you know my last name,
he says on our last day, watching the sunset off the private balcony attached to his master suite, a new Moscato in our glasses.
I come up here to get away from it all. New York is a great place for business and fast entertainment, but I'd fucking crack without nature, quiet, and women.
I smile, sipping my wine, trying to pretend I'm the only woman he means. He probably has a harem waiting in Chandlersport and plenty other towns across New England. Tell me about it. This is my last getaway, too, before I start the new job.
Which firm?
He asks, taking a pull from his wine. I shrug. Don't know, and can't say I care. Some crappy, stuffy place Dad says I need to work at so I can do something serious with my life, as he says. Never mind how he thinks I'm heading for the gutter if I choose to live without the private jet someday. Grant smiles, reaching for my hand. God, his fingers feel good in mine. I don't want this to end, but the sunset reminds me it will. It's inevitable as the moon in the next few hours. Our weekend enters its terminal stage, passing in one last burst of orange glory as the high summer sun slips behind the tall trees, spilling its last light on the Atlantic coast.
Say no more. I know family pressure. My old man practically strangled all 3 of us before we started making coin. Gave my little brother Luke all kinds of shit when he decided to go his own way.
Well, you've done very well for yourself. You must have made your family proud, I say quietly. His eyes darken.
Sure. My family wasn't exactly what you'd call close-knit.
He holds his cards so close to his chest, draining the last of his wine, his grip on my hand tightening before he catches himself.
No more past. I'm here for the present, Becca, and I know you are too.
You're right. I nod, catching up to him as I throw back the last few gulps of my wine. So, sir, since this is our last night, we'd better make it a good one, no?
Fuck yeah.
He stands, taking me by the hand, leading me to his bed again. We take our time enjoying each other for the next few hours, until we collapse sometime after midnight. He fucks with a passion I'll never forget. It's steady, hard, and always hungry, even when he's come in me at least 3 times, always finding his release with a feral snarl and a grind of his hips. It never fails to carry me to ecstasy. I thought the last few nights left me sore. Tomorrow, my legs will punish me more when I'm driving home with Tay, both of us taking our turns at the wheel. I'm guessing I won't be the only one, seeing how I've barely heard from her since she hooked up with the beach bum at the bar. I don't care. I'm wearing a sad, longing smile drifting off, but it's also happy. He sleeps with his face turned toward me, peaceful and strong as a well-rested lion greeting his dreams. The heat of his skin on my cheek draws my fingers. I stroke his tattooed chest in delicate circles, wishing I had 50 more years to admire this, to know it, to love it the way it deserves. I'll show myself out before he's up, just like I told him. It's how it has to be if I want to get away for good without showing him the tears I've held in every night. I don't need the man I call sir thinking I'm nothing except a stupid, emotional little girl who can't handle a casual fling. I'm all grown up, thanks to him. I'm used to life's disappointments and its boundaries. They're the only certainties I've known, growing up a Corbin. Even now, I feel his presence when I should just shut it out. My father would probably lock me away in a convent if he knew what I did tonight. Not the sex, necessarily, but taking life into my own hands, living for me, instead of the fortune he's dedicated his life to. Always disappointed when he sees the same desire he's tried to nurture in me failing, and failing hard. Tomorrow, everything I hate returns with a vengeance. I'll barely have an evening to rest at home before I have to show up bright and early to work for his latest business ass, Oshie. I take another long glance at Grant before sleep finds me, burning his beautiful body and the gentle but firm smile framed in his beard into my brain. I'll need it. A woman in my position needs her happy places. They're rare. As I shut my eyes and try to forget the bad, I don't know when I'll be this happy again.
3. Surprise, surprise. I finish packing the car and spend a few last minutes with Jack on the porch before it's time to go home. Haven't been this sore since I ran 2 marathons back-to-back for a company fundraiser last year. Damn if it wasn't worth it. I can't get her out of my head. Every kiss, every taste, every scream. They leave their imprint in my bones and in my head. Her moans linger, ringing in my ears long after she's gone. I'm hard for a freaking ghost. The 3 nights we had might never stop haunting me. They're still heavy on my mind when I close the place up, text the caretakers about taking off, and head to Sanford's for one last beer before I leave the best fuck of my life behind forever.
"Thought about sending the sheriff by to check on you, Grizzly," Mac says later, leaning over with a big smile. "When was the last time you didn't roll in from sailing ready to wet your throat? He must have been something to keep you home the whole weekend."
"Something, Mac. A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell." I take a long pull from my beer. I'm serious, too. I love to fuck, but I don't brag. Grew out of that about the time my cock got its Prince Albert a decade ago.
"Fine. Leave an old man with his tongue hanging out," the bartender chuckles to himself, sweeping a damp towel across the counter. "One of these days you'll be done prowling around this happy hunting ground for pussy."
"Bet you the SS Helena it won't be any time soon," I smile, watching his eyes pop. Mac knows it's serious when I'm willing to bet my sailboat, the one named after my dead mother.
"No, kid, I don't take bets with no sport in 'em. Can't say I've got the storage to take her off your hands, neither."
My smile fades, and I swallow another mouthful of beer. "Why are you so sure, Mac? Don't tell me you think a chick almost young enough to be my daughter is magically the one, or whatever bullshit people say." He stops cleaning the counter, looks at me, and lifts his eyebrows.
"Fine. I'll bet both your brothers said the same thing before they got hitched. You told me yourself how surprised you were Luke fell into line right behind Hades. Don't assume the same damn thing can't happen to you."
"No time for a wife. Company can't run itself. I'm going after the biggest deal in my life, too. I told you about the merger. I'd be one sorry SOB to risk everything I've worked for just to have regular pussy and—
Grizzly, it ain't about that, he cuts in, shaking his head. Go and ask your brothers if fucking's all that counts when they come home to the women wearing their diamonds. Hell, ask me if sex is even at the top of the list when I think about all the reasons I miss my Rita. You better believe I miss her banging body every day, but I miss holding her, kissing her, spending my nights with her 100 times more.
I lower my eyes respectfully. His late wife died years ago, lost to a freak brain hemorrhage. Old Mac came home to the love of his life slumped on the kitchen floor. He couldn't revive her. I was in town the week she died. I remember her funeral and the long nights watching over the bartender and his kid, helping them with business for a few days. Also went out of my way to make sure Mac didn't do anything stupid with the frequent rum he picked up to drown his sorrows.
All I'm saying, Grizzly, is you ought to at least leave the door open. It'd do you a world of good to have a woman worth more than keeping your dick wet. There's things I missed out on in life, but I don't regret one day I had with my wife and kid.
He looks at me, a sadness I'll never know fading in his eyes. How's the boy doing anyway? Still plotting his big move on the librarian girl? Mac grins and rolls his eyes.
Oh, hell, don't get me started. That's a story for another time. You'd better hit the road before the storm rolls in.
He's right. I pull out my phone and see the deep red lines of the front moving south from Canada, dense rains and winds certain to strike Chandlersport in the next hour or two. We say our goodbyes, and I throw down a crisp 100, leaving him a tip about 10 times bigger than my drink. We all have our little rituals. Mac's big tip for the beer confessional makes me feel like the trip is truly complete. Helps ease me back into work. I've had my fun. I'll head home to Wall Street recharged, a whole lot of stress fucked from my system. Usually I don't think about the girls I've had, but when I get my car on the highway, listening to my driving mix to stay awake, I hope she's left town just as happy. Hope she'll remember me wherever she is, almost as much as I hope I haven't ruined her for the other men she's bound to bed. The poor bastards won't be half as skilled at making her scream. Almost, I said. Part of me bleeds jealousy when I picture her with anybody else. The rest is all ego, hoping she'll remember me every time she pulls out her toys or uses her fingers. As a matter of fact, Greed is my middle name. I want her whispering my name every time she comes. Want it so much, see it so clear, it's fucking scary. I don't know what just happened on this trip, but I know it needs to end now so I can forget her and get on with my life.
Ready for your 10 o'clock when you are, Mr. Shaw?
Nina pokes her head through my door, a young blonde so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed I think she'd suck me off any time without even asking for a raise. Too bad she isn't my type, and I never screw employees. Bad policy. Thanks, Nina. Be right out. I glimpse her ass bobbing through her skirt as she turns, disappearing back to her desk, the huge Neolithic logo hanging over it. It'll make some guy happy, sure, but it has nothing on Becca. It's too small, too flat, too weak to echo the crisp sting when I strike it. You're still thinking about her. Get a damned grip, I tell myself. No, really. I'd better, especially when I'm pulling my senior team off the trading floor to talk about the merger. My eyes go through the small glass window next to my office door, past Nina, quickly fixing her hair before the meeting, and back to the logo. I founded Neolithic with just a few million in my trust fund and a whole lot of dreams. Went balls to the walls in the first few years, happy to be doing stocks instead of real estate. 10 years later, I've earned billions and put a lot of old bulls to shame who thought they were the hottest, slickest shit-kickers in hedge funds. Also beat out my little brother Hayden, who did well for himself taking over our old man's Windy City real estate empire. He's earned like a fiend too, but he's no Grant. Almost lost his shirt when our dad's gold-digging ex, Kayla, tried seizing the family fortune. That's how he got his wife, Penny. His blushing bride was a publicity stunt and legal shield turned true love. Most twisted Cinderella story I'd ever heard until my brother Luke got in deep with our old help, Robbie. Fuck, why am I thinking about my brothers and their love lives so much? It's still her. Becca, stewing in my brain. Perfect ass and tits and a mewling whimper I'll never forget. I check to make sure my hard-on isn't showing when I stand up, fixing my tie briefly in the mirror before heading down the hall to the boardroom with 3 minutes to spare. I'm never late for anything. In this industry, timing is God. A put option executed a minute too late or a counteroffer rolling in a second too soon can be the difference between 7 figures and 8. Sure, these days the supercomputer algorithms clock so much just right, technobabble miracles I've had designed by the whiz kids I poached from MIT. But a man's guts will never be obsolete, and neither will his time management. Half those kids in programming are a little older and wiser now. Okay, actually I mean a lot. Doesn't matter. I still see the same 19 and 20-year-old baby faces when I walk into my boardroom. Half a dozen senior managers making more than most guys 3 times their age slam their phones down and give me their full attention, sitting up straighter in their chairs. I don't need "Hail to the Chief" to feel like the goddamn president.
Morning, sir. I know you'd like to get right to it, so here's the report I compiled last night. The last part talks about what I think we need to do to sweeten the deal for Corbin. He wants to bite, or he wouldn't be doing this at all.
My VP and chief fund manager, Jake, slides a 1-page piece of paper over as soon as I sit down. The room is silent except for Nina's fingers moving over her keyboard, transcribing every word, while I scan over his 500 words. It's the maximum length I'll accept for a morning briefing, but I'll cut him some slack because what's on the line is damned important. Neolithic is in serious talks to merge with Corbin Financial. It's a 100-year-old firm with roots as deep as American investing itself, and it looks like the old wolf who runs it is finally interested in handing over the wheel so he can ride off to retirement. His firm also lost its ass recently in a few bad pharmaceutical bets. He's looking for an injection of $1 billion easy to cover the losses. If I play my cards right, his loss will be my zenith. I'll take Corbin Neolithic to the moon and plant our fucking flag on it. What's this? I stop, my finger tapping the page. I don't remember anything about our capital going international last time we talked. Jake shifts in his seat uncomfortably.
Correct. That part's new. Mr. Corbin believes his firm's new direction is best served in Europe. Industrial research and manufacturing, I believe. The thing is, he's running short on funds to branch out as quickly as he'd like in the old world. He wants us to cover marketing to new EU clients, plus a sizable investment in several French companies seeking whales to buy corporate bonds. They're listed at the bottom.
I look them over. My eyebrows go up when I see one in particular. Jesus, Fabius? They're practically an arms manufacturer. What's he doing putting his money abroad in a war machine? Is it even legal?
We're looking into that now, sir. My chief legal counsel Crowley speaks up, adjusting his round spectacles. International trade in this area is a little outside my expertise. Most of our business has stayed domestic. We've never sunk our own money into foreign companies before, much less military. From what the new boys I hired to consult with are saying, it's perfectly legal as long as our accounting and audits are real neat.
Yeah, and Corbin wants his answer by 4 o'clock sharp, according to this.
That's his style, sir. Real ballbuster. Bastard knows if we're not serious, he'll just walk across the street to Stern Moore, and they'll be happy to play ball, even if they take their sweet time. Our main negotiating point is capital and speed.
My finger taps the table angrily. Nina looks up, her eyes narrowed, shooting me the look she always uses when she asks if I'm okay. No, I'm not. I'm really fucking not okay when I've got all of 6 hours not to blow this deal, and I can't even think straight because my brain is glued to last weekend 1,000,000 miles away, screwing a woman there's no earthly reason I should be thinking about now. The empty chair several seats down also annoys me for some reason I can't pin down. I notice our new intern hasn't shown up. Is that part of this game? You'd think Corbin would want his own daughter around to hear what we're thinking. Not that I mind her missing Jake's bastard comment. My VP smiles nervously, fidgeting with a silver cufflink on his right arm.
It's her first day, sir, Nina says, looking up from her screen. She isn't quite used to taking the metro down here. Called an hour ago to say she'll be a little late, but she should be here any minute, and—
My secretary goes quiet when the door opens. Then it's my turn to shut up, and there isn't much choice when my tongue turns to stone. In walks the impossible. It struts over, takes the empty seat at the end of the table, murmuring a few red-cheeked apologies about being late to the punch. Nope. No and hell no. It can't fucking be. Oh, but fuck, it is. A few of the trading analysts I've brought in clear their throats uncomfortably when they see me staring like a maniac. Can't say I blame them. I think I've turned white as a sheet, questioning my own sanity. I consider excusing myself so I can race to the bathroom and splash cold water over my face, as much as I need to so sanity returns. There's no time. A second later, my little Moscato's eyes land on mine, and I'm not the only fool in this room staring like a deer stuck on railroad tracks. She freezes, hands clutched tight on her notebook computer halfway out of its case, the redness draining from her cheeks as they go ivory pale.
"Rebecca Corbin, everyone," Nina says, introducing our new intern with a worried smile.
She doesn't have a clue why I'm still staring at her like a complete lunatic, nor can I tell her.
"Wonderful to have you on board."
That name, hearing it, seeing it, knowing it's attached to the woman who's become my absolute obsession since I blew Chandler's support. Shit. And that isn't half of it.
Pleased to be here," she stammers, looking away.
She blinks, taking in the room, doing her damnedest to keep her eyes anywhere and everywhere that isn't smack in the center of mine.
"Sorry about the traffic. I promise I'll make a better second impression."
"What brings you to Neolithic, Becca?" Yes, I use the shortened version of her name. I also look the woman I've fucked dead in the eyes, watching the color flow back into her cheeks when her eyes finally meet mine, and damn is she ever red.
"Good experience, I hope. I've heard a lot about your firm, Mr. Shaw."
She hesitates, but at least she doesn't screw it up and tell the whole room she knows me as Grant. The room is quiet as she gathers her words.
"I'm not interrupting anything, am I? I'm new, but I'm up to speed. I've read about the merger in the works with my father's company. I won't get in your way no matter who my dad is. I'm here to learn, not to spy. Dad made that clear when I took the job. I'm too honest, too clean to screw it up."
"Clean," I say, my eyes drifting to the Puritan white blouse she's picked out for her first day. It would normally take more than a business formal outfit to get my dick hard, but normal went out the door the first time I sucked the perky nipples I know she's hiding behind it. "We can use another good girl or two around here. Make yourself at home, Becca. This firm has launched a lot of careers in finance and beyond, and it'll do the same for you, if you're willing to work it." Pardon the slip of my tongue, I meant to say work for it, but the only work that comes to mind as my eyes devour her involves us both naked, sweaty, grunting. My fists tighten on the table. I have to get a grip before one mad twist of fate derails everything. "So, Crowley, let's get back where we left off. I want to hear both sides of what's at stake and what's to gain if we go international." The next half hour is a normal Neolithic meeting before we break. Perfectly ordinary, except for the fact that the nicest cherry I ever plucked is sitting less than a stone's throw away, her jade-green eyes glued to her computer. She can't bear to look at me. Whenever her eyes go up, they're on Nina, seeking silent approval from my secretary. Good sport that she is, Nina gives reassuring smiles. My new intern's first task will probably be helping to clean up the transcript of this meeting later. Easy, if only the woman she's working under wasn't working under a man who had Ms. Clean under him 48 hours ago. By the time we're through scrambling to our offices, I hesitate, lingering in the room. I regret bowing out of that Zen karate routine I had going last winter. Meditation might have helped control this raging hard-on. I watch her scamper past in my peripheral vision. That tight ass she's hiding under the skirt is too much like the sun, deadly to stare at and just as likely to burn me raw. Hold it together, I think to myself. Simple advice now that she's out of sight and out of mind for the next 5 seconds. I can't deal with this now. I have less than 6 hours to find out what the hell I'm going to do before I throw the merger and lose my mind to this siren who's set up shop just a few cubicles away. Logically, the smart thing to do would be to carry on with our business. Obviously, that won't fucking work. I have to say something. There's too much on the line to let it go. She has the leverage to screw the Corbin deal into next Sunday one way or another. But I can fire her any time and send her home to Daddy to get bawled out when he finds out she can't handle a simple entry-level office job. Mutually assured destruction. Little consolation. I'm not used to doing business with a sword hanging over my head. Any slip, any mistake, any choking on this brutal angst, I'm sure, is 10 times greater in her, and everything's blown to kingdom come. I can't have that. If it's even possible to coexist in the same office and pretend it's just business, I need to talk to her today. I'm locked in my office until late in the evening. After about 3, Jake comes in with the new reports from legal, plus the day's numbers from our usual lines of business. We're looking good. Fit enough to pull off this deal with plenty to spare, allocating what we need to overseas. Control freak that I am, I'm bringing a lot to the table. Jake heads out to draft the formal memo, and we sit in agony for the next half hour after I see it sent, waiting for the call. At 4 o'clock sharp, the phone rings. I rip the receiver up to my ear and try to forget about Becca while adrenaline storms my blood. Yet again, I can't fuck this up. Shaw.
Mr. Corbin is on the line, sir,
Nina says cheerfully.
He sounds happier today,
she adds, lowering her voice. Put him through, I snap, sitting tall as a board in my chair.
Shaw, I've looked over the latest offer personally, he says, skipping the pleasantries.
I'm not sure this man knows the word. The bastard holds me in suspense until I'm sure he can hear me draw a tense breath.
I understand there was some hesitation before it went out, yes? You understand how important new markets are to Corbin Financial, particularly our close and growing partnership with the European firms I've listed?
Of course. New markets, new friends, no obvious downsides there. My men dug through your internal obligations and collateral this afternoon one more time, and they're all looking very healthy. We're comfortable doing business.
Trust but verify. How perfectly invasive of you.
His voice is ice cold. He doesn't give me a chance to answer before I hear his hand slap something hard on the other side of the line.
That was a joke, Shaw. We've done the same damn thing with your mortgage securities. We're not partnering with anyone too dumb to learn from 2008.
Very funny. My nostrils flare, but I don't laugh. Normally, I'll gladly boast about how I made half my fortune whenever someone mentions the infamous year the entire housing sector went to shit and nearly took the whole economy with it. So is that a yes?
Christ, are you drinking right now or just dense?
I clench my jaw. It's incredible this disrespectful, short-fused prick has such a sweet daughter. I guess the gene for being a complete jack-off skips a generation. If it weren't for the fact that I had her begging for every inch of me last weekend, I'm not sure I'd be able to hold my fire. Somehow I do. With any luck, he'll never know I've had his own flesh and blood. Our dirty little secret makes me a hell of a lot harder than the money and prestige I stand to make from this deal, too. I'm perfectly sober, Mr. Corbin. If there's nothing else to discuss and you're pleased, I'll tell my legal team to wait for the new draft from yours. We can get this thing done by Q4 and start counting profits over wine. I always enjoy a good Moscato.
Such cheap tastes for a man who's half as rich as I am. Ah, well, you do like to play up that whole bastard axe thing, don't you? Curious choice. Every axe I've ever picked up has been rather dull.
I bristle when he knocks the nickname. It's been hard fought, earned me more respect than I'll ever have for him, business partners or not. Perhaps you never met the right one.
We hope so. Also, I told you I won't be glancing at the profits more than once a year very soon.
I can practically hear him turning up his nose.
This is my golden parachute. I'm leaving as soon as the chips are in place. It'll be a hands-off approach as soon as the ink is dry. I'll turn what I've built over to younger, more capable minds. It's them you'll be dealing with in the boardroom.
I know who he's hired. Typical Ivy League brats desperate to make some real money for the first time in their lives so they can prove they're not just resting on their family's blue-blooded laurels. I've chewed up at least 100 of them throughout my career, and I'm confident I'll do the same with whoever Corbin appoints to oversee his share in our new company. I still have to deal with the jackass making my blood seethe, of course. But it won't be a regular thing, and that just might make this palatable. I'll deal with them just fine, Mr. Corbin, plus whatever else makes us the most money. Us. No matter how many times I say it, I'm not used to thinking in such terms. Too bad. I'd better get real comfortable real fast. I'm glad we could do business.
One more thing,
He says, completely ignoring me.
my daughter started work today, didn't she?
Oh, yeah, that. Shit. However much this asshole angers me, I've never been afraid in this conversation until he mentions Becca. Yes, she did, and she's a lovely girl. I'll check up on her before I leave today. I'm confident she'll learn what she needs to here and help us out during the transition. You selected a good place for her. We'll treat her right. She'll make us both happy. I don't even let myself remember all the ways I've made her happy. Up, down, and sideways.
She'd better, he growls. Lord knows Rebecca needs someone to scoop out that simple idealistic brain she got from her mother and install a backbone. Hopefully you're the man for the job.
I'm the man, all right. The man she called Sir as I drove my dick into her, fucking her little pussy again and again until she was almost too exhausted to walk. Reliving the mind-bending pleasure doesn't mean I've forgotten his gross, low opinion of his girl. If I didn't have billions on the line and so much distance between us, I'd reach through the phone and clock him across his smug, nasty jaw for shitting on her. She's 21, a woman. To him, she may as well be 11. She'll perform splendidly, I say bluntly. She's off to an excellent start. You don't have anything to worry about with her serving as my intern.
Oh, I have too many worries with that one, but they're none of your business. I'll have my people send over the draft agreement in the morning. Good day.
He hangs up. Yeah, and fuck you too, I mutter to myself, slamming the phone down. I should be relieved. I've just landed the biggest deal of my life, one of several very scarce, narrow paths available to take Neolithic to the next level. My company earned its name on the exchange as a sleek, fast-moving shark. Now it'll be a whale, huge and feared and respected. I'll let Corbin have his input in name only, and hope he spends his retirement drunk and stupid, blind to his business, a lot like my own dad before he died. One way or another, he'll find the rope to hang himself like all pricks do. This Becca problem won't be solved so easy. I get up, heading for the bathroom. I have a date with the cold water that's been waiting for my face all day. I splash it long and hard, drying myself off, and then fix my tie. Better. Refreshed, I pound my fist on the door and start heading back for Becca's desk. If I'm quick, I'll probably catch her before she leaves. I'm not wasting another second. If she hasn't figured it out yet, I left behind the only things I take my time with in Maine. In New York, I'm not the same man, and I'm damned sure not her sir, even though hearing it again would be a hell of a lot more pleasant than dealing with her asshole father. The lights are dim for the night in the main lobby when I step inside. I see Nina's monitor flick to black on her desk, meaning she shut down and walked out just a minute ago. Damn. That probably means Becca went with her. I'm about to turn and head back to my office for wrap-up when I hear the ladies' room next door to the elevators open. She moves fast. Faster still when she catches a quick glimpse of me. I've never seen a person tap the first floor button in the elevator so many times. I speed walk over, shove my hand against the door, and utter the word, "Wait." There's something huge in her throat. It must hurt to swallow it. I watch her as I step through the doors, stop in front of her, and slam my fist on the hold button. She's not getting out of here before we've had a chance to talk. Why didn't you tell me you were Rebecca Corbin? I can't believe I never got her last name.
Didn't know you'd want to see my ID before we slept together.
She looks hurt, flustered. I want to come closer, but I can't. Not if I want to keep this insane twist of fate professional.
Jesus, Grant, listen, I'm sorry. I'm just as shell-shocked over this as you are. If I'd known who you were, I'd have never let it happen. Honestly.
No regrets, remember? That's what you told me before you left my place. You were right. I won't let this change that. We can't change the past, and we'd be stupid to ignore it. I'm coming closer, risky as it is. My hand stabs the wall above her head, staring down at her. My face twitches once. so close to the lips I'm still dying to taste.
Just let me do my job. No games, Grant, please.
Her voice is soft, defeated. It isn't hard to see the hunger she's holding in, no different from mine, mingling with shame, both on a very short leash. Games? You think I've got the time? This isn't television, no room for slapstick, sneaky, passive-aggressive Romeo and Juliet crap. You know I'm direct. Hell, if I wanted more than I'm telling you now, I'd be hiking up your skirt and fucking you right here for half of New York City to see. As if on cue, a car blows its horn about 30 floors down, audible through the thick glass surrounding the elevator. She bites her lush lip as if she's considering it.
Don't. No teasing. It's nothing but trouble.
Wise words. Wisdom I shouldn't need from a girl who's barely old enough to drink. You're right, I growl, taking my hand off the wall. I do a turn, giving her breathing space, stepping over the metal barrier back to the marble floor. What do you propose, then? Pretend it never happened?
You're the one who said we can't take back the past, and I guess you're right,
she says, lowering her eyes to the floor before bringing them to me again. Fuck, they're lonelier than I've ever seen. How could it be just 3 days ago when they were full of laughter, life, and the best pleasure she'll ever know? What's going to make you comfortable here? We both deserve an environment for work, someplace serious without any distractions. Without wanting to fuck you so hard I can't think is what I really want to say. I hold my tongue because I'm serious about making her comfortable. My tongue isn't getting the best of me again, and neither is the greedier lower part of my anatomy. She deserves that much. Neither of us asked for this abomination. How do I help you? I ask again, pressing her.
Honestly, I'd love to see you take a nice long vacation from your own company until I'm done with this stupid internship.
Becca's blush tells me she regrets her words as soon as they're out. She twists her head, flicking her chestnut hair over her shoulder.
But you were here first. You have business, I get it. It isn't fair to ask for special accommodations for me.
You're the bluntest new hire I've ever seen with her boss's boss, Moscato. My tongue slips, losing the pet name, and I watch the horror fill her eyes. She looks around quickly as if there's anyone to overhear. Shit. I couldn't resist, especially when I see the nasty little part of Jeremiah Corbin in her.
Don't talk like that. We can't. Realistically, we have to move on. No, I don't know how, but we have to try.
Her little hands go up, rubbing her temples, easing her thoughts.
Maybe if we're not face-to-face like this every single day, it won't be so bad. I like Nina. If you'll keep me working with her and minimize our contact, I think we'll be fine. We'll survive. Is that an option, Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, but none of this Mr. Shaw bullshit. You're calling me Grant if we ever bump into each other in the halls. We've been too close to get so formal. I can't forget. Everyone will see through it if we start that stilted glacial crap, just like they nearly did this morning. We stared so hard I thought at least one of us would become a stone. I don't need an intern looking over my shoulder. You won't see me unless you need to. Don't fuck with my merger, and I'll be sure your old man gets a glowing report and my fullest endorsement for whatever you choose to do next.
Deal. Anything to stay out of your way. I'm sorry about this again.
Her voice becomes a whisper, like just talking about this crap has deflated her. I'm about to apologize too, but she's already tapped the button for the ground floor. She turns to the glass, refusing to look at me, even as the elevator doors slam shut. I hear it drop, taking her down. Just like that, my obsession is gone. My frustration isn't. I'd put my fist through the heavy metal doors if I didn't know they dented so easily. A disgruntled employee who couldn't hack it here several years ago proved that on his way out, kicking and screaming as security had him in a chokehold. Not everyone who runs through the Neolithic machine becomes gold. I've dealt with dirt and diamonds in the rough, but this... fuck, I don't know what to call it. Office romance? How about office tease? Except that makes me think of breaking every pathetic rule we just agreed to, dragging her to my desk and hate-fucking her on top of it at the first opportunity. Distance, idiot. Don't break your word, I tell myself. Right. When I told her she wouldn't see me again, I wasn't lying. Odds are I'll be busy tomorrow, cooped up with legal all day, making sure every T is crossed before Corbin and I sign our names to the merger. If only I didn't have that one-way window overlooking the rest of the office. She doesn't know it's guaranteed to draw me like a suicidal moth to open flame. It's a magnet and a doorway to her, a conduit to what I want like mad but can't have. A secret torment because whatever else I've agreed to in my cooler head, I won't be able to resist it. No distraction, no sedation, no vow will be enough to keep me from walking across my office, putting my eyes an inch from the glass and watching her while she works, remembering how fucking good we had it when we were just casual and I wasn't her boss. Sure, I'll be as professional as can be to her face. I'll smile warmly, make sure she gets the coffee and pastries I always buy for my crew, and tell Corbin what an amazing job she's doing for me the next time I meet his pompous ass. But when I'm alone behind the glass, I'll be an animal. I'll drink her in with my eyes however long I please, however long I need. I'll gawk until the ache in my balls stops. Whatever it takes to burn her into my brain so I can stroke off to her in the shower. She's made me an unwilling liar, and I hate dishonesty. I'm left with the cold truth stampeding through my head. No apology will make me sane when she's around. No agreement will ever take away the delicious thrill of want, the danger we've both been served on a silver platter. No fuckery will make me just move on as long as she's here. Not unless it involves one last taste of this forbidden wine becoming my obsession.
4. Home Sweet Home. After the day I've had, the last thing I want is to see my father smiling. There are only 2 reasons he ever wears anything on his lips besides a sour smirk. He's trampled someone new underfoot, or he wants something.
"Rebecca, my dear, how was your first day?"
He grabs me by the shoulders, too tight, and plants the same quick peck he always does on my cheek. Long. Reminds me how much I missed the sun in Colombia. Other than that, fine.
"Bah, you'll adapt,"
he says, sweeping away my concerns with a wave of his hand.
"If you've found your bearings in every godforsaken jungle on the planet since you were 12, you'll find them in the office, too. I'm happy for you, Rebecca. Come, share a victory drink with your father."
How about no? Conflict twists my stomach. He's throwing me a placating bone, trying to get me into the ancestral library where he spends most of his time, but he actually looks happy. It's an emotion I'm not used to seeing on his cold face, so rare I don't want to turn him down. Can I really say no to the warm smile below his salt and pepper mustache, or the light in his eyes? Can I live with myself if I bow out of the first after-work drink my father has offered me in my life? I guess I could use something to take the edge off, I say, following him across our huge estate into the grandest room. Our love for this room is one thing we share. Here, among the books, there are oceans between me and my worries. Bookshelves soar to the ceiling, their wooden shelves bathed in airy light streaming through the massive windows. Sometimes it's tinted soft sherbet orange and sunset red. Stained glass brings art and energy to an already lively room. Grecian urns and ancient vases from Chinese dynasties I can't remember line the small end tables. The walnut desks are the same ones I sat at with him since I was a little girl learning to read. This room has my secrets, and his too. It's where I did my first homework and doodled my first crushes. It's the same place Dad himself used when he was a boy, and my late grandfather before him. If there's any room that highlights the obvious, stop complaining and just enjoy the fact you're rich, it's here. And if it were just us, maybe I'd lose myself in the heartwarming atmosphere and the aged scotch he pours in 2 glasses. But we're not alone. I knew I wouldn't be so lucky the instant I stepped in behind him and saw the tall figure sitting in the chair next to Dad's huge desk.
"Chérie, it's a delight to see you again."
Ethan turns and stands, flashing his familiar off grin. The creep is persistent, I'll give him that. Without skipping a beat, he grabs my hand, holds it to his thin lips, and plants an unwanted kiss that's always clammy. "Good to see you too," I lie, ripping my hand away as soon as I can, taking the seat next to him. I push it across the floor, putting several inches between us. My father's smile melts as he sits with his drink across from us, observing the awkward tension. Too bad. This isn't happening. Ever. If only he'd stop trying to force it. Almost as much as I'd love the weirdo next to me to stop eyeing me like a ripe strawberry. Ethan's pale blue eyes are colder than his lips, and they add to his strange appearance. He's a thin, lanky weasel of a man in his gray tailored suit, wiry and strong in his own way, and hardly my idea of handsome. I don't care how rich he is, or how many European royals supposedly share his bloodline. He's neither prince nor charming. He emulates what he thinks a gentleman should be, and it's not hard to see the entitlement behind every kind gesture. It's incredible he hasn't moved on to something better when I've gently rebuffed him half a dozen times over the past year. Perhaps the world's richest otter man has nothing better to do, but I'm sick of it. Emphasis on sick. My stomach revolts when I imagine sharing a bed with him, possibly worse than usual today, because my billionaire boss showed me how good it could be with a normal man who knows how to act more real than a shell emulating emotion. If he were anywhere except here, he wouldn't even get a glance. Unfortunately for me, he's Dad's new business partner, the youngest owner of Fabius in the 100-year-old industrial giant's history, meaning I have to pretend to be nice.
Ethan and I were just discussing some very exciting facets of the merger with Neolithic. Tell us, dear, how does Mr. Shaw's firm look on the inside? Everything we hoped for?
Whoa, guys. I hold up a hand, almost choking on my scotch mid-sip. You said when I got this job I wasn't there to spy. I'm holding you to that. Since you're the one doing the deal with them, you figure it out.
So feisty today,
Ethan says to my father, smiling like they're discussing a special on the menu.
Love your passion, chérie. It will get a woman with your charms very far in life.
Oh, I'll show you charm, Mr. Fabius. I'm not your chérie or anyone else's, I say through clenched teeth. Okay, screw nice. I'm not having the pet name anymore. Dad lifts a hand in warning, frowning.
Be kind to our guest, dear. He's come a long way to see us. Before you continue your tirade, I wasn't asking you to sneak out their tax returns or count each time Shaw sneezes. Simply wondering how you liked it on the inside.
It's a stuffy office packed to the brim with self-driven blowhards, just like every other firm. What else do you want me to say? I knock my scotch back, draining it, watching my father's eyes bulge from the corner of my vision.
If Neolithic displeases you, Rebecca, there's other opportunities in the EU. Allow me the pleasure of introducing them. My connections go deep.
Ethan's eyes flicker, secretly hoping I'll jump on his oh-so-generous offer.
Fabius is a global company. If the continent doesn't interest you, we'd love to have you anywhere.
Anywhere? I think the only place he cares about is having me on my knees, or bent over so he can have his wretched way. Sorry, I don't speak French, I say, hoping he'll drop it there. I'm just venting, really. It's not like I'm ready to throw in the towel at Neolithic on my first day. I know the strings you had to pull to get me in there, Dad. Believe it or not, I appreciate it. Of course, there's one huge reason why I should leap at the chance to exit Neolithic with what's left of my dignity. Having a boss who also took my virginity less than a week ago is more than enough reason to quit in any sane universe. But I give them the same answer I gave Grant, digging my stubborn heels in, refusing to back down. Worst part is, I don't even know why it's so important to my fragile ego.
English is an asset,
Ethan tells me matter-of-factly, his expression cooler.
If you change your mind at any time, chérie, You know how to find me.
Thanks, asshole. I'll get right on that as soon as I'm comfortable with chérie. How does a century or two sound?
That's a very generous offer, but it seems she's set on embarrassing herself in front of my business partner for the next few months. Cut her a little slack.
Dad uses his patented joking but not really joking tone. It never fails to make my blood run hot. Better me than your precious company, I snap.
It's a joke, dear,
he insists. We both know the truth. He lets out a long sigh, rolling his eyes as he looks at Ethan.
I'm sorry it's so difficult to catch her on a good day. We'll try again, maybe over dinner sometime in the next few weeks.
I don't say anything right away because Ethan finally looks annoyed. Hopefully it means he'll think about giving up on pursuing me and move on to his next American trophy wife in the making. But my hope doesn't last long when I see his smile returning.
Certainly, Mr. Corbin. That would be wonderful. I'll have my men at your beck and call to go over the merger's implications for our line of business. We're looking forward to the new injection of capital from you and Shaw.
They stand, exchange wolfish smiles, and shake hands. I slump in my chair, wishing he'd never put the bottle of scotch away. I've never had a day since I turned 21 where I wanted to get blackout drunk as badly as this one. They're laughing, exchanging a few more meaningless words as Dad escorts the Frenchman to the door. Ethan stops before he exits the office one last time, looking back over his shoulder.
Wish you nothing but the best with Neolithic and all your chosen ventures, chérie. Please rest. Perhaps you'll feel more refreshed next time we meet.
I don't even look at him, just stick my hand above my head and wave lamely. The door opens and then falls shut. He's gone. Thank God. Dad materializes in front of me a few seconds later, ripping the empty glass out of my hand, hands on his hips.
I understand I've let you get by too long without doing any real work for a living, but must you be so goddamned rude?
I don't know, I say, blinking away my surprise. He's truly angry. Must you keep pushing that creep on me when I've told you 100 times I'm not interested?
I don't appreciate your tone, Rebecca Lynn. Ethan's a nice young man. He deserves better than being chastised like a damned dog every time he throws flowers at your feet asking for some simple courtesy. Do you have any idea how many men in his class would have turned and run a long time ago?
He wags a finger, scolding me like I'm still 9 years old, returning to his liquor cabinet to refresh his glass. He never offers me another drink.
I'm not sure where you've picked up such a vicious chip on your shoulder, but you'd better lose it fast before you embarrass this family.
Oh, so it's the family you're worried about now? I thought I was just making an ass of myself in front of your new business partner.
It's always the family, dear. Everything I do is for us.
The last word comes like a bullet dipped in venom.
There's a world bigger than yourself, older, wiser, and more important than your own petty desires. I've tried to make you see it since the day you were born. Lately, no matter how hard I try, you're not just blind, you're willfully ignorant. Keep it up, little missy, and I may well wash my hands of everything like I should have when you ran off to Bogota last year without even a note on the counter. You're being reckless, Rebecca. You're dragging us down. I can't make you do right. It's your responsibility to shape up, fly right, and marry the right man. Not mine.
Finally, we're on the same page. My life, Dad, not yours. Not the family's, whatever that means. I'll always appreciate the advantages you've given me, but you're not telling me what to do.
No, dear, but I will give you direction. I'm not standing by while you screw up and make your mistakes mine. Listen to me, Rebecca. Do not get in my way. Not with Shaw. Not with Fabius. Not with anything. You're treading on my game. I've worked years setting up pieces you'll never understand. I won't let my kid come along and turn over the whole board. I suggest you watch what you're doing, and also watch your mouth. Now get the hell out of my sight."
He throws his hand out, more angrily than before. I don't need to be told twice. It's a typical end to our conversations. So typically Jeremiah Corbin that I'd smile at the familiarity if only he weren't bossing me around and tearing my self-esteem to shreds. I stand up, walk briskly to the door, turning to get in one last barb. "Thanks for making it clear it's been your game all along, Dad. I never took your family talk seriously because it's all a load of crap. You do you, and count me out." I'm gone, winding my way through the halls, halfway expecting to hear his scotch glass slam into the door behind me. Wouldn't be the first time. I pass by our living room with the huge TV. Mom sits like a zombie in front of it, watching her Italian soaps, probably into her 4th evening glass of port. Much to my amazement, she hears me passing, sits up and waves excitedly. "Oh, Rebecca, honey, how was your first day?" She pulls at my hair, tugging my face down so she can kiss my cheek. "Just peachy," I say. The port bottle on the little table next to her is barely drained. I'm not sure why she's this sober. I'm not in the mood to find out. "Well, any chance they'll give you a couple weeks off soon? I've been reading about the resorts in Dubai this morning, and they're simply fabulous. There's one with cheetah cubs, honey. Cheetahs! I think I found our next family vacation spot." By family vacation, she means bringing me to tag along while she roasts in the sun, drinks every cocktail in sight, and flirts with the bronze pool boys and bartenders. "I don't think it works that way, Mom. It's a temp job, remember?" Of course she doesn't. She's never worked a day for anyone else in her life. Most places only give their senior employees, like, a few weeks off every year. I can't just drop everything and jet off with you for 2 weeks. Maybe in the fall. I'll only be at Neolithic 4 months, tops. She frowns. "Then who will take pictures when I do the day cruise in the Persian Gulf?" "Try the concierge. I think we have about 1 million of those benefits lined up on the charge cards Dad passes out like candy." She turns, stuffing her nose back into the travel magazine without even a goodbye. On the TV, an Adonis with bold blue eyes and just enough facial hair runs after his scorned lady, shouting in Italia. I'm too rusty to understand everything. But I do pick up just enough before I'm out of earshot. I mentally translate it and bite my tongue. "Dove, you think I care that you're my servant? You douse my blood in kerosene and light it on fire every time we breathe the same air. You think I care what they say, or how much trouble this brings? You're mine, love, and I'll make sure the whole town shares this kiss." Absolute torture, considering the last 24 hours. Before, my worries were packed away neatly in this house with my neurotic parents and their egos. Now I have a bigger, handsome, bearded concern at the office, and he isn't going away. The world won't quit reminding me either. Maybe I need to just hide in my room, order pizza, and talk it through with Tay. Really, though, I have a bad feeling none of those things will make me feel better. I wish I could run, leave it all behind. Have someone else pick up the shattered, screwed-up, complicated pieces of my flagging life. Call me weak. Tell me to stop letting life use me as a foam roller for its twisted kinks. Obviously, I can't just pack up, flee, and hope I'm able to cash out enough money from my trust fund before Dad blocks my distributions. I won't actually do it, of course. I'm too stubborn to give in without a fight. I'm not failing Grant or myself by letting this dumb crush chase me off a perfectly boring but good job. Not when I'm out to prove my father wrong and show him I understand his cutthroat business world perfectly well. So well, in fact, I want no part of it. But God, I wish it weren't so complicated. Deep down, that trip to Dubai doesn't sound half bad. Holy Hannah, you're joking, right? Your boss? Your yes, Ms. Corbin, I want 100 memos and a coffee in my hand by noon today, boss? Holy shit. Tay never fails to be eloquent with words. What are the odds? It's like you're living a bad comedy. Well, I'm not laughing. We're on the phone. I half regret spilling the big secret, even though it makes me feel better to have someone else in on my agony. Seriously, Tay, what do I do? Dad will kill me if I don't follow through on this. He already thinks I'm a ginormous screw-up to the 10th degree. I'd tell him where to stuff it if I didn't need the family trust to do anything I really want to once I'm done with Neolithic. I want to go back to the charity, be there on the ground, make sure the pipes I promised are getting built and people's lives are getting better. I want a chance to help them, damn it, and I wish everything would stop screwing it up. Oh, and just leave New York again without even a kiss goodbye? I don't think Mr. Bearded Axe will appreciate that. She pauses to burst a bubble with the gum I hear her chewing. Hell, lady, neither will I. You don't walk away from a man like that when the universe dumps him in your lap. It's Bastard Axe. That's what the tattoo I told you about said, anyway. I sigh. What do you want me to do here? It's not like we can just pick up where we started in Maine without making it 100 times worse. Lay low. Let him come to you. If he wants it bad enough, he'll make it happen. Everybody else can get fucked. You're not helping, Taylor. Remember how I want to find a way to make this a boring office job without a million complications? No excitement, no drama, no tears. You worry too much, Becca. I basically had to push you into his arms just to turn in your V-card. We went up to Maine for fun, remember? I know you wanted to get it in up there so you could deal with the BS back here, but nobody ever said no fun ever when you're back in New York City. He's your boss. He's not God. He's the first man I slept with. You said it yourself before the trip to Maine. Keep it casual. Going after a man who probably wants as little to do with me as I do him doesn't sound like a fling. I did the casual thing once. Fine. But I can't have a relationship with Dad's fucking business partner. I'm not cut out for long-term playmates anyway. Tay laughs. I don't have to ponder hard to see her eyes rolling, especially when she's had a queen's lineup of boyfriends, casuals, part-time doms, and everything in between. We're polar opposites, despite being besties, and she thinks I'm being silly. Nobody said marry him. An office fling could be pretty hot. Why don't you just reach behind you, pull the stick out, stop worrying so much, and enjoy? Like it's that easy. For her, maybe. Me? I don't swing that way. I'm the girl with 100 different obligations dangling over her head like a piano on a rope, ready to crush her if she steps in the wrong place. Being a Corbin sucks, and our wealth comes with strings. Often it's a curse rather than a blessing. Hello, Becca? I'm here, I say, wondering how long I've frozen, digesting bitter thoughts. Help me, Tay. Grant agreed he'd keep our contact minimal. I'm hoping he'll keep his promise, but it's a small firm. We'll see each other. We're going to bump shoulders in the hallways or the break rooms sooner or later. We'll sit at the same table again, all eyes glued to him as he sets the direction for his company. What then? God, I can see it now. It's not hard remembering how hot he looked in his full suit. I thought he had a knack for making me wet in jeans and an Oxford shirt, enjoying the Maine shore. But when he's in his natural element, commanding billions on the line, it's masculine poetry, man art, like watching a lion dominating his savanna turf. Stop worrying. Seriously, girl, you'll give yourself an early grave. Remember what we used to sing in choir? Que sera, sera. Even the Greeks knew there's a time to just roll with it and let it happen. You're not gonna blow this. I won't let you. Romans, Tay. It's Latin. I don't think anyone ever had to worry about their office crush back when it was in vogue, either. You know I never paid attention to that crap, she says, blowing another bubble with a loud pop. Give him a chance or don't. These things always sort themselves out. You'll find your way back to sleeping in tents and arguing with engineers in the jungle if you're meant to. Becca Corbin never fails a test. Thank fuck, or I'd be a lot worse with nobody to get the answers from at the academy. No crush, no Grant, no stupid parents can screw this up. Yeah, just me, I think to myself. But at least she's made me smile. I hope she's right. We say a few more words and then hang up. I'm alone, it's late, and I haven't even showered. Suds and hot water always help. Grant creeps into my thoughts the whole time I'm under the steaming shower head. I try like hell to zone out and wash away the bad day, but psychic dirt doesn't come off so easily. He's here, his memory. I think about our first morning together, when we woke up late and sore. He said there was no sense taking turns in the shower. His strong hands lifted me up and carried me in with him over his shoulder. Inside the stall with its gold-framed tile, behind the heavy glass, he took me, hard and slow. Hands on the wall for me, Moscato. Words I don't think I'd forget if I tried. God, and the sex, it's branded in my memory, every sensation. Him rolling on the condom, fist in my hair, mounting me from behind, each stroke pushing our hips deeper into a delicious collision. Our slick flesh slapping together, echoing through the spa-like bathroom the whole time as his thrusts come rougher, faster, persistently deeper. Fuck! I'm flushed when I snap out of it. I've let the shower warm my neck for too long. It's starting to sting. I must have cranked it up a few notches too high when I climbed in. I was also a million miles away when I put one hand on the wall and wedged the other between my legs, greedy fingers searching for my clit. Betrayed by my own body and mind. Jesus. Frustrated is far too mild to describe what I'm feeling just now. There's no easy cure for this insanity. None which doesn't involve stepping out in a fury, blow-drying my hair and passing the hell out in a tense, hot mess. Or finishing what I've started. Clenching my teeth, I put my hand back where it belongs. It's horrible how a man this forbidden controls my pussy from a distance. It's disaster when I close my eyes, forget our little agreement, flatten myself against the cool wall, and remember while I push my fingers deep into my aching chasm. It's tragic. Yes, fucking tragic, when I know I'll see him this week. Maybe as soon as tomorrow. It's inevitable we'll lock eyes and he'll just know I did this. He'll know I'm so weak, shameless, and conflicted I couldn't stop myself from getting off to our sex, wishing so goddamned bad in the heat of it we could do it again. Bastard. No, bastard axe. I cry out when I come, refusing to say his name. My pussy throbs, aches, overheats as it clenches my hand, a sorry replacement for his pierced cock. Then I stumble backwards and catch myself against the bench, a wobbly-kneed mess, knowing I'll need a few minutes under the crisp shower to wash away my shattered willpower. Maybe Tay's right. I should stop worrying and let it happen. Whatever the hell it means. But later, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I stare down into the blackness, seeing the full disaster looming. There are no good options, just several bad ones, each with consequences tainting every part of my life. If I blow the Neolithic internship and lose my trust, I think I'll recover. If I tell Ethan to go to hell if he doesn't let up and it ruins his deal with Dad, then I'll probably lose it again. But my father won't stay mad forever. If I give up, give in, and get too close to Grant Shaw for a second time, Jesus, there's no coming back. It won't be a misstep. It'll be my end. He'll blow everything to hell and back, starting with my heart.
5. Barely touched. Week 1 down. First week with my balls on fire so long I break out in a cold sweat every time I watch her through the glass. First week I've become a distracted, gawking mess. First week racing home after playing clumsy catch-up on the merger late into the night, then ripping off my clothes and fucking my own fist furiously underneath an ice-cold shower. First week I get how Hades and Luke felt when their women started to chew through their souls. Both my brothers fell to a love-bug obsession I swore I'd never understand. So fucking much for that. 1 week over. Roughly 15 weeks, maybe more to go. I can't go on like this. Not sipping coffee in front of the one-way glass, pretending I'm overlooking my vast empire. It should remind me what's at stake if I can't swallow this need to have her under me again. Reality is, it doesn't do a damn thing. Everything I've built with my own bare hands and a good head on my shoulders falls to pieces when I'm able to stare at her, knowing I can't touch. There are reasons I'm becoming a raving loon when I see Ms. Strictly Off Limits. 17 billion reasons, to be precise. That's what's on the starting line as soon as the merger with Corbin's group is final. Still, my screwed-up brain wants to put all 17 billion chips on the table for one more kiss. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've considered hitting the clubs for fresh skirt, leaving the merger to my managers and going away to a nice tropical island. Maybe even talking to a damn shrink. But the devil's in the details when machines as big as Neolithic and Corbin Financial move their gears. Besides looking like a reckless idiot, I'd seem unreliable and crazy to my own team if I pulled up stakes in the thick of this company growing like never before. Becca's one of the crew now. I watch her laughing with my boys at the water cooler, handing off printouts to them throughout the day, always with a grin on their faces that's a little too broad. She chews her bright purple bubble gum, popping it with her finger when she thinks no one's looking. It turns the heads of several boys a few desks down when they have just the right angle to see. Secretly, maybe I want to rip a few of those heads off each and every time they see her as more than just a co-worker. Hiring too many bright-eyed, bushy-tailed kids from the best colleges in the country means too damn many are still single, sniffing around her too close for my liking when they tell their buddies they're going to ask her to drinks after work. Yeah, I may have had Nina keep an eye on the gossip and report back to me. So the fuck what? It's Corbin's daughter, I tell her. I can't have the young hotheads here getting into her pants, screwing with her heart, sending her home to VIP daddy in tears. She doesn't need to know the real reason. Sure, I may have lied through my teeth. I've been doing a lot of that lately, mostly to myself. I'm at my desk on Monday evening, legs reminding me I went too hard on a fitful late run, picking over the latest details from legal with my silver pen. I'm learning fast I can't just work her out of my system or bleach her from my brain with too much exercise. Every time I glue my eyes to billionaire legalese for more than 5 minutes, the words blur. They become words like Becca, fuck her, now, right before my screaming eyes. Crazy. What's even more insane is what I decide to do when the office begins closing up Monday night. I stand up from my desk, walk over to the window, and stare down at my obsession. She's one of the last to leave. As much as she loathes it here, she has a work ethic. Nina hasn't ever had it this easy, with Becca lightening her load. She's wearing a long blue summer dress today. It's classier than she usually dresses, and I want to know why. If it's for one of the boys from trade or IT, I'll strangle the sorry bastard with my bare hands. I wait for her to grab her phone, her purse, and make her way to the elevator. Then I count to 60 before I follow, giving her a full minute's head start. Those quiet walks in the Maine woods watching nature pay off. I'm as sneaky as I am patient. She won't see me coming. My guts knot up driving behind her, my car strategically positioned out of sight. There's a sense of imminent risk or reward in my system, like waiting for a hand of poker. Tonight, something goes. It'll either be the ocean blue number clinging to her skin, or my fucking mind. She walks into a local wine bar, and she isn't alone. There's a man, A total stranger I've seen for all of 10 minutes, and I already want him dead. Who he is and what he's done to land a date with what's mine isn't the big mystery. No, it's why Becca looks bored out of her skull when she's sitting across the table from him, drinking her wine way too fast for a date that isn't bombing. When she isn't glazing over, there's a nervous tick in her lips, and not because she likes what she sees across from her. I swear her face isn't much different with this stranger than it is at work. Hell, maybe it's more tense than ever. I watch for another 5 minutes, plotting my move. A couple people do double takes when I make my way across the street and into the restaurant, where I hit the bar for a quick glass of wine. Some of them are probably wondering where they've seen my face before, the bastard acts of Wall Street plastered on the tabloid racks. These days my publicity is less about my sales antics and more about business. I play it cool with the media, especially when there's as big a fish as Corbin on the line, especially when I'm after my business partner's daughter. It's too damn loud in the restaurant to hear what they're saying without getting close. I take the stool closest to their table where I sip my Moscato. What else? And wait to see if she notices.
Surely you've seen the news, chérie. So many sides to the war, so much opportunity. My grandfather never dreamed of the contracts we'd ever brought, even during the worst of Algeria. It's simply breathtaking how well Fabius is doing. There's money in the war and in the aftermath, and I'm eager to share the wealth whatever way I can.
What the hell? I didn't expect money in politics, much less what sounds like dirty business.
Then why don't you use it to broker peace? If you have deals with so many different sides, like you say, then you should have a leg up getting them to the table instead of selling them more to kill each other.
Perhaps I misjudged. The grim expression souring Becca's face tells me she isn't interested in what he's offering.
If I had billions to spare, I'd make the world better. I wouldn't waste it making more on war. War isn't the only thing Fabius does, chérie. Why don't you find out for yourself? You don't have to do everything your father insists. Why waste your time with this dead-end internship? Self-initiative would do you good. Come to Europe. I'll send you anywhere you'd like, wherever we have offices. Paris, Rome, both are exceptionally romantic in the late summer. I know the best they have to offer, and I can show you.
Mystery asshole slurs his thick French accent. He's blasted, already had one too many, and it isn't helping his case.
Ethan, I told you, I didn't come here to talk about that. I came because I want us to have an understanding without screwing up family business.
She pauses, as if considering her next words very carefully. Her hand goes to her face, wiping sweat from her brow.
How do I put this? Tell me we are moving too fast, he says hopefully.
Then the overgrown weasel puts his dirty paws on my woman, and I fucking lose it. Becca! I call her name more angrily than I'd like, stepping quickly toward the table. She turns, blinks in disbelief, and totally forgets about the idiot next to her when she finds me standing behind her. Damn, it's really you. Such a small world.
Grant, what the hell are you doing here? She whispers.
I lean in, ignoring the dirty look from the Frenchman glaring over her shoulder. Saving you. Now play along. She turns, a nervous smile on her face.
Ethan, this is my boss, Grant Shaw. Mr. Shaw, Ethan Fabius, business associate and friend of the family.
Not date. Thank God. I smile, extend my hand, and receive the limpest, clammiest handshake I've ever had in my life.
Charmed, he says in his smooth accent. I'd intended to pay you a visit soon anyway, Mr. Shaw. After the merger, we'll both be working more closely.
Wonderful. Is there any end to this tightrope I'm walking? I knew I recognized the name Fabius, I say, bringing my hand to the small of Becca's back. My apologies for the interruption. I came by to pick her up, and I got here a little early. Becca asked me to go over her charity's financials tonight, and for my favorite intern, I'm happy to oblige. Even happier to oblige her tight body. Sweet fuck, I have to pinch my thigh through the pocket just to control the instant annoying hard-on touching her brings.
Tonight?
He accidentally bangs his knee against the low edge of the table, catching it before their glasses go crashing to the ground.
Rebecca, you said we had something to discuss. I cleared my schedule for you.
She gives him her best puppy dog eyes.
I'm really, really sorry, Ethan. Bad scheduling. I swore I was sitting down with Grant tomorrow for the charity stuff. Can I make it up to you? How about the family dinner Dad said he'd like to do in a couple of weeks?
I feel her stiffen while Fabius ponders. His handshake tells me he's a damn pushover, but there's a quiet fury in his ghost blue eyes I don't like.
Of course. I have some other business to attend to anyhow. Have your father contact my assistant to set up dinner.
He rises, reaches into his wallet, and throws down his credit card. It's a black Centurion with a royal purple stripe through it, just like mine. I'd expect nothing less from another billionaire. I also pick it up, press it back in his hand, and give him my warmest smile. Don't worry about it, pal. My treat for the inconvenience. I've had her buried in work all week. Really should have sent her a reminder this evening about our meeting. Totally slipped my mind in the merger craze.
Merci. Appreciate your generosity, Mr. Shaw. We'll sit down one day soon and talk international business, he says, his eyes showing none of the warmth in his tone. One day, I agree, picking up the tab. I walk to the register, never taking my hand off Becca. Ethan's eyes are dirty magnets. They never leave us for a single second while I pay. I still feel them when we get in my car, but I don't look back to double-check. Now that she's with me, he isn't worth another second. Great timing, she says, buckling herself in as I start the engine. Glad I wasn't alone when I saw how he got when you stole me away.
Where to, I ask. There'll be time later to get the real story out of her. Sounds like you've got a lot on your chest.
Anywhere he doesn't know, she says, fixing her hair. Surprise me.
Give me 10 minutes. I know a place. Not quite the small-town gem of Sandford's, but it'll do. Becca smiles when I mention the bar in Chandlersport. It's raining. My car cuts through the wet, velvety night with ease, adding its soft growl to New York's dark streets. The car won't be the only thing growling before this night is over if I have my way. I'll get Becca's story out of her. Then I'll remind her how good it feels to have my tongue again, mouthing a filthy prelude to all the other ways Sir knows how to taste his Moscato. Why'd you do it if he makes you so uncomfortable? We're up on the rooftop at my favorite Italian place with a fresh bottle of wine. Slipped the owner an extra bill or two for some privacy. It's technically closed off on Mondays, but for the right price, a man will sell anything.
Playing peacemaker. Trying to get him off my back before I freak out and blow Dad's relationship with him. Maybe yours, too.
She drains what's left in her glass. I reach for the bottle to top us both off. I know this deal means a lot to your old man. He practically made the Euro investments part of the fine print when we reached our agreement. Didn't know he was personal friends with Fabius. She wrinkles her nose.
Something like that. I don't see the appeal either, except for the guy being loaded. Like old-world money and royalty loaded. A tier higher than families like ours, brought up in the unaristocratic U.S. of A.
Never felt underclassed in my life, and neither should you, I say, moving an inch closer to her. There's static in the air between us. The kind that doesn't hurt when you touch it, but burns like a complete bastard because we're still too far apart. I need my hands back on this girl before the night is through.
It's more than that, she says, clamming up like she's said too much.
Tell me, I say. Fuck it. I reach for her hand, enjoying how she swallows when my fingers twine with hers. Whatever it is, I want to know.
Well, frankly, he's just a creep. There's something off about him, Grant. Tay started calling him Monsieur Creepo, and it fits like a glove.
Charmingly old world. Didn't know your best friend was an expert in linguistics, I say. She giggles. Sweetest sound I've heard since I first coaxed it out at my cabin.
I'll never understand why my father wants to deal with this guy so badly. I feel like there's more than money at stake.
More how? My eyes narrow and my fingers tighten on hers, pulling her nails across my skin. You think there's what? Something illegal happening? She doesn't answer.
Not necessarily, but the man doesn't have a heart. He doesn't spend his personal time with other associates like he does with Ethan.
I don't follow. She looks at me, and I lean closer, pushing the wine glass gently to the table, making room for my hand to claim her face. Brushing her cheek, Becca closes her eyes. Easier than I expected to bring her to the zone. That makes it twice as wrong, twice as dangerous. Damn if that deters me.
And Ethan, he pretends, but deep down he's just as cold. He doesn't think twice about profiting off war. Before you barged in on us at the bar, he was telling me about his firm's new contracts in Syria, talking about building guns and bombs, passing them out like Girl Scout cookies. He doesn't see anything wrong. He thinks it's just Fabius pushing one more product to eager buyers.
And you're a humanitarian at heart, I whisper, bringing my face closer to hers, heat pouring from my lips to her neck. Becca nods. It's hell keeping my hands off her chest. No, I'll find her nipples hard as stone, begging to be rolled and sucked, aching for me. You thought being a generation apart made us polar opposites, didn't you, Moscato? My lips brush hers once, very lightly. I hold the kiss until she nods. But before I move in to fully conquer, she twists her neck, her jade-green eyes strained and unsettled.
No! We can't start up again, Grant, as much as I might want to.
Don't lie to me. Your words tell a different story from your pretty green eyes, Moscato. They want me tasting you again, just like I did when I put my tongue between your legs until you screamed. Her body seizes in my arms, warming a few degrees. Let those eyes do the talking for once. Forget what's right and wrong for one more night, yeah? I thought I did the right thing when we cut our little agreement last week. Thought I could honor it, thought I wouldn't lose my mind to the urge pounding in my balls every time I lay eyes on you. I thought fucking wrong. Kiss me, Moscato. I don't give her a choice. Her lips soften a second after they're mine. It's even better than I remember. She's sugary innocence dipped in lust, heart and soul asking the flesh for reassurance. Raw, reluctant need seeking the perfect excuse to break its chain. Her tongue melts under mine. I own her mouth the same way I've dreamed of having her body again since our frantic nights together. When her hand reaches up, brushing my beard, I taste her moan. No, I'll have her again. No, I'll self-combust if I don't have her sweet pussy all over me by the end of the night. Certainty should be a relief. All it does is make my dick throb harder, impatient as ever.
Mr. Shaw.
I pull myself off her and spin around, ready to smash the wine bottle over the head of whatever idiot has decided to interrupt us.
It's past the closing time, and the word on the street is the health inspector's coming for a surprise visit tomorrow. Terribly sorry about the cutting in like this.
It's Emilio, the owner. Becca looks down with a flush, 100 times more embarrassed than I am about the old Italian walking in on us just when we were heating up. Annoyed or not, I can't blame a man for looking after his business. We were just on our way out, I say, forcing a smile, grabbing her hand. I'm happy I went easy on the wine so I don't have to worry about waiting to drive or finding a ride.
If you'd like, sir, I'll refund you half for the intrusion.
Keep the change, Emilio. Good luck with your inspection. I lead her out. We don't say anything until we're both in the car. Her eyes say she's rethinking everything that's happened tonight. The fear and doubt burbles up again when she looks at me, ready to utter a word about how it's later than she thought and she'd better turn in. I know another place, I say, cutting her off at the pass. Tell me about South America. I love a good travel story.
You own this place?
She says later, doing a double take. The glittery neon sign going up the side of the building breaks the pleasant trance she's been in, telling me about her travels for charity. It's investing 101. Diversification, I say, smiling as I kill the car and step out, circling around to help her out the passenger side. I've had Club BIG for 5 years. Doesn't add a whole lot to my bottom line, all things considered, but it's a nice place to wow the younger kids who come to me for business.
Sir!
The bouncer recognizes me instantly behind the tight rope. He almost salutes, just like I'm the damned president, something I've told him at least a half a dozen times before to drop. I slip him a wad of bills before we enter. Inside it's dark, colors oscillating softly. Neon blues and dense pinks alternate on the wall, illuminating a couple dozen dance addicts on the floor this Monday night. I take her straight to my private booth, ordering a couple of drinks first. There's a curtain to separate us from all the commotion.
Do I dare ask what the BIG stands for? I mean, I think I can guess, but you don't seem like the type who needs to compensate in other areas of your life.
She looks down at my crotch. I grin, shaking my head. The idiot who owned it before me called it big. I made it an acronym. This club is all about what's beautiful, intense, and guilty. In other words, pleasure, Moscato. I hear it's amazing. You ought to try it sometime. My hand goes to her leg. She's so fucking warm, aching to resume where we left off at Emilio's. I have to be careful here. If I get too carried away, I will fuck her back here in this booth, something I've never done before with the handful of girls I've brought here. It's not my style. I don't want to wind up like 100 other club owners in this city, glorified pimps, kinksters, and exhibitionists. If diversification has always been my first rule, then don't shit where you eat has always been number 2. You're still worried? I ask, moving my hand up her thigh, feeling her cling to me. She shakes her head, fierce denial I quietly approve. It means she's starting to believe we can fuck without complications getting in the way. The waiter comes just in time with our drinks, 2 whiskey sours, something a little stronger than the wine earlier this evening to take the edge off her rotten day.
I don't know, Grant.
She lifts her glass, taking a long sip. My fingers caress her softly, reading the story her skin tells me in its warmth, its energy, its need. Actually, you do. I think you wore that beautiful blue dress hoping I'd notice. We both know it wasn't for Pepe Le Pew.
Spare me, she rolls her eyes. It was Tay's idea. She told me a girl shouldn't go on a let-him-down-easy date without a parachute to bring in someone else in case he gets clingy.
Curious advice for a friend, I say, hiding my smile in my beard. Guess Tay just wants me to work harder. If you'd run off to someone else in the bar looking for protection, I'd have had to steal you away from 2 unworthy jackasses. Laughing, her hands go to my chest. Playful resistance, familiar and sweet. I could listen to her airy, happy sounds all night, but my lips don't have the patience. My next kiss comes in hot, silencing her sweet and playful side with a more carnal urge. I haven't touched more than a sip of my whiskey sour. Good thing, too, because this Moscato taking my tongue on hers is a goddamn drug. I still don't understand it. The more I have her, the more I want. The closer I am to fucking her brains out for the 1,000th time, the more I need to do it 100. When her hands slide down my face and push through my beard, I think how naked, how sad they look without a rock that would bind her to me forever. And fuck, I've officially lost it. This is how Grant Shaw goes down? This? A raging, confused, sex-crazed mess? Slayed by the first woman he's ever met who isn't just obsessed with his thick, pierced cock and the billions in the bank? A woman who's too young, too rich, and too damned complicated to ever make this right. Wrong? Damn straight. Knowing she's forbidden makes me want her more. My hand moves through her hair, collecting a fistful of soft chestnut waves, and I bury her in 10 more hard kisses before I move to her throat. My other hand won't stay idle. It goes up her dress, finds her panties soaked, and flicks them aside. Her eyes pop, roll, and dance in their sockets when I shove 2 fingers in her pussy. She loses another delicate moan in my ear while I'm kissing at her throat, my mouth roaming her perfect palm-sized tits, her nipples almost as hungry as her clit to feel my tongue all over them again. No turning back now, even if I hadn't shot down restraint since the second I decided to follow her out of the office. We're in for another penny with this crazy, beautiful thing, and I'm looking for a whole fucking pound. She twists under me as I move between her legs, laying her down on the soft leather surface beneath us. A low growl escapes my throat as I shove her thighs apart, inhaling her scent, wondering how fast I can shred her panties with my teeth before I bring her off so hard she drenches the rest of what she's wearing. I've trained more than a few squirters in my time. There's potential in her. Just thinking about her sweet pussy gushing all over my balls almost makes me lose a load in my pants.
Yes, Grant.
She whispers my name, shrill and satisfying, as soon as I bite down on the lace between her legs. My hands lift her ass. Soon her panties are around her ankles, leaving her steaming, sweet little cunt wide open for my tongue.
Oh, God.
Sick, crude bastard that I am, I like to imagine she's decided to use the G word for me, as if "sir" wasn't enough to make my balls seethe. I give her my tongue, sinking it deep again and again. Her hips thrash in the leather seat as pleasure comes. Too much, too soon, but I don't fucking care. She'll come for me again. She'll be dynamite, convulsing beneath my tongue, surrendering the husky screams I've demanded since our last night in my bed, one indecent lick at a time. I'll make her mine, slave to nothing else. She'll forget the heaping price we'll both pay if her father finds out what we're doing in the office behind his back. Hell, it hasn't even happened in the office yet. Sweet lunacy hits when I think I might seriously have her on my desk one day, legs wrapped around me, sending my fancy pens and paperweights crashing to the floor. We'll shake the whole goddamn city with our animal lust. My fingers dig into her sweet ass tighter while my tongue fucks her to heaven. She's squirming, twitching, writhing just for me. No mercy until she lets go. Sweeping my tongue across her pussy, I master it more with every lick. I devour her. My teeth pull her fragile clit in and hold on tight, spanking her bud with the tip of my tongue again and again.
Grant! Grant!
She's screaming. Becca's muscles tense so hard her legs wobble before she drops the final word. Everything I want to hear. A breathless, crazed sigh.
Coming!
For me, dear Moscato, I think to myself, come so fucking hard you break. I pin her down and lick with wild abandon, guiding her release. I create her O. I taste it. I own it. Same way I'll rule every inch of her, long and hard and hell-bent into the night. Break. I tongue the word into her tender flesh, again every time her legs clench tight to my head and she cries out. Truth is, I'm done with the chase. I want her tamed, thinking less, fucking more. I taste her tight cunt long after her legs have stopped twitching. Honey sweetness floods my mouth until my jaw goes numb. When I come up for air, it's my turn to gasp, growling as I replenish the oxygen in my lungs. No exaggeration, I almost blacked out on divine pussy overload. Her body is addiction incarnate, a vicious experience, a distraction from the very air I breathe. That's my Becca. So perfect, intense, and mysterious I'll die before I stop obsessing. Call it unhealthy. Call it mad. I know the rest of the world will, if it ever finds out, about 1 second before it comes down on our heads like an angry tsunami. Does the risk make this sweeter? Don't know, but I'll be damned if it'll make me stop.
You could have taken a break,
she says, mischief in her eyes. I pull myself up next to her with one hand on the table, falling back, tasting the last of her on my mustache. No, you taste too good, Moscato. She's staring at me like she doesn't believe a word I'm saying. Do I have to prove it? Yeah, I think I do. I grab the back of her head and pull her into me. My mouth consumes hers harder than before. Moving between her legs, I push them open with my knee, make her taste the sweetness coating my lips, teasing her tongue with mine, swallowing her whimper. I'm about to reach down and unbuckle my belt. I'm dying to have the pussy I just tasted wrapped around me again, wringing the cum from my balls, but only after I've sent her into orbit a few more times. Consider rule number 2 officially amended. I will fuck where I eat, as long as it's Becca on the menu. I'm about to get these damned pants off, but before I get my fingers on the belt buckle, I hear the worst sound in the world.
Well, 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 so it is you, Mr. fucking Runshaw himself. Thought I saw you come swaggering in.
A woman's voice, strained in high-pitched, whiny surprise. I spin around, my eyes bugging out of my head, rage flooding my veins. Apparently I can buy a lot, but simple privacy is beyond my reach. It's Mina. Paler and scarier than I remember, her bangs cut short and black, a perfect match for the skin-tight dress barely containing her cantaloupe-sized tits. Fake, I found out quickly one fine night.
Grant?
Becca flashes me a wounded look. T-minus 2 seconds before the crazy bitch pushes through the curtain she's holding open and crashes into us.
You despicable little hussy! You're nothing to even look at, and here you are with your tongue shoved down the throat of a man who's too good for you. My man! Why her, Grant? Tell me now!
Berserk. No other word describes how she flies between us, pushing her way into the middle, screaming so loud half the club must have heard the commotion by now. Bad business optics are the least of my worries. There's also the worst blue balls in the world I'm nursing, and the urge to knock her out cold when she does the unthinkable. She slaps Becca. My girl tumbles backward, stunned, horrified by the drunken lunatic screaming at her face.
How fucking much did he pay you, hooker? How much? Hooker? I'm his assistant. Stop!
Becca holds her hand up. Mina pauses, but not because she's decided to listen to reason. The assistant thing hits her right between the eyes. I never give her a chance to recover, grabbing both her wrists, tugging her into me, away from Becca, who's scrambling to her feet. You've had your fun sticking your psycho nose where it doesn't belong. I bare my teeth, twisting her head so she looks at me. Leave, Mina. I gave you the club pass to find a new man, not to come here and spy on me.
I want you. Want to be more than just another girl you dropped as soon as you got bored.
I've dealt with more than a few scorned women over the years. Normally I show sympathy for their tears, their outbursts, when they throw themselves at my feet. They always swear they're the one, we're meant to be, and Lord, they'll prove it if I just give them another chance. It's a sad, sorry sight. I hate having to drag them out or hail a cab and have them ferried away. This is different. It's not another drunken, desperate late-night confession. Mina just pissed me off royal. My eyes are glued to the only woman here who matters. Becca isn't paralyzed by shock anymore. She's looking at me, her arms crossed, her jade-green eyes angry, aimed in my direction.
Who is she?
She says, each word dripping venom. My very crazy, very short-term assistant, I say, cringing as I remember the first and until now only time I ever came close to breaching my second rule. Technically, she wasn't an employee when we hooked up. I never made a move until after her temp contract ran out, after she left the office, after she spent weeks walking over reports to my desk, always making sure she bent down low to give me a clear sight of everything in her low-cut, totally inappropriate blouses. I'm only human. It didn't count. Neither did those underwhelming, comically oversized tits, more like having my dick between two airbags than anything real. There's a reason I needed a new intern, I say. Last one didn't work out too well. We did it once, and only once, a couple weeks after she left Neolithic. Months passed. I moved on. I forgot. Sent her packing with extra severance and a club pass, hoping she'd find another sucker to text 137 times before I blocked her number. Nina filled me in on more crazy brewing in my voicemail. I went no contact. Never looked back, Becca, not even once.
I waited for you,
Mina bawls, twisting in my arms. I tighten my grip.
Every week, every night, hoping you'd finally show up here.
You wasted your time. We're over. Never even got off the ground. Becca starts walking. She's heard enough. Damn it, I don't have a third hand to grab her, and I can't risk letting go of this crazy bitch before security gets here. Becca, wait! She stops in front of us, just at the edge of the booth, and raises her right hand. My eyebrows fly up when she slaps Mina across the cheek. It's a resounding clap. Whoa, hold up, this isn't how we do this, Moscato. Let me call security and I'll... She shuts me up with an equally quick, blistering slap across my cheek. Stings like a bastard, but it's not half as bad as seeing the tears brimming in the soft green eyes I lit just minutes ago.
Don't bother. I'm out. I'm not going to play your game and wind up just as burned. Maybe worse. We both know what's on the line.
I do, and it makes me feel like the biggest asshole in the world. This can't go up in smoke. Becca! I call her name 3 more times before it's clear she isn't turning around. When the waitress shows up a second later and almost drops her tray when she sees what's happened, I don't bother waiting for her to fetch the bouncers. It's a struggle marching the blubbering, cursing mess in my arms over to them, but I do it anyway. Then I chase down my car and blow the club, pounding the leather wheel as I wind down the deserted streets. The cool summer rain picked up while we were in Club BIG, but it's no relief. I fucked up bad. Tomorrow, walking into the office, will I feel like going before a firing squad? 50-50 chance I wind up with a kill shot lodged in my heart. 100% chance I take some kind of bullet. Maybe there'll be a resignation notice on my desk from Nina telling me Becca quit. Then a damn good chance the merger gets blown too if her prick father finds out what sent her fleeing Neolithic in tears. If she stays, then it means the obsession continues, an unbroken fever with its cure out of reach, possibly forever. Every hour, every day watching through the glass in my office as she works, pretending the wall of tension between us isn't pure hell. Raw obsession, burning without end until she either speaks to me again or I decide I've had enough of this shit and throw my Eames chair right through the glass divide. How haunted can a man be? How unlucky? How thoroughly, completely, inescapably fucked?
6. Running out the clock. 3 days go by at home. I tell Nina I'm sick and I don't know when I'll be in. She's very understanding and even calls to ask after me the second day. I never pick up because there's no earthly way I can tell her I'm suffering an attack of my own stupidity. Thankfully, Dad hasn't been home much to dish out hell for skipping work. Mom is too distracted to care, barking at travel agents over the phone, planning her big Dubai excursion. Thursday evening, Tay calls. I haven't been responding to her texts. "Did you go and die with no obituary?" she says as soon as I pick up. Her blunt, no-nonsense humor makes me smile. "Sorry. I've been laid up for a few days, feeling sorry for myself." "Oh, you mean what the hell is wrong with men-itis?" "Yeah, there's a lot of that going around." "You first," I say, hoping a good disaster will cheer me up. "Surfer dude got bored fucking. I got really pissed when he blew me off last weekend. The end. Except for the fact that he'll never see me in the caramel-flavored panties I bought just for him." "Caramel, huh?" I wince, imagining it melting down her legs like a bad sundae topping. "Now you," she says, barely giving me time to catch my breath. "What did the bearded idiot do?" "It started well. Grant saved me from Monsieur Creepo. And no, I never got around to telling him off like we planned. Don't ask. Thought I had it made. We went to his club and started making out in his fancy VIP booth. Then his ex walked in." "Oh, juicy." She's relishing this. I can hear her pink fingernails rubbing together like a damned raccoon. Sighing, I decide to get on with it, knowing I've said too much to leave her hanging. This girl, Mina, I guess she used to work under him, his intern or assistant or whatever, months before me. Complete psycho. She hit me. "Hit you?" "Yeah. Fists flying, hair pulling, crazy eyes, the whole bad comedy vibes, except I wasn't laughing. Grant pulled her off me. I gave them both a piece of my mind, but the more I think about it, I ought to be thanking her. I'm not sure why it's so hard to talk about this with my best friend. The stupid incident forms a shameful lump in my throat, but I push past it, dropping the big question. Our cat fight knocked some badly needed sense into me, dumb as it sounds. Made me realize I'm risking a lot with him. And for what, exactly? There's no upside to this, especially not if he's just going to discard me and leave me pining after him like her. "Becca, you said she was his ex. You're wrong." Tay's tone chides me, sending my eyebrows up. Sounds like you ran smack dab into a fuck buddy. Whatever. You know I'm not up on terminology when it comes to casual encounters. No, and I'm not here to make excuses for bearded idiot, but is it really a big surprise a man like him has got a few janky skeletons in his closet? You didn't see her, I say, shaking my head. Every time I see that woman's frantic, hurt eyes in my mind, I want to throw up. She was insane. Said she'd been coming to the club for months, hoping to catch him there. So, not just a fuck toy, but a crazy one. I'm not helping my case. I snort frustration. Look, maybe I overreacted a little, but not really. I'm not cut out for this like you are, Tay. Normal relationships are what I like, and there's no way this will ever be one. I can't do this. Can't go around the same block again with a man who's been down it 1,000 times before with other girls. There's no fun in it when I'll lose everything if this goes bad. Everything, huh? And what, pray tell, are you clinging to that's worth so much now? I don't say anything, biting my tongue. There are no words. Sure, her family's rich, too, or we never would have met at the same pretentious academy as girls. But her family doesn't have billions on the line. They don't oversee thousands of employees or run companies that run investments to power jobs for countless more. She can live off her trust fund forever without worrying about causing mass unemployment if business deals go bad, without potentially enraging her asshole father into divesting funds she needs to make this world a better place. Becca, come on. I didn't mean it like... Sorry, I have to go. I cut her off and hang up quickly. It's the smart choice before I say something truly damaging to our friendship. Grant isn't worth fighting over, not with my best friend, and certainly not when I become a target for his old sex toys. Worse, he's still stuck in my head. Stupid, smug smile, soft beard, serious inks, and all. I told myself I'd lick my wounds for a few days and then go back to work. I'd sort out how I'd deal with seeing him then, but after skipping several days, I'm no closer to how. Tay doesn't understand what's on the line. That's forgivable. I'm less sure I can forgive myself for the same hole in my head, because if I'm really serious about everything at stake, if I'm absolutely certain it means anything, I can't keep running. I can't hide from him forever. I have to end this madness before it ends me first. I feel better after a long hot shower. I've also left Nina a message saying I'll be in tomorrow at 6 o'clock sharp. Maybe there's still time to repair my standing with her if I get caught up on the supply request we started processing before Grant lit my week on fire. I head down to the library for some quiet time before I look for a late dinner, but I never get that far. I stop outside the closed door, listening to the voices. It's Dad. He's talking to someone else on the phone over speaker. Probably Ethan. It sounds like him, but it's difficult to be sure because they're both talking French. I can't understand a word, but the context couldn't be clearer. This is not a happy conversation. Dad sounds strained, like he's trying to keep his tone low, controlled. Several more foreign sentences fly back and forth. Then his fist comes down abruptly on a desk. I jump at the noise, catching my heart in my throat.
Listen to me, you desperate little shrew. I said I'll talk to him again to expedite the bonds for Fabius. That's the extent of my powers at the moment.
Dad slips into English, madder than ever.
As for Rebecca, yes, I'll talk to her too. Understand I can't make my daughter do anything. She's a free woman and an adult, as annoying as it is.
Ethan speaks again, calmer, softer, using the usual slick, comforting tone I hear him try to emulate every time he works his way closer to me.
You don't scare me, you know.
My father's footsteps hit the wooden floor as he crosses it, heavy and loud, muffled when he reaches the ottoman rug.
I told you, I don't care about the damned dirt. or the diamonds you're holding over my head. We're both tainted. If you think you're in any position to push Jeremiah Corbin around, think again. You won't flip. You'll be risking my word against yours if we're both found out. Hell, I'll call up the president of the U.S. fucking A and have him sick SEAL Team 6 on your ass if you get any bright ideas about busting my balls with your thugs. Hello?
My heart is racing. It can't go faster, not even when I hear him curse again and send the phone flying across the room in a fit. It hits the wall with a deafening thud. Time to go. I don't walk back to my room. I run, flying up the stairs, nearly bowling over one of the maids preparing to mop the second floor. Muttering an apology, I throw my bedroom door open and slam it shut. I'm safe. I've made it where my father can't find me whenever he leaves the library in an inevitable furious huff. I've eavesdropped on a lot of angry business deals over the years, living in this house, but nothing as sinister as this. Rebecca was never a subject on his lips before. I was a secondary annoyance he had to deal with, and usually turned over to my mother or my teachers as quickly as he could. For the first time ever, I'm the center of attention, and I don't know why. What kind of deal has he made? Straining my brain as hard as I can, there are no answers. It scares the hell out of me. It's good to be at the office again. After the conversation I heard last night, after it invaded my mind in a fitful, twisted sleep, I'm happy for distractions. Even if they involve a bearded beast of a man who makes me feel incredible one day and horrible the next. I keep my head down past noon, long after he's come in and decided to keep his distance. I run through the supply and support tickets with Nina, just another cog in a machine, happy to be nothing more important for a few fleeting seconds. Grant never bothers me. It's the same on Friday. He doesn't leave his office, not even to make the rounds with the young men on the trading floor, who always look like they've received a pat on the back from God himself whenever he comes by their cubes and adds his encouragement. I'm stunned by his absence. Okay, maybe a little disappointed. I thought for sure he'd hunt me down, delivering all the excuses in the book. I expected an apology. Oh, she wasn't important like you are, Moscato. She's psychotic. Don't listen to her. She's out to get me because she knows we have something special. I've run the make-believe words through my head hundreds of times, crafting the perfect responses. I never get a chance to use them because he's mysteriously absent. No, not mysterious. Infuriating. On Saturday, I make up with Tay. We get coffee and Vietnamese food at our favorite little spot in Queens, then spend the evening shopping for shoes. Sunday morning, there's a knock at my door.
Rebecca, wake up.
Dad's voice. I jump out of bed, still rubbing my eyes, surprised to see my father standing there in a fresh new suit, a blood-red tie around his neck. He hasn't woken me up in the morning like this since I was a little girl on Christmas. What's wrong? I sputter, knowing perfectly well it probably has something to do with the eerie chatter I eavesdropped on.
Nothing, if you clear your schedule for dinner tonight. I'd like you to dine with your mother and I. We're doing the dinner with Ethan. He's discussed it with you before, I trust, so you had plenty of notice. Consider this one more, short notice as it is.
What can I do? Say no and choke on the invisible noose coiling around my throat? Maybe. What time? I sigh, turning my doormat eyes to the floor.
7. We'll meet at Philandro's. You know the dress code there.
Formal. Lucky I just had my wardrobe dry cleaned.
Excellent. I'll see you then,
he says, before taking off. He stops when he's halfway down the hall, just before I'm about to push the door shut.
And, Rebecca, thank you for being on top of this.
It's worse than I thought. My stomach recoils. He rarely ever shows anybody gratitude, much less his own daughter. I give him my fakest smile and a tiny nod before I fall back inside, closing my eyes as I collapse against the wall. Remember when I just had to worry about my billionaire boss trying to get my clothes off? This is so much more complicated. I've picked a red dress, hoping it'll make me look like one of those animals whose hue screams danger. Philandro's is a stuffy, new money place with gold curtains, crystal chandeliers, and palm trees out the yin-yang. It's a perfect place to get this disaster over with quietly, or make one hell of a scene storming out. I'm the last one to show up, as usual. My parents are there, punctual as ever, seated with Monsieur Creepo himself. Ethan turns as soon as he sees them look my way, giving me his trademark half-smile, icy and off.
"Honored you could join us,"
he says, rising to take my hand for yet another unwelcome kiss. Jesus, he just always has to get his putrid lips on me. I mumble a thanks, take my seat, and hide behind a tall menu. It's all exotic-sounding fusion dishes, crafted by desperate-to-impress 3-star chefs who studied under 4-star masters. A tall Long Island iced tea, heavy on the vodka, is my first order. Dad frowns while the waiter smiles. Frankly, I don't give a damn. Doesn't he understand I'm doing this for him? It's a miracle I'm even here. I'm not letting the business associate he's pretending to like step all over me. I want nothing to do with Ethan Fabius or his gross kissy faces. But I'll help Dad chew whatever it is he's bit off, if it helps keep me out of it. Whatever I heard them saying over the phone freaks me out. Why me? I don't know, but maybe I'll get some answers if I play this right. I listen disinterestedly to my parents and Ethan talk France over the table, nursing my drink. Mom practices her fakest laugh, the same kind she'll be using soon on the exotic pool boys in Dubai.
"Chérie, tell me, how are things with Mr. Shaw?"
Ethan says, remembering me shortly after our starters come out. Too bad he can't forget my presence. He clearly hasn't forgotten me blowing him off the other night, when I thought Grant saved me from a confrontation with this freak. Just fine. I pop an olive into my mouth and chew angrily, feeling my father's warning eyes. You should really worry about your own business, Ethan. Sounds like you have a lot going on with Dad's merger, plus the deals on your plate.
Nonsense.
His wine glass shakes as he sets it down, narrowing his eyes when he senses my tone.
I simply ask because I want you to be happy. A woman with your keen zeal for life deserves many things. Most of all, a chance to make dreams happen without any fool getting in the way.
He's talking about Grant. The creep is more right than he knows, but I'm not interested in stroking his ego by giving him any indication. I'm sticking it out, I say, carefully stuffing more olives into my mouth. Dealing with him tempts me to break my teeth on the pits. This job isn't forever. It doesn't define me. It's good experience, like Dad says, and I know I'll gain something from it to do what I'd like when the time comes. Yes, something. I'm still waiting for that. So far, all I've gained is an infuriating crush with a man who wants me in his bed before he decides he's had it with his next sucker. One more conquest for him in a long string of many.
"I hope you've thought this through,"
he says, twirling his glass by the stem, giving me a half glance.
"Anytime you decide Neolithic isn't for you, come to me. I'll find a position for you, chérie. I always have a few on offer."
I almost gag on my Long Island. It isn't hard to read between the lines and know exactly what position this despicable man would like me in. Not interested, I tell him again, more ice in my voice than ever before. I'm not going overseas anytime soon unless it's back to Columbia.
"Rebecca!"
Dad booms across the table. His fingertips have gone white as they pinch his fork by the handle.
"Show our guest a little kindness. He's made you a good offer. even if it isn't the right one for you now. Apologize."
We lock eyes. He wants me to bend my knee to him and Monsieur Creepo by default, and I still haven't gotten anywhere close to the bottom of what else they really want with me. It doesn't make sense. I look Ethan in his ferret face, his ghostly eyes shining, hungry for a bone. What does he have on Dad, anyway? My father surrenders to no one. He can't be so insane he'd bargain me for some kind of crazy arranged marriage, right? And if he is that crazy, no, I won't finish the thought. I'm not apologizing to a man who's clearly never learned no. "I can't do this," I blurt out. Adrenaline shoots through me as I stand, throwing the burgundy cloth napkin I've been twisting in my lap down on the table. "Look, I don't know why you've latched on to me, Ethan, but I'm done playing. I meant to tell you the other day, so here it is. I'm not interested in you. I never will be."
"Rebecca!"
A vein bulges in my father's forehead. He's about to blow. It isn't enough to stop me. Next to him, Mom reaches for his shoulder. He sweeps her hand off him. I've had enough.
"What's gotten into you, chérie?"
Ethan blinks, feigning surprise. He tries his damnedest to sound kind, but there's nothing except icy tension in his voice, like he's daring me to finish what I've started. "You asshole." I pause, just long enough to hear my mother gasp, and then laugh uncomfortably with her hand over her mouth. "I've tried to be nice. I've tried to let you down easy. You know I'm not interested, and yet you still keep coming every time we're in the same room with your stupid offer to leave everything behind, run off to Europe, and apparently become your mistress." It takes me a minute to realize we've become the center of attention. Too late to lower my voice. Every table surrounding us has their gaze glued to me, the lone figure next to the table, trembling slightly while I look 2 wolves in the eyes and plot my grand escape.
"Mistress? What?"
He looks shocked, appalled. It's the best act I've ever seen in my life. Ethan stands, leering over me, his arms folded. Ignoring me, he turns to my father, who never takes his eyes off us as he brings his napkin to his forehead, wiping the sheen of sweat above his brow away.
"Is this how your fussy, self-absorbed Duchess always talks, Corbin? Is this a joke?"
Dad grits his teeth.
"She's talking out of turn, sir, and you have my apologies."
"Sir?" It drops out of my mouth like something rotten. My head is swimming in red. I can't remember the last time I ever heard Dad use the word with someone else. Probably never. What the hell is going on here? Seriously.
"Rebecca, kindly sit back down and shut up."
No, I'm too stunned, too furious, too confused to stand here a second longer and take this abuse. Turning, my heels echo loudly through the restaurant, and I almost knock over a waiter on the way out. "Honey!" Mom calls after me, but I don't listen. I think she follows when I burst through the double glass doors leading to the curb, my phone in my hand to call a ride, and something slams me into the wall, but Mom doesn't have the strength. I bang my head against the brick so hard my teeth chatter, winding me, and I lay eyes on my monster. Ethan pins me there, his rough fingers digging into my shoulder.
"What the fuck is your problem, you ungrateful little cur? I've been nothing but nice, incredibly generous with you and your family. I'd give you the sun and the stars. Still, you stand in front of them all and spit in my face."
At last I've met the real Ethan, freed from the neat mask, barely concealing his desperation, his cruel insanity. If he hits me, I'll scream. But it's happening so fast I don't know if I can. It's like the energy has been sucked out of me and I'm biting my lip, trying not to taste the faint blood oozing from my bottom lip, grazed by my teeth. "Get away," I whisper, hatefully pleading with my eyes. It just makes him angrier. He tightens his hold, staring me down, down, down into the wall. The concrete rubs the bare skin of my arm like sandpaper.
No one says no to me, chérie. You understand? No one. I'll grant you one more kindness. A full week to forget this, apologize, and come to your damned senses.
Never. I'm this close to spitting in his face. Do your worst, prick. It won't happen. I'll die before I ever work for you, ever cross continents, ever open myself to your disgusting lips. You're nothing to me, Ethan, and that's all you'll ever be. I don't know what you want or what you have on my father, but I'm never eating out of your palm like him. Never. He stands up straight, releasing me abruptly. There's a small crowd gathered around us. They're watching in horror. Several people have their phones in hand, probably on the verge of calling 911.
Don't,
he says, a single, simple, loaded word. Then he's gone, rushing through the crowd, into the luxury sedan waiting outside with his driver. Rebecca, are you all right? Mom reaches me first. She throws her arms around me.
What did he do to you?
Dad asks, sheepish and angry, staring after Ethan's car as it roars down the road, his face a mess of strained emotion. I don't answer. I'm not letting him help. He's made it clear what he is. Too late, too selfish, too fucking heartless. Story of my whole life as his daughter. Let me go. I try not to hurt Mom as I push her away, running down the street. I need to get out of here. I run down the darkening streets of New York, half blinded by my tears. I'm too shaken to stop long enough to call an Uber or throw myself in front of a cab. Flattening myself against the wall, I try to do one thing and one thing only. Breathe. I can't comprehend what I've just done. Jesus, I don't even get it myself. I'm scared, ashamed, and more vulnerable than ever. I've used up my limited courage and my luck. Most of all, I'm alone, more than I've ever been. But I'm proven wrong a second later when my phone starts blasting its sugar pop ringtone in my purse. It's Grant's number.
7. Real talk. I'm breathing like a madman when she picks up, relieved it hasn't gone to voicemail like I expected. Becca, it's Grant, I say, choosing my next words very carefully. We need to talk. I'm sorry, gut-wrenchingly sorry for what happened the other night. Mina's banned from every club in the city. I'll never see her again, and neither will you. Mina? Her voice cracks on the last syllable. She sounds distraught. Shit, it's worse than I feared. I stiffen, my back against the wall in my condo overlooking the city, eyes fixed on the Empire State Building's ghostly yellow glow in the distance. My problem, Becca. No one else's. I don't pretend to be an angel. I've played hard and fast with my fair share of women. You're young, inexperienced, and it's alien, I know. I didn't mean to hurt you. That's not why I'm mad. Her voice pours into my ear, anguished and afraid. I don't understand. Jesus! I mean, I'm mad about it, but things could be worse, Grant. So much worse. Voice fading into a silent sob, she struggles to bury the noise in her hands. Then I hear the police siren in the distance, too loud to be indoors. She's walking the New York streets broken by something worse than the embarrassing tirade from my ex-fling. Where are you? I ask, already heading to the door. No. You helped me once, and it bit me in the face. Not doing it again. Becca, where? There's a long pause on the other end of the line. If she doesn't tell me, I have other ways of finding out, like my insider at Major Wireless Carriers Management, who has access to some very powerful tracking technology. He owes me a big favor after the money I laid down funding research for new lithium battery tech last year. I can't believe Okay, fuck. I'm right outside Astoria. She takes a deep breath and rambles out an address. I burn it into my brain and bring it up on my phone, impatiently tapping the elevator button to the parking garage. Stay there. Keep me on the line, Moscato. I'm coming. I'm walking in triple time to my car, heart pumping rage and disbelief into my veins, suppressing a low growl as I throw open the door and drop into the driver's seat.
I can't go home, Grant, but I can't go home with you either. You shouldn't get in the middle of this.
Not your problem. Worry about finding my car, Becca. Give me 10, maybe 15 minutes. I risk at least a dozen speed traps as I blow through the city. I give her breathing space, trying to coax more answers out of her when she's able to speak. I know my chances aren't good until she's secure in my arms, so I focus on the road and then start scanning for her when I pull onto her block. When I finally see her, she's standing against the gray concrete, a vivid red specter with sore eyes. By any measure, she's a mess, but deep down she's no less beautiful than she looked at the club, safe in my arms before Mina crashed everything. I fling my door open and run to her. Soon as my hands are on her shoulders, she bursts into tears. "Who did this?" I ask, but she's too screwed up to give me answers. She collapses against me, sobbing into my chest. I hold her, slowly guiding her back to the car and help her into the seat before I get behind the wheel again. I spend the whole drive to my condo rolling the same question over and over in my mind. Who the fuck did this? I need an answer. I'm also certain it's going to invite trouble, and I've decided I don't care. If it was the same pompous, twig-necked Euro fuckboy she ran from before, the man who happens to be the CEO of Fabius, my merger's probably fucked. And if it was her old man, the vicious, entitled twit, I'm just screwed. How can I possibly do business with a man who uses his own daughter like a rug, probably for the nasty temper I've caught faint hints of before? We don't say anything until we're back at my place, heading up the long elevator. "There's a guest room if you're worried," I tell her. I can't believe I'm offering to let her sleep a whole floor away from me, especially when I lead her to my door by hand, evil urges in my balls warring with my noble heart. She nods weakly. We walk inside my condo, and I take her to the big seat by the window, waving toward my tall glass liquor cabinet with the wine ladder attached. "Can I get you anything?"
"Just water."
Skip the booze. I head to the faucet, run 2 glasses from the filtered spigot for us, and walk them back to the living room, setting them down next to us before I light the fireplace. She needs warmth. If I can't warm her, I'll let the burning gas do it for us. It's a poor substitute for the wood-burning beauties back at my lodge in Chandlersport, but tonight it'll do. "Whenever you're ready, Moscato," I say, watching as she drinks her fill from the glass before I take her hands. "Forget the intern thing tonight. Forget I'm your boss. When you talk, I'm a friend, a lover, and a man who'll do whatever the fuck he needs to make it right." Her eyes look reassured, but my words set her off all over again. I let her cry it out. Her tears are hot, angry poison, but it's venom getting sucked from the wound. I'll make her better before I go after the viper. What happened? I try again, softly, pressing my forehead on hers.
"Ethan. Dad. Weird, secretive crap I may never understand."
She pulls a deep breath from the air, quiet and thoughtful, the look on her face weighing whether she's about to tell me too much. "More, Moscato. You have to give me more." I take her hands, easing the pained lines crisscrossing her beautiful features. She sighs.
"I overheard them in the library the other day. I was angry with you after what happened at the club with Mina. I was walking around the house, heard Dad on the phone with him, angry and strained. He said something about how he couldn't make me do anything with Monsieur Creepo, but he wanted me to, almost like the guy was blackmailing him or something. Then he came up to my room the next day and said we had to do dinner. I decided to go to try to figure this out and tell Ethan point-blank I wasn't interested."
"He didn't take it well?" My fingers tighten on hers. It's like I could hold her down to the bone and it still wouldn't be tight enough. Her beauty drives me mad, but knowing she's in danger punches every caveman warrior button I have.
"Not so much."
She sucks in a deep breath, and we lock eyes.
He flew off the handle when I scolded him at dinner. Told him I'd never be his. He invited me to work in his stupid company and follow him overseas for the millionth time. We both know what he's really after. I told him it isn't happening, and he exploded.
Did he hurt you? It's a loaded question, heavy on my tongue. If the answer is yes, I'll have no choice but to find the asshole tonight. I'll hire the most brutal men in the city to help me draw blood.
He was rough, but he didn't do any damage. Still, he scared me. I knew he was wearing a mask, pretending to be nice, easygoing, interested in business with my father. I saw the truth. There's a whole lot more he's interested in, and I don't know why.
She pauses, her gaze softening, tired and weak.
Honestly, I don't care beyond my own safety. I'm sick of this crap. I just want a life without a stalker freak getting in the way.
You'll have it, I tell her, a promise and a reassurance. Look at me, Moscato. I reach for her face, tilting her little chin up with one hand. What happened at the club will never happen again. I've made mistakes just like anybody else. They're behind me now. Look at me. This is the face of a man who'll do anything to keep you safe, to make sure he never hurts you again himself. I'm not your boss or your hookup. I'm your protector. I feel a shiver run through her body. New tears well in her eyes as I close in for the kiss, swallowing the little rush of heat pouring from her mouth when my lips take hers. God damn, even when she's tragic, she tastes incredible. I keep my palm on her face and the other on her back, resisting the urge to sweep lower, to pull off her clothes and plunge into her again and again. She isn't fully mine tonight. She's too shaken, too wounded to be. I've never made a habit of fucking women who give me less than 100%. With her, it's not just a terrible idea, but an abomination. I kiss her softly, running my tongue on hers with the lightest touch, pressing my forehead against her angelic brow.
Can we go to bed? She says abruptly, eyes as big as saucers.
Of course, Becca. Let me show you the room. I stand up, helping her, but she grabs me as soon as we're on our feet.
No. I don't want to sleep alone.
We share a long look. I give her more than ample opportunity to change her mind. When she starts moving again, I tighten my grip on her hand, guiding her up the black marble stairs to the best floor in the house, my master bedroom. She slips into a robe when we're inside, and I lock the door. Here, my bed is a lot less historic and overbearing than my plush Victorian playmate in Maine, a sleek modern slab of leather and memory foam from a Swedish designer. Becca tucks into it, flattening herself on my bed with a satisfied sigh. I lay with her, unbuttoning my shirt, kicking off my trousers. Dragging a blanket up over her shoulders, I wrap her in one arm, holding her to me while she closes her eyes and makes her silent prayer to the Sandman to take her. "Shit," she whispers, turning toward me at the last moment, her eyes a little panicked. "I just realized I should leave early, shouldn't I? Otherwise everybody at the office will see us coming in together." "Relax, Moscato. It's none of their business, and they're my employees. You'll ride with me, especially with Monsieur Fuckface trolling around. They'll turn their heads and they won't say a word. You've got a place here as long as you'd like. I'm not sending you home unguarded if it isn't safe." My answer seems to satisfy her. Before I know it, she's got her soft green eyes closed again, and her breathing slows. I won't lie. Before, this was about sex. Hot, unbridled, tongue-lashing sex and nothing more. The howling animal need to mount her, take her, fuck her, pump my seed inside her as deep as I possibly can. Now, I don't know what this is. It's alarming, electric, exhilarating as it is the sweetest, most human grace in the world. In my arms, she feels right in a way no one else ever has, and I don't know what the hell to do. I can't translate what it means. I hold her long into the night, pondering the painful questions. I see the past, when my fucked-up father set me down the road to never having a normal relationship. I think about Mom's funeral after the plane crash took her in the Alaskan wild, my little brother Hayden crying on my shoulder, while the baby Luke sat mercifully oblivious next to us. After that, our old man took to drinking, nearly running his empire into the ground, chasing so much skirt he must have went through at least 100 nameless sluts before he landed his final gold digger. I wasn't meant to have a woman, not after his chaos. I laid off the booze, avoiding his mistakes, and drowned myself in the same distant, disposable pussy he did. Just a couple years back, we were all the same, me and my brothers. Last couple years showed me the unthinkable can happen to a Shaw. Happiness, marriage, kids, family. I'm older than my brothers. I should be wiser. More cautious than they were when love drama hit them in the face and almost cost them everything. Damn if I'm not heading down the same road, conscious it's happening, but it doesn't even faze me. I don't care if Becca threatens my fortune and reputation like what Hayden went through. I don't care if it sends me to jail, same as Luke chasing after Robbie. I can't let up. Not now. Not ever. This beautiful, troubled sweetness dreaming in my arms is too good to relinquish. She's an addiction, and quite possibly a fatal one, but damn if I don't feel whole every last second I'm drinking in her presence. When she stirs in her sleep, I'm drifting off, but I find the energy to lean in one more time, brushing my lips softly over hers. I'll see them smile again before we're through. I'll set them free. If Corbin is worried about his daughter, or knows she's run to me, so far he isn't showing it. I spend the day with legal going over last-minute details. The merger rolls on, unaffected by recent happenings, secretly knifing my guts as I contemplate making the call to say, "Fuck you, it's off." But Becca doesn't know what's driving her old man to be a bigger prick than usual. Nobody does except him and Fabius. If I want answers, I need to hold my fire and my tongue. I pace the office angrily between work all day, waiting for 3 p.m. when I'm due to head down to the yacht for a private meeting with Corbin himself. If anybody noticed me and Becca coming up, they haven't said anything. I don't even see the usual signs of underhanded gossip flying around when I look down on the cubicles through the glass. The boys in trade keep themselves glued to the day's transactions, only breaking for coffee when Wall Street slows around noon, ribbing each other about sports and new Manhattan eateries. My eyes won't stay off her, of course. They're no less obsessed than they were a week ago. Hell, it's worse since we've spent another night together without even getting my dick wet. My phone rings at 2:30 sharp. Driver's waiting, Nina tells me. I thank her and remind her he's supposed to come back here when we're done to take Becca home. My secretary doesn't ask me why, she just says she'll get it done. Knew I made the perfect choice when I hired her. Later, at the docks, I'm on the boat, sitting in a thick leather seat on the yacht's main deck, a dry scotch in my hand. Corbin shows up a few minutes late. The ship untethers, beginning its short cruise up the coast, just as he sits down across from me. His aides hang back, ready to jump in if he needs to cross-check details. He snatches a whiskey sour from the waitress's hand and plops down across from me without so much as a hello or a handshake. It's a fitting drink for a man who's always sour, perhaps rotten, straight to his fucked-up core. Knowing how he's walking on Becca and letting that creepy Fabius asshole do the same forces me to cap my rage before it explodes all over us. "Shaw," he sizes me up, turning his nose skyward. "Mr. Corbin," I say his name, skipping other pleasantries, locking eyes with a jackass who shouldn't be more than my new business partner if everything hadn't gone insane. He isn't much to look at. Same expensive suit I'm wearing, tailored to fit an older, skinnier man. His salt-and-pepper mustache twitches when he lifts his eyebrows, draining half the drink in his glass before he even looks at me with his dull green eyes. On the surface, they're a lot like my Moscatos, but without the warmth, the energy, or the beauty. Before we get too deep, I'm curious about Fabius, I begin, setting my drink down next to me. Specifically, I'm wondering about their role with the arms contracts overseas and whether or not—
Shaw, did my daughter come to work today?
He cuts in, heading off the info I'm trying to get the easy way. Rebecca? Of course. I saw her this morning, doing her job like she's supposed to. I try not to let too much ice creep into my voice or give the bastard the satisfaction of catching me off guard. Why, is there something I should know?
No matter, no matter.
He waves it away with his hand like it's nothing.
I'm simply checking up on the girl. My daughter has a nasty habit of not following through. However, I'm pleased to hear she's working out for you.
She's perfect, I tell him, wondering if he'll sense the other 10 layers of meaning in those 2 words.
Perfectly unpredictable, you mean? But we didn't come here to piss away our evening on her antics.
He scoots to the edge of the chair, folding his hands in a neat triangle, staring me down like dinner.
What is it you'd like to know about Fabius? You told me your people ran the numbers last week and approved the bond purchases. Surely there aren't any last-minute concerns. Corbin Financial doesn't second-guess. I trust Neolithic is the same.
We prize accuracy. When the consultants we hired to go after the pending contracts wrote their reports, I noticed a striking lack of detail about fulfillment profit strategy. Plenty of high-tech supplies going straight to NATO, but it seems they're making a lot of money outside the standard buyer chains, too. I'd like you to enlighten me. He turns his face up.
What are you implying? Illegal arms trade? You think I'd do business with some messy fucking greenhorns who'd get themselves slapped with sanctions from half the civilized world just to make a quick buck?
Nothing of the sort. I asked for details, Corbin. I didn't accuse. He's silent. Then he raises his hand, asking for another drink, and mutters something under his breath about getting the damn team over here stat. A minute later, I'm surrounded by half a dozen seasoned lawyers and corporate ball-busters. Half of them have gone white in the face, sipping nervously at their drinks. They know things can't be going well if he's waved them over.
It seems our new partner would like more detail about the interworkings of Fabius and their arms contracts.
He looks at a tall man with wiry spectacles who's clutching his briefcase.
Watson, tell the gentleman what we know about our French business partners and their buyers. Also, very kindly remind him he's already signed off on his risk assessment, as have I, and any cold feet at this stage will be very, very costly.
The fuck doesn't even soften his tone when he threatens me. There's poison in every word, and what's worse, he isn't wrong. I could kick myself today for speeding through the process last week before I knew Becca's Ethan problem was a hell of a lot more than a clingy, desperate little shit.
Pardon me, Shaw. I'll let you sit down with the nice man while I refresh my drink and enjoy the Atlantic breeze. Simply marvelous out here on the high seas, and I don't get a chance to enjoy it alone often.
He leaves me in a den of wolves. I spend the next half hour poking at questions the suits will never give me a straight answer to, couching the details in legalese, always implying I'm out of my mind if Fabius is doing anything underhanded. Of course Corbin Financial doesn't associate with black market arms trades. Don't I know they've never been sanctioned even once by the SEC or the FTC, much less any other alphabet agency? And surely I realize the consequences of implying they've been anything less than Boy Scouts here, right? Particularly when my name is now attached to theirs in legally binding ink, and it's merely a matter of weeks before corporate accounts are fully merged. I knew it was a long shot finding out anything that would help Becca, and I expected to walk away empty-handed at worst. Now I remember how dire this is, marrying myself to Corbin without anything more than the standard legal courtship. Whatever Ethan has to flog him into fucked-up liaisons with my girl, it's my problem, too. Whatever Fabius's strings are, they're tangled up in Neolithic now. Whatever it means for my company, I decide then and there I don't give a damn. She's worth more than this merger, immeasurably more than the bruises my ego takes as they circle me with their passive-aggressive threats and nasty wink-wink reminders about how I'd better get comfortable with our agreement, and fast. Oh, I'll be comfortable one fine day. Mainly the day when I'll see Jeremiah Corbin on his knees, begging his daughter for forgiveness, watching as my company purifies his dirty deals with fire. The yacht stays out past sunset. I keep my distance from the jackals enjoying themselves on the upper deck, watching New York's endless lights coming into view as we make our final course correction into harbor. Lady Liberty has never looked so fierce, a sentinel in the night, immense and unflinching, no matter what changes around her. I wish I could be so cold. When Corbin comes up behind me, I don't even turn. I just stare out the window, clenching my fist, desperate to keep my hands where they belong before I try to end him right there.
"Don't make me regret this deal, Shaw." He's next to me, glaring, his mustache twitching angrily when I refuse to look at him.
"You don't scare me," I growl, staring into the city's lights growing closer by the second. "I'm not another flunky you can push around, Corbin. If this is the way you're going to be, then I already know I've made a huge fucking mistake."
"Wrong. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong is the real error here, Shaw. Nose where it doesn't belong is the real error here, Shaw."
He puts his hand on my shoulder, and I shoot him a dirty look. It takes every ounce of discipline in my soul not to put my fist through his face.
"It's too late to turn around, the same as this ship. I suggest you keep on with exactly what you're doing here. Eyes straight ahead, no looking back, only forward. We're first mates, and so is Fabius."
When I hear the name, muscles I wish I didn't have swell. My ears throb, wishing they could hear the satisfying crunch of his bones. But they won't. Not as long as he has me by the balls in ways I don't fully understand.
"Start acting like a partner, Shaw,"
he says, his voice a hoarse whisper.
"Keep your nose up and we'll make a lot of money together. Stick it in dark, scary places, you'll sink us both."
"Bullshit, Corbin." I rip myself away from him, ramming my fingers into his chest. "I'm not playing games. If you thought you'd bring me here, surround me with sharks, and tell me it's too damned late to back out before I cut my own throat, you're wrong. I'll rip yours out first, nice and clean." He puts his hand on my wrist, too weak to push it away. He's twice my age and half my size, but damn if he doesn't have a wicked power that helps him lift my hand off him before I'm ready.
"Clean? I don't think you know the meaning of the word. You're young, I get it. You're a hothead. So I'll cut you a teensy tiny break just this once. You've done amazing things with your company and your life to get where you are now, partnered with one of the oldest, most prestigious firms this city has ever seen. Be careful your piss and vinegar doesn't consume you, Shaw. Let it bring you to productive places, and learn to keep a lid on it when it tries to bring you elsewhere. Because if you don't, if you decide to second-guess, if you try screwing me over, and this I promise, I'll fuck back 10 times harder. I'll send you home to Chicago, picked cleaner than you can fathom, blacklisted from making more than a trifling salary."
My veins are about to burst with the hot blood I'm holding in. Somehow I keep staring through this thug, without splitting his skull clean down the middle.
"Again, don't make me regret this. I know you already do, Shaw, but you're a partner. You're not important. I want to work with you while we both understand the lay of the land. I still want you pretending you're king shit of Fuck Mountain while I sail off for some well-deserved peace and quiet. But if you make me regret this, if you make me start doing what I hate more than anything else, second-guessing, I'll deal with you. What happens when I do won't be pretty for you or anybody else at your firm who takes the bastard axe shtick seriously. Axes can be broken, Shaw. Melted down to make whatever I'd like."
I've done a lot in my life, but I've lived more than 3 decades without choking on hatred until now. I'm barely breathing, trying not to gag on my own helpless rage when he steps away, shooting me one last savage look over his shoulder. I let him exit the ship first, running for the bathroom. I take my sweet time, splashing cool water over my face. Corbin and his associates need to be gone by the time I'm finished dousing my face, my only defense against losing the bile building up inside me like a bomb, or else I'll do the unspeakable. Frankly, I still will. Tonight I'm letting him go in peace, get in his limo, and put as many miles as he cares between us. His threats don't scare me in the way he thinks. They chill my blood because he's shown me that if I want to save Becca and cover my own ass, I have one choice, and one only. There's no more doubt. I have to destroy this man, burn him to the ground. Him, his company, and all the demons he's sacrificed himself to. I'll torch my way through them until there's nothing left.
8. Can't go on. I ignore another call from Mom and let it go to voicemail. I'm sitting by the window, arms folded, staring out across the city. It's a magnificent view from his palatial condo, a sleeker and more modern display of wealth than the rustic mansion I grew up in, tucked outside the city proper. Here, it's easy to see everything. The blinking lights stretching from Manhattan to Jersey, New York's famous landmarks gleaming in their majesty, world symbols of trade and liberty, neighbors and their towering heights. I've always appreciated good scenery, but when I'm alone in his place, I can't. It can't take the edge off. My eyes keep returning to my reflection in the window. I barely recognize myself. There's a tired ring around my eyes from crying. New grooves in my face thanks to the incessant fear and confusion. Disgusted, I look away, sighing as I bring my phone to my ear. I tap the button to hear her message, wanting to get this over with. "Rebecca, where are you? We're worried sick about you, honey. Your father, too." I hold it away as she drones on about how sorry he is. So is Ethan, supposedly, profusely apologizing to Dad up and down for his untoward behavior. "Listen, if you can't come home, please tell me you're all right. I have to pack for Dubai. I'd still love it if you'd step away from that silly little job and join me. A nice vacation will do wonders for your stress." I briefly consider chucking my phone off the balcony. Too bad I need it since I'm effectively a pampered nomad now, living with a man who also leaves me guessing, but hasn't yet dealt me the same painful blow as the others I used to care about. "I'm fine," I text back. Then I silence it, refusing further questions, stuffing the little black box into my pocket. I'm just in time to see a vision walk through the door that's 1,000 times more pleasant than anything on my screen. He's home, and he's sickeningly gorgeous. He hangs up his suit jacket as soon as he steps in, dropping his laptop case gently on the floor. I watch him turn, pulling on his tie, his muscular arms rippling past his rolled-up sleeves. "Hello, Moscato," he says, heading toward me with an eyebrow quirked, sexier than it should be in my present state. "Sorry I'm late. Merger business." I let him wrap his big arms around my waist before I open my mouth and risk ruining it. "You were with my father, weren't you?" His smile disappears. "I was. Tried to get answers. He wasn't very forthcoming, I'm afraid." Yeah, he does that. I look away, resisting his lips. It's a mystery how I still have this intense energy pulsing between my legs every time we make physical contact. I woke up wet this morning, still warm from his arms. He held me all night, remaining the perfect gentleman, also perfectly wonderful at turning me on, kindling a fire that shouldn't exist beneath the wet blanket of my pain. What's wrong with me? My world is in shambles. It's gone to hell, leaving me more directionless than ever, yet here I am, smiling like a fool. In his arms, none of it matters, and it should. But he's my rock, my huge, broad-shouldered, unlikely hero. "I appreciate you for trying," I say, allowing him a quick peck. He reminds me Grant Shaw doesn't do quick. His lips go down on mine, and he grabs the back of my head, pulling me into our kiss. Maybe I just needed his strength to cling to this evening. I find it in his lips, his tongue, his teeth. They come in waves, powerful and warm, teasing new temptation from my sore, tired flesh.
You taste just as good as the first night I had your sweet virgin ass, before everything got complicated,
he says, pushing his fingers up my neck, lacing them in my hair. Seems like a lifetime ago, I muse, amazed with everything that's happened in just a matter of weeks. It hasn't been good. I'm in a dark place when I have to rely on a man who's still in many ways a stranger, but he's one I want to know. He's saved me, owned up when he went wrong, shown me enough of the brilliant heart beating inside his gorgeous chest to leave me wanting more.
You'll know it again, Moscato. We both will, before long. Give me time. I'll fix this.
My hand reaches for his tie. I pull, steadying myself against this mountain of a man as he kisses me again. His beard brushes my cheek when he pulls away, and then a second time when he dives down low to tease my throat. My hand goes to his head, fingers trembling. I run them through his short hair, dragging my nails against his scalp, melting against my better judgment as he cups my breast, tweaking a nipple through my blouse. This needs to come off. About as badly as I need him in bed, sweeping away the rest of my worries with his feral heat. Pressing my fingers through his, I give him the look that lets him know it's on. Can dinner wait?
I'll die hungry and happy if you keep me feasting on those eyes. Let's go, love.
He picks me up, throws me over his shoulder, and carries me upstairs. Less than a minute later, we're crashing down on his big bed. His hands go places, working my clothes off, stopping to tease me with the perfect touch in all the right places. My skirt, my blouse, my bra falls away in a storm of cloth. I sit at the edge of the bed, wearing nothing but my panties, watching as he drops his arms to his sides.
Now do me,
he says, sticking out his chest. Standing, I work each button off gingerly in my fingers. Releasing his body is like taking the cover off a sculpture. The beautiful inks scrawled across his muscles feed the hunger in my eyes, especially the bastard axe stenciled over his muscle. But nothing makes me burn quite like how he looks at me, warmth and fury captured in his eyes, a delicate contrast as tantalizing as it is mysterious.
Suck,
he growls, putting his hands on my shoulders.
I've heard your worries, and they're my problem now. You don't worry about anything else tonight, except how hard I'm going to make you come, right after you show me how much of my cock you can fit down your mouth.
He inhales sharply when I jerk down his zipper. His pierced cock flops out in my hand, the world's most welcoming distraction. I fist him at the base and work my hand up and down, warming the flesh around his metal studs with a kiss. The growl building in his throat is music, and I'm the conductor, as long as I'm in charge of this tease. It makes me smile, even with my mouth full of him. When I've lost so much, falling down a black pit that seems like it might never end, he shows me how much I can still control. My tongue flicks, brushes, and strokes his flesh. He's earth and salt, raw masculine power in my mouth. Grant fists my hair, tilting my head up while I suck, all the better to stare into my eyes. If my pussy ached before, and it did, it's an incessant throb now. I think my heart migrated between my legs, pulsing so loud, so hard, I hear it in every nerve.
Fuck, Moscato. There, yes.
His back arches. I push my tongue into the sensitive little spot below his swollen head, swallowing more pre-cum as he oozes, jerks, and grunts his pleasure. I'm ready for him to blow, but I'm even more ready to be pinned down, gripped by the hair, and fucked like there's no tomorrow because it's entirely possible there isn't. Not for me. The Becca Corbin I thought I knew died the night I gave myself to him, before all hell broke loose. My lips glide furiously, pushing down on his cock again and again, desperate for him to give it up. Is it wrong to repay him with sex for what he's done? I don't know. I don't care. It can't be a quid pro quo when I want him this much. All I want is to taste his seed, a piece of his safety and his strength I'll fuse in my soul.
Becca, shit,
he says, lifting me off him by the hair.
No more. You get it when I'm good and ready.
Understood. Whatever you'd like, sir. I say the word, watching his skin bristle. He picks me up, throws me down again on all fours, and grabs the back of my panties with one hand. They fly down my legs. We're too deep in the zone, too drunk on need, to even stop so I can wind them around my ankles and kick them to the floor. I hear his trousers falling in a heap. His belt buckle clicks. Grant grabs me by the wrists, hoists me up, and then his bare cock glides against my ass, one easy push away from making me feel every thick inch of his pierced, relentless glory.
You focus on fucking me tonight, Moscato. Just me, pleasure, and nothing else. Understand, sweetness?
Yes, please, I whisper, perhaps too softly for his liking. His hand crashes down on my ass cheek, so abrupt and sudden it makes me squeal. A delicious pain flashes through me, fading into a soft fire melting in my blood. Holy shit, can pain even be delicious? I think I need more to find out.
Too slow, Rebecca,
he growls. My full name on his lips sends a new sensation up my spine, intimate and fierce.
It's high past time you learn to fuck like a woman, not my little intern. We left that behind in Maine. Only thing I've wanted since I took your cherry is to see how red your ass can get when I paint it with my hand. I think you're ready to show me.
Oh, hell, I think you're right, I think to myself, fingers curling against my palms. He pulls at my hair. His other hand cups my ass, the very same cheek he smacked. It's a powerful, personal pose that makes me gush. Please, sir, I whine. Please, I'm yours. Tonight, and maybe so many more.
Maybe.
His next slap comes harder than the first. I know he's smiling while I writhe and twitch, whining when he strikes me again. His palm comes down 4 more times, making my heart beat a roar in my own red-hot ears. My swollen pussy needs this so much, I'm not sure it'll ever want anything else. I'm dying, sir. Fuck me, please. He doesn't say anything. I hear him moving around the bed, to the nightstand, where he's probably stashed his condoms. He turns around with a small foil package in his hand when I look him in the eyes and say the magic words. Don't bother. I'm on the pill. I need this man bare, so bad it hurts. I roll my hips, throwing a little wiggle into my ass, which is still sticking up, prone and ready any time. He drops the condom and blinks, his bright blue eyes glowing like gas flames.
You're lucky. I might have fucked my way straight through the rubber with how bad I've been waiting to have your sweet cunt pulling the cum direct from my balls.
He resumes his position, giving my panties a quick jerk to completely free them from me. Grant allows me a second, but only a second, to catch my breath before the pierced tip of his cock touches my labia. One thrust later, he's in, burying himself to the hilt. We cry out in unison, me with my shrill whine, falling face first into the mattress as he goes deeper, stopping when his balls hit my clit. Him with his guttural half-curse, the world's roughest fuck falling from his lips when he anchors his length to the edge of my womb. It seems like forever before he moves. When he does, I'm gone. completely screwed in the best ways, and all in less than 10 sweet strokes of his hips. I'm coming, unhinged and undone, before he's even started. My pussy clenches his cock like gold. Its pressure invites him to fuck me harder when I start pinching him, an invitation he's glad to accept. "Oh, Grant. Oh, sir. Oh, fuck." I trip on my words, ecstasy lashing every muscle, shaking my knees, bringing my hips back to his like frantic magnets. A bomb hits its fuse in my head and explodes. For the better part of the next hour, I don't know what's come over me, but the same voodoo spell works its carnal magic on him the same. We let our bodies talk. We fuck like it's the first time and the last, laying into each other with love and hate, adoration and uncertainty. When he feels I'm holding back, his hands are on me, pulling me into him, a snarl breaking from his throat when he spanks and fucks me to another release. I'm flying, high and airborne on his deep, angry cock, soaking myself wetter than I knew was possible each time his metal studs find their way to new places in my vagina. They must be secret shortcuts to heaven itself. His fingers tighten on my ass. I'm halfway through another orgasm when he joins me, growling as his cock balloons. I didn't know this kind of heat existed. Fire shoots out of him in thick, flooding ropes. He holds himself down on my ass so hard I'm rocking deep in the mattress. His cum sets me off all over again. My greedy pussy gives it up, sucking in his seed, burying my brain in sheer, merciless sensuality. And he isn't done yet. Oh no. He's still hard. It's as unnatural as it is miraculous. Grant turns me over when he pulls out, looks me dead in the eye, and silences my panting lips with a commanding kiss. Then he says the magic words.
"Grab my shoulders and don't let go."
He lifts me up, carries me across the room, and plunges back into me as soon as I'm against the wall. Behind him, his master balcony captures a perfect view of the city. It's all I see as he takes me to heaven and back, New York's finest gold and silver, alternating with his vivid blue eyes. They drill deep when we find our rhythm. It's more potent, more honest, more breathtaking than the city will ever be. It's him I lose myself in when I come again, twisting my face to the ceiling and screaming through it. It's him when I come down, exhausted but still not ready to collapse until he's pumped his seed into me again. It's him, Grant Shaw, and only him. Savior, pursuer, stalker, protector. Wonderful in body, mind, and soul, even the parts I don't yet understand and the pieces in conflict. War is written on his face when it creases in sweet release. Pleasure overwhelms him. I wrap my legs around him as tight as I can, grasping his cock like a vice when he brings us both over.
"What the fuck, Moscato?"
he whispers before he plunges into me, and brute pleasure chokes off his words.
"What the fuck?"
He's lost it, and so have I. We come together, balls pumping, pussy sucking, every muscle in our bodies pulsing, rolling, shaking as we find our release. What was supposed to be a fire snuffed out the morning after has become a raging, incomprehensible inferno. We're tangled. We're bound. We're falling deeper, deeper, and deeper. I can't even see where this pit ends. I definitely can't say the words stamped on its floor in flaming gold. I love you. It's too soon for that, and I'm too scared. I'm not sure I know what love even is after the selfish, strange upbringing I've had. But if he keeps taking me like this, if he's able to deliver on the promises I see in his eyes and feel in his soul every time he beds me with this awesome body, anything is possible. The next few weeks are a blur. I live a new life, the first I've been free from my father's shadow since college. We head to the office together every day, and I usually catch a ride home when he's working late. People around the office have been talking. I hear their half-whispered rumors, their finger-pointing, their jokes about how the boss must be losing his mind to chase his business partner's pussy. I ignore them. Sometimes I shoot them icy stares. Thankfully, Nina remains a good supervisor and never gives me any crap. I haven't so much as heard a shred of gossip over her shoulder when she's with the others. She either respects me for real or hides her disdain a lot better than the rest. It doesn't matter. None of it does. Coming home to someone who gives a damn about me is what really counts. Sharing my bed with a man who wants to save me, to set me free, instead of just pulling me into his orbit, means the world. Then there's those lips hiding behind his dark beard. My heartbeat quickens a little more every time we lock lips. Whatever mistakes I've made and doubts I've had, they're obliterated in his kiss, possessive as it is truthful. His kiss tells me I'm more than someone else's accessory or just their means to an end. Everything I'd been in my parents' house. I'm a desire, a need. And he reminds me one afternoon when Nina tells me Mr. Shaw wants to see me in his office. I walk through the door, blinking when I don't see him behind his desk. My eyes move across the room and I see him standing in front of the huge window overlooking the cubicles, his hands tucked neatly behind him. "What's up?" I ask, trotting over, maneuvering my hands around his torso. It's like grabbing a 100-year-old cedar, his masculine scent fused with expensive cologne just as divine.
"I called you in to let you in on a little secret, Moscato. I've been standing here like an idiot, watching you for the better part of the last hour."
"Watching me? What?" I'm smiling. Maybe I'm also a little concerned. I don't know what kind of game this is, but the look on his face tells me it's serious.
"If I could show you what I see, you'd understand. You wouldn't think I'm crazy. Obsessed, maybe, but far from insane. You're sexier than you have any business being when you're hard at work, head down, oblivious to what happens in here. You're beautiful, and you're mine."
He turns, taking my hands, pulling me to him. "So this is what you do between real work?" I quirk my eyebrow. Coming from anyone else, it would be strange and unsettling, but because it's him, my man, a wicked heat pools between my thighs.
"Since day one,"
he says, a smile pulling at his lips.
"It's wrong, this fixation I get in front of the window, but so is everything else we do. It was torture just a few weeks ago when I thought we'd never do what we first did in Maine again. Since then, you've become my sweet madness, Moscato. Doesn't matter how many nights we crash down in the same bed, how many times I press you against the shower wall and fuck you through the steam. You're still my daydream here. Even when I have you every night. I can't wait for us to get home. I can't wait now, and there's so much work ahead. Calls and contracts I can't ignore. I need you, beautiful, and I don't want to wait."
I'm screaming inside when his lips attack mine. It's so sudden, so sharp, the grip of his hands on my body so intense, the world starts spinning. When I open my eyes, he's led us over to the edge of his desk, blinding me in fiery kisses. I don't notice where I am until my skirt touches wood. "Grant," I whisper, flattening my hands on his chest and giving him a soft push. "Whoa, we can't. Not here."
"We can, and we will. I'll hold my hand over your mouth if you're worried about the noise."
His hands are unstoppable, moving up my skirt, clenching my ass through my panties.
"Palms down on the desk, Becca. Down,"
he whispers, teasing me with another brush of his lips across mine. I don't have time to contemplate the ethics of fucking my almost boyfriend boss in our office. What little resistance I had from the start fades when he pulls on my panties, taking them to my knees as he drops to his, kissing his way up my thigh.
"You're shaking,"
he says, laying his beard against one thigh. Yeah? Nerves. It's crazy doing this in public. I bite my lip, wondering if anyone can see our silhouettes compromised through the door's frosted glass. Grant's touch is warm, but his nerves are cool as ice, calm and controlled.
"There's a locked door between us and them. That's plenty. I have another meeting at 4:00. Spread your legs, woman, or I won't be able to lick long enough to make you pass out."
Oh, God. If there's such a thing as a password to my body, he's just spoken it. My legs open for his gorgeous bearded face. I'm face down next to his paperweight, trying not to moan as his tongue goes to work. The man is as good as his word, like always, except here that may be a curse. It's hell holding in my screams, especially when he licks through my folds, shoves 2 fingers inside me, and makes me fuck them while his tongue lashes my clit. I think I last 5 minutes, a new record breaker with his mouth carrying me to my inner sanctum. He's growling when I go over the edge. The raw, throaty groan adds one more sensation to the wild melee his mouth and hands bring. I try to gag myself, sucking my bottom lip into my mouth hard, but I'm sure a few loud moans slip out while orgasm tsunamis through my body. Coming. Here in his office, here on his face, here in sweet surrender. I'm letting him use me on demand, and I'm loving it. This isn't just a lewd chore or an obligation. It's a gift to the man who's done so much for me, the man I'm falling harder to my knees for every day, if I'm honest.
"Moscato."
He speaks my pet name like a command. I open my eyes. He's just as gorgeous naked as he is in his suit. Turning my body, he pushes me into a sitting position on his desk. He guides my legs over his shoulders very gently. Then his forehead hits mine, and we kiss as he undoes his zipper, bringing out his pierced wonder. I gasp when he pushes inside me. It's the first of many breathless slips to leave my mouth as his thrusts come like a storm, filling my body like rain conquering earth, his thunder booming a little louder in his throat when he strokes to the hilt.
"Fuck, Becca. So tight, so warm, so goddamned perfect."
He says the last word with total conviction. I still can't believe it, can't comprehend how a screwed-up, technically homeless girl who's only rich on someone else's dime seems so wonderful. I don't understand how his bright eyes are always full of patience, admiration, maybe a love I'm still afraid to probe. But they are. They just are. That thing he said about how it would be if I could see myself in his eyes, maybe he's right. Maybe this wouldn't seem like the craziest thing in the world. Biting his hand as he brings it over my mouth, all I can do to stifle the shrill scream ripping out of me as his cock slams in, and my already frenzied heartbeat doubles. But because I can't, because I'm infected with too much pessimism at heart, there's a split second before pleasure obliterates my darkest thoughts, where I wonder how long this amazing wildfire will last. How long before life's sobering hand puts us back in our places? How long before Dad and Ethan catch up to us and use whatever strings they're bound to have to bring me back in line? How long before Grant gets sick of my crap and walks out, leaving me mourning the greatest romance? Yes, dear God, romance of my life. I don't know. When I'm pinching his ass like a vice with my legs, losing one of my heels, I don't have a clue, nor do I care. For now, the present is enough. Every beautiful moment we have to ourselves. And we have one more as he smothers my lips and takes my tongue, slamming his hips into me one more time as he lets go. I ride out every thick, screaming rope of his cum. His cock roots itself deep, throbbing and twitching in time to his grunts, so intense I feel his pulse in every domineering kiss and flex of muscle. I love you, I love you, I love you. It's on my mind like a mantra, and it's almost as hard to hold in as the ecstasy blooming on my lips. Whether we're meant to last weeks or years, I have to say it soon. I have to tell him, even if it makes what's happening 10 times crazier, because if I don't, I'll never forgive myself. Fridays never meant much before. Now they're a happy time. I show up at the hot new Italian restaurant we've picked for our date. I'm almost late, spending more time than I really should picking out my dress, something I never cared about before. I choose a smooth white cream-colored cocktail dress with matching heels. Too virginal white not to be fitting for my handsome date. Possibly a hint too much like a wedding gown not to inspire thoughts about our future. It's a chic, well-lit place. I'm greeted warmly at the door by the valet and the maitre d', both dressed in exquisite vests. The million-dollar view of downtown Manhattan shines through the windows as soon as I'm at the table. Grant is right on time, 5 minutes later.
For me, Moscato? Sweet Jesus.
Excitement crackles in his sky-blue eyes, taking in my outfit. He has a gift for making me blush, no matter how much time we spend together. I'm glad you approve, I say, pulling my foot from my heel to rub his calf under the table as soon as he's seated. Yes, we do those things. The secretive puppy love affection I've been denied my whole life because there wasn't anyone worth doing this with until now.
Approve?
He cocks his head, lowering the menu in his hands.
I want to skip dinner, take you in the back, and drag you out of that thing with my teeth.
He takes my hand. I slap his knuckles playfully, laughing, knowing full well he's crazy enough to try. We came here for a night out. Be good, and I'll be very good to you later. Sir, promise. I say the last 2 words under my breath. He sits up straight. If I brought my foot to his lap, I'm almost certain I'd find him rock hard and ready to go. Fortunately, our waiter comes by to fetch our drink order and start our apps, saving my modest plan to do dinner and then sex like a normal couple. Jesus, a couple. That's what we're rapidly becoming, isn't it? The idea knocks around my head while we make small talk, sipping our wine and tucking into the escargot and fancy cheese plate between us. I want to freshen up and also make sure the happy buzz in my head doesn't make me float away, so I excuse myself before our entrees come out, heading for the ladies' room. I'm washing up when I hear the door open. The figure who steps inside slams the door shut, throws something metal into the handle, and closes in fast. There isn't even time to scream. Ethan surrounds me, backing us into the corner, a sick fury written on his face.
You're a hard one to track down these days, chérie, but I have my ways. Thank God, yes? Your father's worried sick about you, and so am I.
A low whimper escapes my mouth as he shoves his arm around both sides of my face against the wall, boxing me in. Don't do this, I say, wondering why I'm wasting my words. There's no reasoning with this psycho.
Do what?
He snarls, grabbing my face with one hand, forcing me to look at him.
Apologize, because I've tried to for what happened over dinner about 50 fucking times, Rebecca. I tried my utmost to set things right with you and Jeremiah. Would have said it to your face 100 times over, except no one knows where you went. What's happened?
His voice is a low, monstrous sigh. I tilt my head as far as I can, refusing to answer, refusing to even look at him.
You're with him tonight, aren't you? The man who's supposed to be your boss? The man you lied to me about?
His tongue flicks over his lips. His clammy hand trembles on my face just above the temple.
What does Shaw have that I don't? Tell me.
A soul, I think to myself, letting the hate flow when I'm able to look him in the eyes. Manners, I try, worried what will happen if I enrage him more. Looking over his shoulder, it looks like there's a crowbar lodged in the door. It keeps anyone else from entering, but it could easily be used against me another way if he decides to get violent. Please don't let him be that crazy.
Manners,
he snaps, throwing it back at me.
Perhaps you suit each other then, chérie. You all too willing to run from the people who love you into the arms of a stranger who's using you like a common whore. You know there's no future, yes?
No future with you? Yeah, obviously. My voice shakes, but I won't go down quietly. I'll let him hurt me before I ever buckle to this sinister, disturbed freak again. His lips twist.
I mean with him, fool. You can't be blind and dumb, Rebecca. Your father won't simply nod his approval when he finds out. I won't let Shaw use you. He doesn't appreciate you like a real man should. He's got you confused, corrupted with his lies, twined around his finger like the other meaningless whores he's kicked to the curb.
Let me go, Ethan. Last warning. I'm going to scream bloody murder if you don't. I'll go to the police and... I realize my mistake as soon as he slams me into the wall, shoving his hand over my mouth.
You'll come home with me tonight, chérie. I'm taking you back to your parents. They'll get the help you need, set you straight, sue your idiot boss into the ground for thinking he could get away with kidnapping you.
You're the kidnapper, you fucking lunatic. It's the last thought I have before my bones shake. It happens so fast. 1 minute I'm digging my heels into the ceramic floor as hard as I can, twisting with all my might, trying to knock him off balance, or at least get his hand off my mouth so I'm able to call for help. The next, there's a whirlwind bowling us both over. Grant. I've never seen him so furious, so determined, his face creased in a brutal mess of hate. He pins down Monsieur Creepo with his weight, straddling his chest, slamming his fist into the asshole's brittle face again and again. Grant, no, we have to call the cops. I'm on him, shaking him by the shoulders, trying to get through before he murders the Fabius CEO in front of me. It's a small miracle the commotion hasn't brought anyone else here yet. When Grant pulls his fist away, it's covered in blood. Ethan wobbles, scurries back against the wall for support as I tug my man away. We walk backwards toward the sinks. Standing straight again, Ethan cradles what looks like a broken nose. My phone is out. I'm about to dial 911 when a manager storms in, an older, balding man. His eyes bug out when he sees the drama.
Christ! Everybody okay in here?
I hold my breath. If the law gets involved, this doesn't look good. Sure, I can tell them what Ethan tried to do to me, but it won't wipe the blood off Grant's knuckles. We've just given a madman a perfect excuse to do his worst, legally.
On my way out,
Ethan rasps, blood slurring his speech.
Took a fall. They helped me up.
It's an obvious lie, but we're quiet as he slinks past us. He takes his sweet time, waiting until the manager ducks back into the restaurant to lean in and whisper,
Wait when Papa finds out, chérie. I'll be sure he shows you the hard truth about Shaw, too. Come one step closer, and I'll fucking kill you,
Grant says. For once in his miserable life, Ethan listens. He keeps his distance as he staggers away, and by the time we remember to bring Grant's hand to the sink to wash the blood away, he's gone. I've officially lost my appetite, but we need to sit down again and decompress from this insanity. I watch Grant dry his hands before I follow him out. You heard what he said, didn't you? I ask later, when we're seated again, trying and failing to enjoy Manhattan's tinsel lights. He's going to tell my father about us. God, what then?
I tell him you're mine, and I'm not giving you up. If he doesn't like it, I'll remind him it's none of his damned business.
Grant pauses, stabbing into his steak frites, swallowing a mouthful of wine. How he's able to drink after our savage encounter, I don't know.
He doesn't scare me, Becca. Even what he's threatened to do with my company.
What threat? My fork falls, clattering against the plate. He's after you? Jesus, why didn't you tell me? Is that what Ethan meant when he said that thing about the hard truth? He doesn't look at me.
It doesn't matter. I'm dealing with it, Moscato. I'll need my experts in law and finance. Nothing you can do.
Like hell there isn't. I'm shouting, and a dirty look from an old woman several tables over reminds me to lower the volume. I'll tell him I'm going to the police anyway. The cops, the FBI, whoever I need to talk to about this weird business he's in with Ethan. Blood doesn't matter. Not after the way he treated me. I stop, stuffing a bite of glazed venison into my mouth, chewing so hard it hurts my teeth. I'm able to pick at my food better than I thought when it's in front of me. Must be the stress.
Let me handle this my own way. Please, Moscato,
he says, leaning back, folding his hands. The soft blue energy seems a lot lower in his eyes, like he used it all up defending me.
I know how to deal with this. I'll make sure neither of them bother us again. Notice I didn't say you. Us.
I don't have the heart to put up a fight, even if I'm itching to help. If he hadn't shown up in the bathroom when he did, who knows what Ethan might have done. I still feel like a fool for not rushing out after him, holding him on the street while we brought in the cops to deal with his warped hostility disguised as compassion. Fine, we'll try it your way. But what do we do in the meantime, if Ethan comes back?
I meant what I said,
Grant says, ice in his voice.
I will kill him if he ever lays a hand on you again. If he's wise, he'll back the fuck off and let me deal with your old man instead.
I already know he isn't. He's too insane. But it doesn't stop me from smiling at the force Grant wields in every word, the power he's devoted to me. As horrible as the run-in was, I won't let it ruin our night. We finish dinner, one more round of drinks, and then head home to start our weekend. He leads me by the hand up his big black staircase, straight to the new home I've made in his bed. I melt into his kisses, and they become so much more. I'm worried, of course, but it's dampened by desire. Nothing will ruin this, damn it. We're too good for each other. Far too good to be brought down by anything. A seasonal flu bug hits hard about a week later, giving me something new to worry about. It's worst in the mornings, leaving me feeling like I've been run over after a marathon. There hasn't been any more ugliness from Dad or Ethan, at least, an uneasy truce I doubt will last. Even Mom's weekly "please come home" calls have stopped. Probably because she's given up and decided to stop worrying about me while she's in Dubai. I try to keep going, but by midweek I have to take a real sick day, lounging at the condo under a blanket while I watch the city go on about its day without me through walls of glass. I'm contemplating an online appointment with the doctor over my phone, but before I do anything, I decide to self-diagnose. Browsing the lists of symptoms online leaves me scrunching my nose, wondering what new punishment I'm in for. None of them seem to fit until I casually tap my way into the parenting part of the site. Oh, shit. This can't be happening, but if it is, I need to know. Hello, is this Bruce? I ask as soon as I hear someone pick up on the line Grant gave me for his personal driver and concierge.
At your service, madam.
Listen, I'm feeling a little under the weather, and I have a weird request. I pause, rolling my tongue, searching for the right words. But before I ask, I have to know something. Are you guys under any confidentiality rules? Or will you blab everything to your boss?
9. Welcome distraction. It's hell at the office. The merger goes on through our underlings, a lot of moving pieces tasked with forming one whole, blissfully ignorant about the ongoing hostility at the top of the pyramid. I haven't heard from Corbin since the not-so-subtle threat on his yacht. What's weird is it's been almost 2 weeks since our run-in with that prick sniffing around Becca at the restaurant, but I haven't received as much as a text from Daddy Dearest. He has to know I'm with Becca, has to know it's more than business, has to know damn well I'm not giving her back without a fight. Maybe he's reeling because he thought he'd gotten my balls on a silver platter, only to find out I'm spending my nights in bed with his own flesh and blood. The leverage would bring me wicked satisfaction under other circumstances, but this isn't like that. This isn't chess, and she isn't some cold collateral. She's the beginning and the end of me, an obsession when I wake and when I close my eyes, even when she's tucked safely in my arms. I haven't made much progress unraveling his ties to Fabius. Picking at it with legal and my VPs only does so much. Nothing definitive turns up. My managers are starting to sense the nerves, the second-guessing. It's too late to go back, they remind me. Technically, they're right, but they're also dead wrong. I remind them I built this company and our fortunes with my bare hands. I'm no one's fool. If we're getting fucked, even after I've signed over the keys to the castle, the bastard axe will swing. Jake and Crowley flinch when I bring my fist down on my desk. It's more emotional than I want to let on, exposing how much this shit bothers me. Still, I don't mind reminding them they serve under a mad dog who won't be chained. Not by Corbin, not by Fabius, not by my own mistakes, not by fucking anyone. Having Becca back one wall away helps soothe the restless beast inside me. I missed not having her around while she was out with the flu. Miracle I didn't catch it myself, sharing the same bed, bringing her whatever I could. This office makes me even more stir-crazy when I can't step up to the glass with my coffee, look through it, and see her at my side. Mine, even when she doesn't know I'm looking. And sometimes, ever since our first fuck on my desk, she looks back, staring through my one-way window with a warm, nervous smile hanging on her lips. It's equal parts beautiful and unbearable. There's nothing I'd like better than to step out, grab her face with both hands, and bite down on her luscious lips in front of the whole office. It'd shut up the gossip mill pretty fast, dropping such a big piece of red meat down their gullets, they'd choke. Work isn't my sole obligation either. Hades and Luke are coming to town. It's for a massive charity fundraiser put on by Hades, and it looks like he's decided to use it as an excuse for a family get-together. Not that I mind. Haven't seen them or their kids since the family barbecue months ago, shortly after I found out I'd unknowingly slept with my new intern. God help me, I want to bring Becca, too. I want them to know her. I want to show them I've got my shit together, and I can have a normal relationship with a woman without an imminent disaster hanging over our heads. If only the last part were true. Honestly, my situation is just as complicated as the rash insanity that consumed both my brothers when they claimed their wives, even if it isn't as serious yet. There must be a Shaw curse because we're about to be 3 for 3 in that department. At home, there's more waiting for me than an invitation to the charity ball. I find Becca at the breakfast bar, where she's unwinding with her Kindle in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. I smile when I see what's on her screen. Reading those gossip rags again. Who is it this time? King Silas and his fairy tale fantasies?
Ryan Caspian, actually,
she says, putting her hand over the screen, the little tease.
He's a billionaire, a lot like you, out in Michigan.
Heard the name, I say, frowning because I'm not able to place it.
He went through a lot for a second chance with his lady Kara. Had to leave town after he killed a man. They're married and have kids now.
I let out a low whistle, loosening my tie. Always feels incredible after a long day flogging Neolithic's billion-dollar machine a little harder. Killed a man. Hope there was a good reason. I'm surprised, Moscato. Murder mystery doesn't seem like your usual material. Can't remember the last time I didn't see you swallowing celebrity drama or checking on your charity in Caracas.
Bogota, she corrects, holding up a finger. If you want to know the truth, I'm reading about Ryan and Kara because they're a good example of how screwed up things can get before they're set right. Since I'm sharing a bed with a billionaire and we've got big problems, I thought I'd better take a closer look at what I'm really getting into.
How about this, I say, reaching into my pocket. I take her lips long and hard before I push the small piece of paper into her hands.
A blank check?
Her brow creases, confusion setting in. It's not blank, just the amount. Look closer. There's a date, a signature, and a note in the memo line.
Whatever she can dream.
Becca reads the words I scribbled there this morning, looking up, her eyes wide.
I don't get it.
It's yours, Moscato. Pick an amount under 8 figures and write it in whenever you want. If you want it to go to your charity, fine. Or your personal bank account, maybe. A handsome stipend so you can do what you really want. You want to go there and do what you need to help those people get their water, go right ahead.
What? But I'm here with you.
I smile. She's so damn adorable when she's surprised. I want to rip that robe right off and carry her to bed. Didn't you say you had to decide today? This offer's good for a while. My treat. Because you're not really free until we've taken the power away from your old man. This helps us to do that, even if it isn't our final answer.
Grant.
She's touched.
You're sure about this?
I take her in my arms, laying another kiss on her lips before I speak. This gives you control over your life. A clean slate, a nice chunk of change to start over however much you need in the limits I set. If you think a few million means anything to me, think again. Seeing you happy, loved, and free means more. So much more than those selfish jack-offs who held you back will ever understand.
It's too much,
she says, a lump visible in her throat.
I can't.
I lay my hand on her cheek, tilt her chin up with my thumb, and wait until those green eyes are on me, deep and beautiful as the Maine forest. It's late, is what it is. My only regret is not offering it sooner. It's proof you're a free woman, Moscato. You're not my prisoner or anyone else's. I'll fight my way to the ends of the universe to keep you safe, and you don't owe me a damn thing. I do it because I love you. Love you like I never thought I'd love any woman, and because I want to keep you on the only terms love should ever be, free. She jumps on me. I didn't think she had it in her to kiss as hard as she does just then, tears streaming down her cheeks. Good thing I'm ready. I take her passion in my mouth and give it right back, running my hands up and down her beautiful body, knowing she's mine forever because I'm man enough to set her free.
You weren't supposed to say it first, she says, her voice shaking. That was my job.
Looks like she's holding something in, but I don't press her. Not when it's one of those moments you'd be a complete fool to sour. Say what? I grin, pretending I don't already know.
I love you, Mr. Shaw. Loved you first, and I think I love you more. I love you.
That's a lot of lovin' for a man whose ears only used to prick up with pride when he heard bastard acts. Lucky I've evolved. Don't think I'll ever hear any sweeter words when they're coming from her lips. Proof positive we're on the right track, and nothing will ever derail us. Damn, brother. Thought you'd never show, and I'd have to kick this thing off all on my lonesome. I slap Hayden on the back.
Whatever. Wrangling up kids is a full-time job. We can't all run off to the woods whenever we'd like and chop firewood.
He stares back at me with the same eyes telling the world we're kin. Brothers, for better or worse, bound in Shaw blue. Think again, the rugged frontier life would do wonders for your little girl, I say with a wink, dropping to my knees and holding out my arms as the toddler runs toward me. I sweep my niece up to my chest, bouncing her in the air as she laughs. Hello, Abby. Been too long since you've seen Uncle Grant. She runs her little hands in my beard. She's such a sweet girl. I'm sure the cuteness is about to make my Becca's ovaries explode as she stands next to me, an amused smile on her lips. I'm still bouncing the 2-year-old in my arms when I walk past Hades, approaching the striking redhead behind him. "Penny, how's he treating you?" Grinning, I give her a hand to squeeze. Like always, she shoves aside the handshake, throwing her arms around me instead.
"It's wonderful to see you. Hayden's an amazing father and even better husband. Must take after his big brother," she says, flashing me a wink. "I mean, if the rich and famous bachelor Grant Shaw ever decides to live up to his full potential and settle down, of course."
"Yeah, about that." I hand Abby back to her, letting the tiny girl give my beard one more brisk tug. "There's someone I'd like you both to meet." I move towards Becca, putting my palm on the small of her back, easing her into my family's first impression. "Hades, Penny, this is my assistant, Rebecca."
"Holy hell, bro! Where'd you hire the fox?"
Another familiar voice stops me mid-sentence, crashing into Hayden from behind. Even at this charity ball, where the combined wealth in this room is quickly approaching $1 trillion, Luke wears his bombardier jacket over his suit. It's hard letting Hollywood fashion habits go, apparently. Hades shoots him an annoyed look, and our youngest brother raises a cocky eyebrow. "I was just about to get to her, Flywright," I growl, slapping the back of his neck not so playfully. "Where's Robbie and your little man, anyway? Might as well do an introduction with the whole family."
"Oh, my God,"
Becca whispers, leaning her lips to my ear.
"You weren't kidding. It's really him."
I laugh, all I can do not to roll my eyes. If she knew my brother, she wouldn't be so starstruck by everybody's favorite new swoon from the big screen, the guy who's made the Shaw name synonymous with kinky billionaire. There are worse fates, right? I try to tell myself there are. "In the flesh," I say, stepping past them as she shakes his hand, gushing over his last big erotic romance thriller, Bear. "How's my sister-in-law and my little architect?" Robbie smiles, wearing her gold blonde hair a little shorter. It looks nice.
"We're holding up. Just glad the studio let us get away for the weekend. But I told them I wouldn't miss this for the world."
She passes me the kid, my baby nephew, one more little tiger who's inherited our ocean blue eyes. Last time I saw Zane, barely over 1 year old now, he was laughing his way to an early nap after we knocked down a huge Jenga tower we'd built together. It was Christmas, a little more than 6 months ago, a time when everything was so much simpler. There's no time to make small talk. The second Becca turns around, she's squealing again, running past me to shake Robbie's hand with a fury that makes me wonder if she'll take her arm off.
"Robin Shaw, you were amazing. How did you get so brave to do half the things you did in the movie? I couldn't, not in a million years."
Robbie laughs, looking past her. I'm sure she's used to fans gushing all over her by now, especially the young and plucky ones like Becca. Penny comes up next to her, and they share a look before their eyes fall on me.
"Grant, is there something we should know?"
"Yeah, if I can get a break from these interruptions." I sigh, waiting for my 2 younger brothers to stop screwing around and join us. They do a moment later, trotting over, putting away whatever inane argument had them so animated just seconds ago. "Boys and girls, I'd like you to meet Rebecca Corbin, my new assistant and also my date for tonight." That's right. I'm done hiding anything. I don't care how my brothers raise their eyebrows as they give her a proper handshake and friendly, elusive grins. Care even less how much psychic gossip I can sense flying between Penny and Robbie, their glances between each other and back to me, wondering if I've lost my mind. They've been there before, all 4 of them. Both couples came out the other side of their drama happier, healthier, and better for it. There's no goddamn reason I can't do the same.
"Let's get drinks," Robbie says, tugging on my girl's arm. "We'll leave the boys a few minutes to catch up."
I'm just glad she wants to make my girl feel welcome.
"Bro, since when did you decide to rob the cradle?"
Luke says, a thin smile pulling at his lips.
"Is she old enough to drink?"
I don't know. Thought I'd better give it some thought. More than you put in before you decided to shack up with our old family help. Anger stirs in his eyes. Once upon a time, Robbie was our family's hired maid. Their relationship got blown until years later, thanks to a wretched affair between our old man and her mom. Defensive as ever, my little brother stabs his finger into my chest, and I counter, grabbing his wrist.
Shack up. I married her, Grant. Unless you're ready to show me a ring on that pretty young thing you've got hooked to your arm, you don't have the right to talk shit about my wife.
Much as my ego wants to snap his arm like a twig, he's right. Robbie's too nice. She doesn't deserve shit talk. Hades steps between us, pushing both our arms down, wearing a genteel smile for several wealthy old couples with champagne flutes and their hands passing by.
Come on, guys, this isn't how we do charity. Let's not give the muckraker fuckwad journalists a scene to tweet about.
He ought to know better than anyone how that can blow up after his fake marriage to Penny turned real. He's also always been the voice of reason, and it's as welcome as it is insufferable at times. Sorry, brother, I was out of line, I tell Luke. Still, I don't like you implying I went after her for the banging good looks and nothing else. If she was worth nothing better than warming my bed, I wouldn't have brought her here tonight. Damn sure I wouldn't have brought her to meet my family. Luke's eyes go to the floor. Deep down, I know he regrets his words, but he's too proud to say it.
It's not often we get together like this anymore,
Hades reminds us. He stops a server carrying champagne on a silver tray as he walks past, placing drinks in both our hands before he takes his.
Let's have a toast to the Three Musketeers for old time's sake, yeah? We'll conquer the world, brothers, as long as we don't turn on each other first.
Fair point. We clink glasses. Luke taps mine harder than he needs to, but I smile anyway. There's no time to be stung by his passive-aggressive bullshit. The gangly gentleman we've brought in to be our keynote steps up to the stage, gripping the microphone. It's Charlie Cunninghair, a veteran from local self-help radio. He's a clear communicator and has the experience to know when to rile people up or put them to sleep, making him the perfect choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get this rodeo going in the next 20 minutes. Please find your seats and have your checkbooks handy. All proceeds tonight benefit Healthy Mothers Global, the Helena Psychiatric Fund, and the Bogota Bridge Cooperative. These wonderful charities represent several good causes, from disease research to mental health to sanitation, each vetted and endorsed by our gracious hosts.
Charles finds us in the crowd and waves. We smile, waving back. Family bullshit aside, my grin is real. We each picked a charity to spotlight tonight, ready to raise a nice haul for our pet causes. Hades and Luke walk with me over to the front row seats reserved for us. We sit, sipping our drinks, searching for our girls in the vast gaggle of corporate luminaries, celebs, and philanthropists we've sold into joining us tonight. What's Healthy Mothers doing these days, Hades? Zeno's practically cured. I give my brother a proud look. Good thing I'm not the jealous type, or I'd feel pretty small sitting next to the man who kick-started the research to cure a virus threatening millions of motherhood dreams.
We're moving into the next big thing, support and care for the mothers who need it. Zeno doesn't make life easy, even when it's cured. Penny never reached the burnout stage when she had it, thank God. A lot of others weren't so lucky. They'll need more science if they want to fix their reproductive systems, too ravaged by the virus to give them kids, even when it's no longer active in their blood.
You're doing them a solid, Luke says, downing his champagne and waving the waiter over. He asks for something harder, a whiskey sour. I decide to go for one, too.
Wish I could say I'd thought up my cause without a lot of help from Erica.
Shit, Hades and I say in unison, shaking our heads. The crazy bitch almost sent our little brother to jail after she accused him of screwing up her face, a last desperate ploy to keep him away from Robbie. They're on good terms now, and she's a happy grandma, but it's taken her a hell of a lot of therapy to get there.
No, guys, it's not like that. Just wish I'd been more proactive, less self-absorbed, fixated on my career, chasing my big break. Could have helped people like Erica before her insanity ever caused us serious grief if I'd thought to raise funds for mental health before. I'm never making the same mistake again.
I hold my glass out to him to tap it with his, and we both knock back our whiskeys.
I know you've done a lot of fundraising over the years for different causes, more than me, but raking up money for water in Panama or wherever the fuck seems random.
Colombia, I correct him. It's Becca's project. She's to thank for turning me on to it. I shrugged it off too at first, but then I saw the pictures. Families going thirsty or relying on poisoned water guaranteed to shorten their lives. Babies dying from diseases we can fix with 100-year-old treatment and a few good treatment plants. There's no excuse. If I'm able to step up and make things better, I will.
Wow.
Didn't know it was so serious, he says, staring into his almost empty glass. You're doing a lot of good, no doubt. But signing on to a charity you hardly knew shit about, her charity, it's serious, isn't it? Obviously. Does he think I'd be sitting here counting down the seconds, waiting to see the smile lighting up her sweet face when she sees what I'm doing for her and the people she cares about, if I wasn't goddamn smitten? Love's a heavy thing, I say, looking at them both as their eyes go wide. Don't know how you boys do it, but you've set a good example. I'll be lucky if I'm able to make her half as happy as you've made your wives. Luke and Hades turn to each other, sharing a look. I'm sure they're about to throw a whole lot more crap my way, double-checking my sanity, but they never get the chance. The ladies take the empty seats between us, laughing as they pull away from each other. Everything good? I ask Becca as soon as her hand is in mine.
Amazing. Why didn't you tell me your sisters-in-law are hilarious?
I just smile, happy she's telling me the truth. There's no need to pretend it's okay for my benefit. It's a relief they didn't let the age gap or my surprise intro treat her any worse than she deserves. Not that I'd expect it from ladies as gracious as Penny and Robbie, but stranger things have happened when people get the wrong notions in their heads. We lock hands. I eyeball the drink she's sipping, a beverage on ice in a tall glass, something they don't usually serve, to preserve the classy stick-up-the-ass atmosphere that comes mandatory when you're asking favors of people as rich as we are. Long Island iced tea? No Moscato, I tease.
Non-alcoholic, actually, she says, her voice weirdly soft. I wasn't feeling like a buzz today. Still shaking off the cold or whatever it was, I guess. Just walking around here and this thing makes me sweat like mad.
She fans herself, adjusting her long red dress. I pull her hand up, laying a firm kiss on the back of it, a motion that sets off Penny and Robbie chattering quietly to themselves a few seats over. Little Abby giggles, and baby Zane joins her a second later. Almost like the kids can sense the secret intensity between us, and they're laughing for me as I try to hold it in. I'm only showing 1/100th of it to my family tonight. You're hot as hell, babe. Don't forget it. I kiss her hand again, this time lingering.
Hot mess, maybe, she whispers, her cheeks catching the rosy red hue I love. It's nice to meet your family, Grant, and thank you for making my charity yours tonight. Someday I'll make it even.
I give her my nicest, sexiest smile. Deep down, I'm laughing my ass off. Someday? Is she joking? It's like she doesn't know what she does to me. How can she be blind to the crazy spell she casts? The one that's got me planning everything, right down to the 4 kids I'll put in her year after year, once I've given her a first-class wedding she'll never forget. Now, if I'm just able to fix the intrigue with her asshole father first. I look over at my brothers as the opening concert begins. 4 guys on their stringed instruments serenading us with the classical, civilized crap Mom used to love. Not so long ago, her death screwed up my youngest brother. I thought he'd never get it together, especially after he lost Robbie the first time. There's a wicked irony in what's changing all around us. Now Luke would probably hook me up with the shrinks getting cash from his mental health fund if he knew what's on my brain. Hades would go along with it, too, hoping to triple-check me before I make a critical mistake. They're jumping to the wrong conclusions. Their eyes drift over while the music plays, catch them staring at Becca several times, muttering a few words to each other, trying to figure us out. They're suspicious of my little Moscato. I get it, even if it pisses me off. I appreciate them trying to look out for me, but they don't really understand a damned thing. This isn't about getting my dick wet in a woman almost half my age. That kind of sex comes easy without even buying it, as I used to do every time I went up to Chandlersport and left old Mac chuckling to himself as he watched me round up another prize. It's so much more than temporary pussy, more than an office tryst. It's real. I taste it on my tongue just looking at her, feel it in my veins. Have to close my eyes from the heat warming my blood every time our fingers twine. She's mine, damn it. Beautifully, fatefully, irrevocably mine. Letting her go becomes more unthinkable with every breath, every day we're together, every scorching kiss. I've found my missing piece, filled the dark hole in my life. It's more perfect than I ever imagined. So fucking perfect, it's leapt up with jade green eyes and slapped me across the face, leaving my ears ringing. Or is it my heart that echoes? My soul? Everything telling me this delectable woman is what I've been waiting for? I can't believe I'm thinking half the cheesy, flowery crap rolling through my head. But I am when I lean over just before the auction begins, whispering in her ear. We need to get away this weekend. Celebrate the end of the summer. Think we ought to revisit a certain lodge up north, maybe catch up with my boy Jack?
A getaway won't hurt. I've only got a few weeks left at Neolithic anyway. Now's as good a time as any to do some thinking about what I want next.
Her smile tells me it's on. It also says she might have figured out I'm ready to give her the world, and all she has to do is ask. No, but it's more than that, too. Maybe it's the soft white light from the stage, or the rare peace we've bought ourselves tonight. Maybe it's temporarily blinding me to the wolves I haven't scared off us yet, but God, how the hell could it be any other way? Her face looks more perfect than ever. I can't wait to spill my biggest secret. Can't wait to see her more gorgeous than she looks tonight. And she will be when we're in Maine again and I take her on my back porch. Her eyes will make the stars weep jealousy when I get down on my knee, show her the ring, and make our loving delirium official. The next week burns through itself fast. We spend the weekend catching up with my family before they head back to Chicago and L.A. I think my brothers feel better before they head to the airport on Sunday after spending more time with Becca. They see us arm in arm, stealing kisses while their women look on, happy and approving. Penny pulls me aside at one point, her eyes drunk on joy.
You found yourself a keeper. Tell me we'll be planning a wedding soon.
I don't say anything, just crack a grin. She pats my cheek, ruffling my beard, but she knows. Good thing this woman is a safe choice for a secret. Then Becca keeps me company the next 4 days, pulling long hours in the office. We break more than once for quickies on my desk. At night we talk over our trip, and I make sure the housekeepers in Maine have an ample heads-up to get the place ready for us on Friday. Nina lets her leave early that day to pack. I tell her I'll meet up with her in a couple hours, and we'll hop in the car for the long drive up the Atlantic coast. Should put us in by midnight, back in the place where our magic began, and where I'll work it again to make us 100 times as happy. No, I still haven't figured out how badly I'm fucked with the merger. It's happening at full speed, and I'll probably dismiss Becca from her internship a week early to make sure we have enough desks for absorbing Corbin's people. My boys and girls are already groaning about how much more cramped we'll be, taking on their technical specialists and traders, plus new HR hires to help oversee the transition. I'll probably be looking at renting out another floor of the building by the end of the year, or else relocating entirely, perhaps to a bigger venue closer to Wall Street. Normally, it's the kind of growth I like to oversee personally, but not while I'm walking on the landmine Corbin planted without knowing where the damn thing is or when it'll go off in my face. Screw it. I tell myself I'll worry more after we come home, engaged, and we start figuring out a date to get hitched before Christmas. I don't want to wait. I'm hoping the new development will knock some sense into Jeremiah Corbin's head. There's nothing he can do as my father-in-law except come clean, or else come straight for my throat. Either way, it draws him out, ending this stalemate we've had since he showed me his teeth on the yacht. I get off the phone an hour later than I'd like, dismissing my team. We've been busy doing conference calls with a partner pharma who wants to do a whole lot more with the money we originally invested than they said up front. I'll need approval from the new jackasses who are supposed to be my partners to give them the nod, but I think it'll do us all good. Everybody scatters like flies to leave for the weekend. By the time I take a quick break to grab some water before I head out, there's nobody left in the office except Nina, who stops me as she's picking up her purse.
You have a visitor, Mr. Shaw. Would you like me to stay a while longer in case it's urgent?
Who? I ask, stopping in my tracks.
Mr. Corbin. He says there's business he'd like to discuss personally, so I let him into your office. Told him you'd be by in a couple minutes.
Shit. Nina does a double take as the expletive drops like a bomb in the lobby. I run my palm over my face, knowing if Chief Dick himself is here, it can't be good. Go home. No point in bogging you down. If anything comes up I can't handle myself, I'll call, but I'm confident it won't.
Good luck.
She gives me an awkward grin and runs for the elevator. Who the hell can blame her? I toss my cup in the silver waste bin and bring my fists to my sides, heading for my office, ready to get whatever the hell is waiting for me on the other side over and done. I rip the door open. Corbin stands, stiff as a board, his charcoal suit smooth against his silver tie, a perfect match for his salt and pepper hair. Sleek as the devil himself. Behind us there's a stern-looking, tight-lipped bull jammed into a suit standing against the wall, a personal bodyguard who's tagged along to put me in my place if I try anything stupid against his boss, no doubt. I wonder for the 1,000th time just who the fuck he thinks he is. Nobody brings a strong arm into his business partner's office, even when they're on as rotten terms as we are. And yet, he just did. "Why are you here?" I walk toward him, hoping I'm able to hear the next lies out of his mouth over my heartbeat roaring in my ears. Forget polite. There's nothing worth holding back anymore. This isn't an ordinary partnership built on trust, and he damn well knows it.
Certain reactions are too priceless not to see with my own eyes, Shaw. I'm very interested to know what you think of this.
He slams a folder down on my desk, plopping into the seat across from me. Clenching my teeth, I take my chair and pull out 2 white pages. My eyes flick over the words, each more unbelievable than the last, turning my blood to molten steel in record time. This has to be a fucking joke. You can't get away with this. The papers go flying. I shove them off my desk onto the floor. He watches, a wry smile on his face as they crash near his feet. Reaching down, he takes his sweet time picking them up and then lays them gently on my desk again. I have a cruel urge to find out if it's possible to decapitate a man with the world's worst paper cut. It might even be worth the broken bones I'm sure I'd get from his hired fist if I so much as lay a finger on him.
It's as much a joke as your legal team, Corbin snaps. You should have had them picking over the fine print rather than sending them after Fabius's dirt like headless chickens. Perhaps they'd have noticed the disparity in our share structure sooner, and made sure you didn't lose your 50.1% majority on a technicality because you failed to sign off on the last bonds to Fabius in a timely manner as agreed. No share majority, no serious voting rights. I'm fucked.
"Leave," I growl, flexing my fists on the desk. "You've made your move, and I'll counter it in court. There's nothing else to say face to face like civilized men when you're trying to steal what's mine out from under me."
Unpleasant, no? I think you know a thing or two about it, you wretched thief. There's a benefit to keeping my daughter on the same phone plan. A well-placed bribe or two tells me exactly where she's been.
Nice to know you found out like a sneaky bastard and not from the Parisian asshole whose nose I wrecked weeks ago. His wicked smile disappears.
Count your lucky stars. You're fortunate Ethan didn't press charges. I assured him it would be a foolish move, and we'd find better ways to get even in the end. No, don't thank me now, he says, holding up a hand. You haven't seen how big a favor I'm doing you, Shaw. How enormous a break I'm cutting us both.
Fuck you and your favors. I point my finger at him, doing my damnedest to keep the rage erupting inside me from causing me to tremble. I'm asking her to marry me this weekend. There's nothing you can do. Go ahead. Dismember my company from the inside like the parasite you are. Give the feds the biggest financial bust in history. Whenever they're able to find the Fabius dirt, I can't. I'll be there to testify against you. None of it matters. As long as I have Becca, I've won. Everything else is expendable. For the first time since we sat down, I see anger wrinkling his brow.
I thought you'd react this way. So predictable, Shaw. Won't you at least make a run for me? Try to break my jaw or something? I'd love to watch Cade dole out some justice for poor Ethan's nose, demolishing your good looks so bad my little girl never looks at you with bedroom eyes again.
I'm not your pawn. I'm done here, asshole. Show yourself out and wait for your wedding invitation in the mail, I tell him, each word slurring with more hate than the last. I'm serious about this being over. I have to get the hell out of here before I do something monumentally stupid like throw this fuck through the window and letting him find his justice on the busy New York pavement below.
No, don't bother. After tonight, you'll never see her again.
I'm halfway to the door when the wolf says the only combination of words forcing me to give him a minute more of my time. What? It flies out like a curse, and I stare his smug ass down, rethinking whether or not violence really will make this worse.
She's learning the truth now. In, about 5 minutes, give or take,
he says, glancing at his expensive gold watch.
I planned this perfectly, you see. There's no one to blame except you, Shaw. When we first lined up to do this partnership, I decided to do my homework very thoroughly, as I do with anyone I decide to get in bed with. You'd be surprised how much a person winds up on cameras these days. How easy it is to catch them at their worst with the right bribe in the right place, or remind the wrong people how absolutely fucked they are if they cross me. Like your bartender friend up in Maine. He folded, turned over everything he had on security tape. Years' worth.
Jesus. Fuck. Not Mac, too. I contemplate covering my ears, shutting out his heinous voice before I get myself killed trying to silence him forever. But the demon moves his lips again, and I'm paralyzed, hearing every dagger word.
Cade said he practically smelled the shit rolling down his leg when he told him how easy it'd be for me to buy out the town cemetery and throw his dead wife's remains anywhere I damn well pleased. Isn't that right, Cade?
Yes, sir. The bodyguard nods. I see it out of the corner of my eye. It's the final straw. I'm lunging, screaming like a lion, bowling the soulless, manipulative prick over. He goes down like the empty suit he is, calling for his help. My fist goes up, ready to do as much damage as I can in one punch. Too bad the bastard he's hired knows what he's doing. He catches my hand, twisting it back with a sickening crunch. Pain hits my brain like an atomic bomb. My hand is torn and broken, completely fucked up, but it's not half as bad as the sinking, helpless feeling settling in. I grunt once, trying to move. Corbin scuttles out from under me, wiping his trousers. His smirk returns in record time as his bruiser pins me down, crushing the air out of my lungs until I can't even curse him.
There, little axe. Hurts to be blunted, doesn't it? You're lucky I don't completely break you. Face it, you've been outsmarted. Time to take your losses like a man. Move on. Forget her. I'll still let you run the little things at Neolithic if you're smart, if you swallow your pride and manage to avoid a prison cell. Don't try to find my Rebecca or me. If you do, she'll be certain to spit in your face after she sees the awful truth tonight. Remember, you brought this on yourself.
He steps on my shattered wrist, grinding his shoe over knuckles that feel like they've been turned into pebbles. I can't hold on. Becca, please. I fucking can't. I'm screaming internally for about 10 seconds longer. Then there's just blackness.
10. God, no. 1 hour earlier. I take a break from packing to read the latest text from Grant. He tells me he'll be late and I should eat something before we head out. He isn't wrong about my need to stay fed. Just wish I could tell him why. I order a sandwich from a local delivery place, something light and scrumptious to tide me over until we stop for a late dinner somewhere between here and Chandlersport. 10 minutes later, there's a knock at the door. I'm expecting the delivery guy when I open it. Instead, there's 2 hollow-eyed ghosts who stop my heart. Mom? Ethan? It's like taking a baseball bat across the knees. I grab the frame to prevent a full collapse. Don't scream, chérie, please. He throws his arms around my waist. Of course, I scream bloody murder with all my might. Hold on to her, but be careful, Mom yells, shutting the door, getting in my face as the Frenchman holds me in a death grip meant for a wild dog more than a person. He's still got what looks like a white cast across his nose, a parting gift from the last time he tried to do this. It should have been the last time, if anything in this world made sense. They're both here. My own mother is helping him do whatever horrible thing he's after. Two incomprehensible facts that give me a blinding headache. Honey, please, stop before you hurt yourself. Calm down. We just came to talk. I don't know how she's watched as many dramas as she has without realizing the phrase calm down never works. Still, I somehow quit shaking just long enough to open my eyes without trying to tear the skin off Ethan's palm with my teeth. I'm not talking about anything as long as he's here. Get this psycho away from me, now! Struggling, my hands go to his chest and push as hard as I can. Sighing, Mom nods. Go, she says. Monsieur Creepo takes his hands off me and backs up reluctantly, idling by the door, a defeated shine in his eyes.
I'll respect your space, chérie, but please, give your mother a chance if you won't do the same for me. She's sincerely trying to help you.
Somewhere we can talk, preferably with good lighting? Mom asks, taking my hand ever so gently. I'd slap it away and run, if only the animal I never wanted to see again wasn't guarding the door. There's nothing I can do before Grant comes home. I have to pretend I care what this is about. Motioning her to the reading nook under the staircase leading up to our master suite, I run through the short list of reasons why lighting could possibly matter in this situation. I draw a total blank. Why are you really here? I ask, knowing there's no easy answer. We want to stop you, honey, before there's a terrible mistake. I can't tell you what to do, but what kind of mother would I be if I didn't let you see the truth? I know about you and Grant, honey. So does your father, and Ethan, too. And it's none of his goddamned business. He isn't even family, Mom. He isn't anything. I'm shouting in her face. God help me, the sad, wounded look on her face is the only thing that stops me from walking away. 3 minutes, Rebecca. Please, all I ask. If you think I'm still wasting your time when they're up, I'll leave with Ethan immediately. You'll never hear from us again. I don't know what's gotten into her. Curiosity makes me want to hear her out, if only so I'm able to shoot it down. I plop down on the sofa next to her with a sigh. Thank you, Rebecca. This won't take long. I swear, after you see this, you'll understand why I had to come. Mom whispers. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a small laptop, sitting it on her knees while it powers up. What's this? Why so secretive? She doesn't answer. Watch. Her finger guides the cursor to the almost empty desktop. A video opens a second later. It's grainy, gray, and white. I have to strain my eyes to recognize the bar, but once I see it's Sanford's, the other details fall into place. There's Grant at the bar. He's speaking to a woman I've never seen before. 2 girls, in fact, both slumped over each of his shoulders, hanging on his every word. They're both buxom blondes with overpainted lips and colorful highlights in their hair. Ink blue on one and neon pink on the other. When they talk, the words are clearer than I'd expect, considering the low-res video quality.
You ladies don't know how lucky you are. I'm getting too old for this 2-for-1 shit,
Grant says, leaning into Bluey's hand as she strokes his beard. Old? Honey, you're not even married yet. She giggles as he runs his hand against her underneath the table. The same strong hand I've craved, the same one I've had in mind, all over me, over and over. A jealous arrow skids through my chest. I force myself to keep watching. My eyes are glued to the screen, running on pure hatred as the man I love gets grabbier with these scheming whores. Pinky's head rolls when he reaches out, fondling her breast. Oh, yeah. Tell me you're staying single, big boy, she whines.
1 more month,
he tells her, his voice a low rumble. The same tone I hear him use when his lips are done warming mine, moving on to softer, sexier territory. The video breaks up for a split second before they're back, perfectly long enough for the tears to fill my eyes.
Fuck marriage. A man gives up too much for a wife. Don't know how the fuck I'd survive without two tongues fighting over this cock. She's young and stupid at least. She won't see it coming.
Coming? We know a thing or two about that, sir. May I? Pinky breathes her question, throwing her arms around his big neck. Grant stands, both his muscular arms draped around them, guiding them toward the door after he reaches for a few rumpled bills in his wallet and throws them on the counter.
Yeah, long as you're not allergic to cats, we're on.
The screen cuts to static and the clip is over. I could say I'm a lot of things: horrified, agonized, destroyed. Mostly, I'm just numb. I don't move until Mom moves her cursor across the screen to another folder, burying my burning face in my hands. I'm sorry, honey. There are a few more like this. We also have his travel expense reports pulled from accounting, if you want the exact dates he screwed around on you. Your father assured me they're all after the time you started working for Neolithic. I'm not sure when the two of you became, well, official, but it's plenty to get my blood hot. To hurt for you, Rebecca. To think you trusted that man and he went and— Mom, just stop! Throwing my hands up, I push her away when she tries to give me a weak hug. I don't want to see more. That goes double when my phone starts buzzing in my purse. Snatching it out, I look at the screen, bile rising into my throat. It's the first of many calls Grant tries to make that night, followed by the first of the frantic voicemails and texts blowing up my inbox.
He's shameless. This isn't your fault, chérie.
Ethan appears over my shoulder, one more stomach-turning sight in the carnival this evening has become.
He's very good at what he does, turning you against family and friends.
He reaches up, touching the edge of his nose over the bandage. As hard as it is to ignore him, I try, standing as I give my mother a furious look. Where's Dad? I need to talk to him. Now. Her lips tremble a little. I swear if she's hiding anything else, I'll empty out my bank account and buy a ticket to Iceland, New Zealand, Argentina, anywhere on earth that lets me escape this mess of lies pulling my soul apart. Let me try him, honey. He knew you wouldn't hear it if he showed up with us. I had to deliver the message because I hope you don't hate me. She's right. I don't hate her just yet, unless she's fucking lying like everybody else. Holding up her phone, I watch her dial him, tapping her tongue lightly against her teeth as she waits for him to pick up.
He's dealing with your betrayer, chérie,
Ethan tells me, pretending I want anything from his psycho mouth.
Ensuring the axe doesn't swing your way when he knows what you do.
I don't care. I have to talk to Dad. I snap, turning my back to him, pacing the condo. He sounds so earnest, but I refuse to take any word for granted from this strange, offensive man who's screamed in my face and flung me around like a rag doll. Even if Grant did every sin in the book, it won't send me running to him. I carry myself to the window, hiding my tears, listening as Mom mumbles a few words behind me that sound an awful lot like she's leaving a message. My hand goes against the sleek glass overlooking Manhattan. Closing my eyes, I let the chill sweep through me, confused, cold, and lonely. It's amazing how close this place came to feeling like home just a couple weeks ago. It was home when he was here. Home when we stood on the balcony, tasting the city's winds, a sweet contrast to his awesome embrace. I relished his honest heat, secure in his arms. Home when I shared his bed. Passion was our credo. Now I can't believe I missed the lies every time I stared into his deep blue eyes. So loving, seemingly mine in the seconds before they rolled back in his head, before he cried out, emptying himself in me. Home when I thought I'd become a wife and mother here. He infected me with hope, with dreams, and nourished them with cancer lies. Home? It never was, and it won't ever be. How, tell me fucking how, was I ever this naive? Our run-in with Mina at Grant's club should have been ample warning. Instead, I let him talk me down, decided to run to him, opening my heart at the worst possible moment. I thought there was nothing worse than the secrets between Dad and Ethan, an arrangement I still know next to nothing about. I thought I'd found a guardian angel, as harsh and true and beautiful as the fierce blade and rugged wings inked on his chest. He was the devil all along. His lies didn't rip my heart out alone. I helped him do it because I chose not to question, to go along with believing any love could be this perfect. A heavy hand falls on my shoulder. I whip around, ready to kick his balls off when I see Ethan standing there, but he pushes Mom's phone into my palm.
Your father, Cherie. I'll grant you some privacy.
I wait until he's out of earshot before I hold it to my ear. Dad?
Rebecca, get in the car with your mother and go. It's not safe in this city as long as you're sharing it with him. Shaw is a loose cannon. I've just left his office after explaining our little intervention. He knows you know, and now it's time to come along.
Come along? I repeat the phrase with rage funneling through my blood, like it's so easy. I've just lost the only love of my life, and my backup options aren't exactly glamorous. I'm not going anywhere with him, Dad. Call off Ethan first, and maybe I'll think about it. Why you thought I'd ever magically forget what he did, I'll never—
He'll take a separate car,
Dad says, cutting me off.
Getting you out of there's my #1 priority, dear. Perhaps I thought you'd be a little more forgiving after seeing the video, but—
But nothing. He's a lunatic, just as bad as Grant, maybe worse. I honestly don't know anymore. I'm not going anywhere without knowing what I'm getting into, why you keep dragging him around. I know about your mess with Fabius, Dad. I'm finished being lied to. There's a long pause.
You know what exactly?
He whispers quietly. I overheard you and Ethan on the phone that day, before the stupid dinner where he got in my face, and then did it again when I was at another restaurant a few weeks later. I'm not your toy, not your bribe. I don't know what you want me to do with him, but I'm telling you I'm not having it. I'm not leaving one monster for another.
Rebecca, damn it.
Another long pause, tempting me to fling open the door and throw the phone down into Friday night's New York traffic.
I was wrong to force your hand, okay? I'm sorry for trying to steer you toward a man you had no interest in.
It's the most shallow apology I've ever heard. Shameful heat rushes through me from the knees up. I'm being duped again, and it just never ends. Nobody cares. They want me to play along, and they want to use me. My face cracks, contorting as the hot tears come, harsher than before. I don't bother wiping them away. He's only apologizing because he wants me back under his thumb. No other reason.
Rebecca, listen to me,
he says, desperation seeping into his voice.
Whatever my sins, which are all business, I assure you, I never betrayed your fragile trust and kept on doing it. You caught me. You aired your grievances. I've heard them, and I'm coming clean. Ethan, your mother, me, you're welcome to hate us. Go ahead, stamp your feet, curse our very names. We'll keep loving you. Doesn't change the fact that we'll never hurt you like that worthless skirt-chasing bore on video.
I can't stand anymore. I'm shaking too badly. I go down hard on my knees, hearing the phone clatter against the floor. Dad still calling my name.
Rebecca, hello? Hello?
The phone spins to a stop in front of me. I hear him, but I'm not answering. My throat is too locked with sadness to speak. He can probably hear my sobs because he keeps going.
Clearly, this isn't pleasant. Not for anyone. Can you imagine if we hadn't shown you the tapes? If you'd married him? Then where would you be, darling girl? He'd have stabbed you harder, deeper, over and over again, whenever I made the moves I had to make with our company. Don't you see yet? Don't you understand?
No, 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 I croak, slapping the ground with both palms, wishing I had the energy to smash the phone and silence his radioactive truth.
He never loved you, dear. He shared my sin to the 1,000th degree, used you for business, but he did worse than I'd ever plan on my worst day. You were leverage to him, not even good enough to satisfy him in bed, or he wouldn't have wasted his time chasing down those miserable painted-up whores in Maine and their—
Jeremiah, stop! Mom's voice. I look up, and she's holding the phone, sympathy stretching her face like a drum as she looks down at me. What the hell's wrong with you? Can't you tell she's had enough? Of course not. He's the most callous, oblivious man in the world when people don't jump to his whim, even when he's pulling back the curtain, showing me the world as it really is. I hate him more than any other man on the planet, save one. Before it was Ethan, but there's got to be some mental illness to explain his insanity. He never callously plotted to destroy my heart, like Grant. I have a new number one hate, and it blazes as strong as our love did just hours ago. My parents keep talking, arguing back and forth over the line. I can't take this. Mom, just give me a minute, I murmur, wiping my face with my hand. Anything, honey. She pulls the phone away, kneeling next to me with a tender hand on my shoulder, helping me up. As detached and selfish as she can be, at least she gets basic human empathy sometimes. Jeremiah, call him off. This is a family matter. If you can't send Ethan away as long as she needs, our little girl isn't coming home. I'll take her myself, and we'll both leave if you don't first. I did my part bringing her back to her senses. If you can't do this one teensy-tiny, stupidly simple thing, then—
Fine. You worry too much, Cora,
he snarls under his breath.
It's business. I'm not his slave. Quite the contrary. Just get her home.
It takes a couple minutes after she hangs up to help me to my feet. I take one more long break, collecting my breath, making sure my legs won't give out again before I shuffle with her to the door. I take my sweet time because I want to be sure Ethan is really going to leave us alone. But I also want to take one last good long look at this place where I once had love and lost it on the altar of lies. It's the closest the baby inside me will ever be to his or her father. With God as my witness, Grant Shaw won't be in my life another second after I step out this door, turn my back, and walk out forever. I won't even take another look at the rich yellow lights glowing from his top-floor penthouse in the rear-view mirror. I'm gutted, head spinning, and about to pluck my eyes out with my bare fingers from rubbing them raw. Whatever else I am, I'm no one's fool. 2 months later. I hate driving by Chandlersport. I loathe seeing the long, unpaved road snaking into the forest, leading straight to his cabin even more. But I manage to keep it together as our sedan rolls past, a couple more hours away from its destination. It helps to have a chauffeur in the driver's seat who's also playing chaperone. Dad doesn't trust me to make the journey to the quiet retreat in Presque Isle, Maine, by myself. I'm too fragile to do anything, in his mind, even though my therapist convinced him it'll do me some good to be away from New York, free from the unhappy mansion with only Mom for company. They won't let me see Tay. They tell my best friend to stop calling because I've had some kind of psychotic breakdown. She still texts me anyway on a cheap emergency phone I picked up at the drugstore. It's the only way I can do anything without being tracked. It's insane. Infuriating, soul-crushing, everything I would have rebelled against with my whole heart in a previous lifetime, before I watched the other videos on the laptop. They broke me. Mom left it laying out one day. Tay's conversations urged me to take a second look, to find out how big of a cheap-ass lying man-whore he really was. Her words, not mine. I took the bait. Sneaking the laptop into the library, my fingers were shaking when I found the folder. The second video was from Club BIG, dated one day after the fallout with Mina, and she'd come crawling back to him, fake tits and all. I found her sitting on his lap in the very same booth we shared the night before, when she barged in on us getting hot and heavy.
"She's young and stupid at least. She won't see it coming."
Again, Grant said the same words. The very same monstrous, conniving, heartless lies aimed at blowing a hole through everything I thought we had. By the third video, I'm in tears. This time it's a bar near Broadway. I see his hand moving on an unfamiliar woman who gives him the same blind, hopeful innocence I must have held in my puppy eyes several times over. They laugh, they kiss. His hands go places in the corner, hiking up her skirt, exposing her lace-pink panties to anyone paying attention behind them. She loves it because it's so naughty, public passions. A cruel reminder how I felt about our midday office liaisons. I'm sick I ever got down on my knees and took his cock in my mouth at Neolithic. My heart drops in my chest when I remember how eagerly I spread myself open for him, took his lying, bearded face against my thighs, and bit into his shoulder, stifling his name, escaping, always, before he threw my legs over his shoulders and fucked me one wall away from our colleagues. His words say it all. The same wretched refrain. As if he hasn't made it clear to every last one of these sluts how he really feels about me. Young, stupid, she won't see it coming. No, and she never did. She opened her heart so much it had no defense. I slammed the computer down when I finished, probably breaking it in the process, so hurt and disgusted I didn't have the heart to tell Tay what I'd found. I didn't want her to feel worse for putting me up to it in the first place, for introducing me to this vicious man who told me I was everything, while treating me worse than nothing. Behind my back, I was disposable. Well, maybe not completely. The calls didn't stop until I blocked his number. I never listened to the voicemails, worried he'd make me second guess. The same with the texts he sent looking for an opening, for sympathy, for Christ, I don't even know. Dad and Ethan must have gotten the upper hand at Neolithic. It's the only reason he'd keep coming after me with his pleas, his desperation. I must have seen the word please light up my screen 100 times before I cut him off. Never once did I'm sorry accompany it. It's too late to matter anyway. I gave him a break once, and look where it got me. There's no going back. I'm pregnant, I'm alone, and I want to leave New York behind for good. I stare out the window at the heavily forested country. Somewhere, several miles behind us, there's a small blue-gray cat in a posh cabin, waiting for his master to come home. Maybe he's even in town for all I know, drinking away his woes at Sanford's, finding another faceless whore or ignorant virgin to start all over again. It's not my concern. I live for the secret quickening in my belly every single day. My hand drifts to my belly. I haven't told anyone yet, not even Tay, but it's inevitable Dad finds out sooner or later. I'm hopeful the kid will at least throw Ethan off when it's finally born. My eyes pinch shut, sore and throbbing, as they often are since the day I had everything ripped away by the stone-cold truth and cheating clarity. I never thought I'd do this so alone, bringing a child into this world. But after being betrayed by everyone, one way or another, what does it matter? This child is my world. I won't let my mistakes, my trust, and my blindness ruin my little boy or girl before they've even come into the world. I'll do whatever it takes to give them a better life, and that starts with making sure they never so much as hear the name that's become a savage curse, Grant Shaw.
11. Broken Cog. 6 months later. Without my brothers, I'd be dead or in jail. Hayden and Luke took time away from their careers and families to come see me every few weeks, talking me down from murdering Jeremiah Corbin. I must have planned his demise 1,000 times, each more mad and painful than the last, but none of my best-laid plans ever involved getting away alive thanks to the security he surrounded himself with, much less without chains around my hands and feet.
Don't go there, brother. It's hell. It'll ruin your life.
Luke's stint in prison lasted a few months after Robbie's psycho mom nailed him to the wall. But he's talking from first-hand experience, reminding me he only survived unscathed thanks to Hayden's old friends in that motorcycle gang, the Grizzlies.
You go down that road, you put a bullet in his brain like you want, you'll damn sure never get her back.
Never. I didn't know the meaning of the word, the grim finality, before I went 30 days without seeing her. Then I went 60 more without hearing a fucking word, every single message I sent to her phone utterly ignored. I don't know what Corbin told her. Mac told me about the threats when we made peace at Sanford's. The bartender cried, hissed his anguished confession through his fingers, his hands clenched over his face. He told me how they made him hand over the tapes, how he had to let them comb through old security footage or lose his dead Rita's ashes to the Atlantic. Stop beating yourself up, I told him. I meant it, too. He'd have never screwed me over in 1,000,000,000,000 years if there weren't someone twisting his arm in the worst way. I know it weighs heavy on him every night I'd drag myself into his bar before closing like a phantom. The drinks are always on the house. I still don't understand what Corbin found. Sure, I landed pussy here, did things on tape that would probably turn my stomach now if I saw them. All pre-Becca. Every last dirty pickup on those cameras happened before her. Whatever he did, it worked. He scared her off. He found something damning or distorted it to make it happen, and then made her hate me enough to bring her back into his arms, into his lies. I try not to dwell on it. These questions don't do me a damn bit of good. They don't help bring her back or slow the relentless march of time. 3 months turn into 6 more. I spend most days in Chandlersport now, too disgusted to crawl home to New York. The entire city feels like stolen property since my fuck-up-a-fake partner thieved everything. Even if he hadn't put the day-to-day operations of my company under his people, I wouldn't have been able to share a space with his parasites long enough to manage a thing. So I stay here in Maine, signing the petty orders that come every few weeks when someone at Neolithic wants to see if I'm still alive. I let Corbin think I've given up, accepted my kick in the balls just like a good, reasonable boy should. Oh, but there's nothing reasonable about my solemn promise to wrap my hands around his throat and squeeze with my whole soul. I'll never lie to anyone again when I'm finished. There's nothing reasonable about the millions I drop down rabbit holes, going nowhere, hiring private detectives and sending bribes to insiders who never turn up the missing link I need to fix this epic clusterfuck. Definitely nothing reasonable about how I hound my brothers, torching my goodwill and sympathy with them. I beg Hayden to come close to breaking the law when I ask him to picket Dad's old mafia ties in real estate, probing deep into black, illegal places no sane man ought to ever go. I call up Luke in a half-drunk, furious rage some nights, threatening to drive down to New York with the Magnum and the ammo I've picked up recently at the local range. Forces my little brother to come to me, leaving behind his movie and his wife and kid, tying my hands for one weekend so I don't do anything stupid. Disgraceful is what it is. But that's what's become of my whole life since the minute they got to her, threw me to the floor in my own office, and fed her whatever poison lies are keeping her in Daddy's death grip. No, I haven't forgotten Monsieur Fuckface either. Fabius is the key to this. Everything I do digs deep into his company's military networks, prying at the arms trade in places ravaged by years of the worst fighting on Earth. I also keep my private investigators circling his evil ass like sharks whenever they're able, making sure he stays put in the Big Apple or in Paris without an angel who has chestnut hair and otherworldly jade eyes at his side. It's a mercy he doesn't. I'm grateful no lies in the universe will ever send Becca to him. It's good for him, too, because both my brothers holding me at once wouldn't stop the urge to slaughter any man who goes after what's mine. I'm surprised I've made it this long. I wouldn't have survived without their support all these months. Certainly wouldn't have kept my sanity, watching lead after lead go up in smoke if the day hadn't come. As I'm sitting on the leather sofa in front of the fireplace, the same one that warmed us before I carried her to bed for the very last time, a full glass of Moscato in my hand and Jack at my side, I'm smiling. Smiling for the first fucking time in months. It's finally happening. Hades called me this morning and let me know he's found a guy who knows a certain arms dealer on the other side of the world. That dealer made a princely sum off under-the-table deals for Fabius, and he's just fallen into the hands of an elite team we hired to track him down. We've found our smoking gun. Both my brothers are on their way here tonight to see it with their own eyes, to scheme, and to set this right. It's not a happy smile staring back at me in the wine-glass reflection. It's scary, crazy, and nothing but a ghost if we can't get the truth out of the dealer. I've learned by now not to get my hopes up, but damn it, I'm going to tonight. I can see the key to tasting my Becca again. Real and sweet as the revenge on its way, too. Just have to grab it, pick it, and give it the proper twist. Why does this key look so much like a dagger? Hours later, we're huddled in my basement, watching the man with the black eye and the bloodied goatee, begging for his life in a thick Russian accent over our satellite link on TV. For Corbin, his pleas are the beginning of the end. It's a slow-moving doomsday and redemption foretold in red scratches, begging, and black and blue bruises. "English, motherfucker," the big man with the gun to his head growls on the screen. "You know it, Mayakovy, and my clients want to hear it." Mayakovy, the arms dealer, looks at us with disjointed eyes. Gunfire chatters in the distance. I swallow, trying to steel my nerves, knowing anything can happen out there while they're next to the battlefield where they found him. Let's see the goodies in his bag. Then I want to hear the magic words from the man himself, I say, sitting stiff as a board next to Hayden. It takes a second or two for our hired gun on the other end to hear my words and move accordingly. Satellite delay. He pans his camera around to a beat-up table where Mayakovy's sidearm lays next to his backpack, empty and disassembled. There's also a stack of documents with the Fabius logo, purple and gold, a neat French script circling it. I want it faxed over ASAP so I can send it to my lawyers. Everything. "You recording?" Hades whispers to Luke, standing in the corner. Flyright nods. He's fiddling with another small video camera on his shoulder, documenting every move on the screen as one last backup in case the video on the device fails. Yeah, Luke rumbles. "This cloak and dagger shit isn't really my style, bro, but I know how to work a camera." Hayden gives a satisfied nod. "I think it's question time. You up for doing the honors, brother?" He slaps me on the shoulder. I give his hand a squeeze that says, "Fuck yes." I've been ready for months. It's been such a hard, endless fight. I can't believe the end of this nightmare might be staring me in the eyes. "Let's talk face to face again, Lewis," I say, waiting for our guy to face the beaten man again. "How long have you been on Fabius's payroll, Mayakovy? Years?" There's a long delay. At first I think the prick is going to play hardball, but his head rolls in a messy nod once and then a few more times. Two years. The French love me." My fingers tense in a fist. There must be a contract. Is that what the papers are? The documents they pulled off you? The Russian laughs, his busted lip showing new scars. "Inventory, fool. You think your business contracts and lawyers mean anything here?" Lewis presses the gun into the back of his head until his smile is gone. I fold my hands neatly in front of me, staring into the screen, remembering why I've had to resort to this gritty, hateful violence. It doesn't faze me in the slightest that we're torturing this man. He was dirty, I remember, long before he became our business. How did they pay you then? Cash?
Da. Big pallets. Just like the scraps your friends will make off with after they roll me in a ditch.
Mayakovy says, a wry smile on his lips when he mentions his own death.
Cash proves nothing out here.
I hate how he still has his senses to taunt me. He's absolutely right, of course. I need to think. The documents are damning enough, but I need a hard confession if this evidence becomes ironclad instead of circumstantial. Wait, Louis, go back to the table, I say, hoping he'll focus on something small and metallic I saw from the corner of my eye. What's that at the edge? The rings. It takes him a minute to hold them up.
Looks like jewelry, sir. Stolen from civilians, if I had to guess. Lot of that goes on out here, especially after the airstrikes roll through. Grave robbing's like going to the supermarket.
Ask him, Hayden butts in.
Let's hear it from the bastard himself.
Louis pans back to Mayakovy, says a few words in Russian, and I see something I never expect on the arm dealer's face. Remorse. His eyes go big and glassy as his smirk falls.
Tell them where you found the jewelry, you fuck. Tell them now. Oh, God. Bože můj. Not the gutter crew, as you call them. I cannot. Buddy, I'm not fucking around here.
His finger goes to the trigger. The barrel of his gun must be leaving an impression on Mayakovy's head, digging in hard.
Tell them what you did. Tell them where this shit came from. Did you steal it from corpses or what?
There's hesitation before he cracks, swearing in his native language.
Yes, damn you. I took everything. Sometimes cheap, sometimes priceless heirlooms. I had orders to send them back to the U.S., but of course I kept a few for myself. I hid them. Spirits in my pockets where no one would know. Held on as they haunted me.
Wait. Damn it, did he just say the States, not France? I look at Hades, who shares my suspicion, and then repeat the question to the screen.
I told you. America. Fabius's request. Christ, do I wish I'd said no.
Mayakovy barks, tips his head to the side, and coughs. I ask him a few more follow-ups, but I don't get anywhere. It doesn't matter. I've just picked up my key and polished it. I remember seeing the jeweler listed in the merger documents when I went over Corbin's domestic investments. Except this one was unusually large for a jewelry chain. If he's been selling war loot, relics, hard physical proof of his ties to this bloody illegal arrangement.
Bro, you have to get your guys over to that shop in Queens.
Luke looks so intense he lowers the camera, catches himself, and swears. Hayden, I'm about to tell my brother to make the call, but he's already standing, digging in his pocket for his phone.
On it. You just worry about finishing this.
He steps away, heading somewhere quiet he can talk, calling my guys in the city. With any luck, I'll have my mercenaries beating down the doors of those jewelers in Queens within hours, picking through every glass case and crate in the back before the NYPD pounces with a warrant.
Any more questions before I feed this rat his cheese?
Louis asks, stooping down so he looks at us through the screen, his dark eyes showing through the holes in his camo mask. I take a few seconds to tick off the boxes in my mind. I've got everything I need, more than enough dirt to nail Corbin's dick to the wall with the Fabius papers, plus the high odds of the police finding a speck of dirt that's been in Syria. None, I say, pronouncing it like a judge reading out the sentence to a man who's up for death row. We're finished. Mayakovy's justice doesn't interest me. He's a monster like any other arms trader in a war zone, and our beef isn't personal. I have Luke shut off his camera a second before Louis grins. The screen turns black and the sound cuts off, but not before we hear a lone gunshot ring out. 4 hours and a manic flight through the darkness later in Luke's plane, we're on the tarmac in LaGuardia. We hit New York running, racing to the conference room I've rented out in a hotel downtown, where we're supposed to meet my legal team, Crowley, and Nina for moral support.
Mr. Shaw.
My old secretary looks at me like she's seen a ghost when we bust through the door, interrupting the nervous coffee chat my people were having. She hasn't seen me in months. Ditto for my chief lawyer, who gives me the same haggard stare. It must be the lightning in my eyes. It's well past midnight, and I don't think I'd sleep with an elephant tranquilizer jammed up my spine. Hold the pleasantries. Everybody take a seat, I say, claiming my spot at the head of the table. I brought my brothers, Hayden and Luke, who are both helping me with this matter. Any news from our boys with the police, Crowley?
Nothing yet, boss. Don't know if this kind of hold-up is normal, but it's the middle of the night. Might not hear anything until morning.
My fist comes down hard on the table, rattling the paper coffee cups in front of everyone. Too slow. I want you to get your ass on the line and shake it at whoever you need to in the NYPD.
Right,
he says, a muscle twitching in his high cheeks. He heads off my next question with what he says next.
I've got my international people working on those documents you faxed over as fast as they can. High-level look says they raise some serious questions about what Fabius has been doing in Syria, and doing with Corbin and our company in turn, but it might not be the silver bullet you're hoping for.
Well, what about the video? Hayden cuts in, his hands folded calmly in front of him. Always the voice of reason, something I'm lacking in droves right now.
Compelling and very interesting, but probably not our ace in any court of law. The arms dealer, Mayakovi, was under duress when he answered questions. Any halfway decent defender will see the gun to his head and tell the judge to take what he said with a huge grain of salt. Strong chance it'll get bumped off to the nearest war crimes tribunal.
Fuck. I don't like where this is going. So we just wasted the last 10 minutes of an asshole's life forcing out a confession for nothing? Crowley looks down, frowning, saying nothing. I'm about to explode.
Not for nothing, bro.
Luke leans back in his chair, smoothing his leather jacket, looking way too much like the bad boy he plays in Hollywood.
We pulled the truth out of him. He told you point blank he's on their payroll. That means something to you, to us, even if there isn't a judge in this state who will open their ears to hear it. It's vindicating.
Vindication? You think I have time to go chasing my tail to nowhere? He doesn't understand. He went 5 years without his woman before fate intervened and gave them a second chance. I'm coming up on a year in just a few more months, and I'll lose my fucking mind if the calendar flips over without her.
Grant?
Haight slaps a hand on my shoulder, giving me that look with the cold blue eyes we share. Patience. Don't blow yourself up when we're this close. I feel like I'm locked in a pressure cooker. Having the only people I can trust in here with me isn't helping. Need some air. Anybody hears from the cops anything about finding a smoking gun, you call me. I stand up and start pacing, walking into the hotel's lonely corridors as the meeting breaks up. Nina sits on the concrete wall outside the service door. She turns in my direction when she sees me coming her way.
Just a little while longer, Mr. Shaw. We'll make it. We have to.
I don't need to ask how Corbin's reign has been. The woman looks miserable, her bright face more sunk and red than I remember. It's not just Becca on the line. Nina wants what's best for us because she's a friend, yes, but she's also gone through hell, worried about losing her job several times over, ever since I bowed out on my day-to-day duties after the coup. I force a smile as I walk past. My old right-hand gal isn't stupid. She knows how dangerous, how scary, how desperate this situation is by the ice clouding my eyes. My gut wrenches when I think long and hard about abandoning my people to those wolves. I didn't have a choice. Not if I wanted to give us all a fighting one later, staging a strategic retreat so I wouldn't lose everything by ripping heads off the first time one of Corbin's underlings decided to flex his dick in my office. We're not too far from Wall Street or the old office. I deliberately avoid the street with our high-rise, but I walk through the financial district, staring into corners where I once had the best and worst of times. The New York Exchange will be open in a few hours. It's Tuesday morning. I remember how I came here with high hopes, adrenaline, and some seed money, desperate to get as far from my old man's Chicago real estate as I could. I lived the highs and lows, watched men older and wiser scream when they hit jackpots on multi-million-dollar trades, saw institutions with a century behind them and household name recognition go kaput when the mortgage crisis struck. I'll never forget the sad faces shuffling out of their offices with a small box in their hands, holding their belongings, a grim-faced security escort at their sides. The look on those faces would pummel any sane person's heart. And it's nothing, fucking nothing, compared to how I feel every time I think our efforts are turning up another goose egg. Whenever I think about Becca drifting away from me for one more day, living God knows where, cursing my very name. I never let the ring I meant to give her the night she disappeared leave my side once. It's tucked in my pocket inside my suit jacket now, my private hell set in gold, cold and unfulfilled as the space inside its loop is without her finger. Who knew a man could be taunted in such small, sinister ways? The ring may be tiny, sure, but it's big enough to reach up and choke me like a noose around my neck when I let it get to me. It's tight enough, strong enough, ruthless enough to bring me to the edge of tears. I've never let myself cry once over this shit. I don't have time. I walk on into the cool New York spring morning for hours, circling the financial district again and again, hoping my phone will vibrate in my pocket every time I come near the hotel. It's after 5 o'clock, and the first light is on the horizon when it finally happens. My hand dives in, brings it to my ear, and I brace for whatever is on the other end like a man about to walk death row. Shaw.
It's Crowley. Just heard from Mathers, the lead detective we hired a couple months ago.
And?
They found something, boss. Several somethings. Plenty to bring the owner in for questioning.
Crowley stops talking as I lean against a tree, trying to catch my breath before the knot releasing in my stomach all at once kills me.
Mr. Shaw?
I'm here. Tell them to feed the police everything we know about Corbin's investments in these jewelers and what he's been doing in Syria. They'll hook us up with the FBI and SEC in no time.
You really want to involve the feds, sir? Crowley's voice cracks, his nerves getting the best of him.
He's right to be worried. Ever since our companies merged, Corbin's problems are ours. Technically, the government can do whatever it damn well pleases when it sees Neolithic muddied with my partner's dirt. It's inevitable, plus it's the only way we'll ever cut out the cancer screwing us over, giving us a chance to survive.
If they go hard, we're talking millions in fines, hundreds of millions. We've been attached to the hip for more than 6 months, boss. Too long to get off the hook with plausible deniability.
Quit worrying, you'll get your golden parachute if it goes tits up, I growl into the receiver. Everybody who's helped me at my lowest will. Don't care if the company is gone and I have to write the checks for my own trust. Nobody's being left behind.
Oh, of course, sir. I know you'll do right. Not even a question.
His voice says he's not entirely convinced. We'll meet up at the hotel in the next hour and hash out how we'll approach this with the feds. I want my brothers and the full legal team ready to pay a visit to Corbin's house later today. Keep it together a little while longer, man. Help me do justice one more time, and I'll do yours.
I will, boss. I will. You've been good to me.
The call ends. It's the best I can offer, and I'm sincere. Truth be told, this merger is my fault. All of it. I let myself be starstruck by Jeremiah Corbin and his firm, set the wheels in motion on nothing more than his word and a standard review from all my departments. I thought he was like me, older and wiser, getting rich in the trenches doing honest, cutthroat investing. I didn't know how dirty old money could get. Didn't know he'd chew through everything I ever worked for like a parasite. Didn't know I'd fall like a fool for his daughter and she'd make me put everything and then some on the line. I don't care if I'm $1 billion in the hole by the time I get her back. Money can't buy me another kiss with Becca. It sure as hell can't patch the gaping chasm in my soul, threatening to rip me apart ever since she stormed out on his lies. Hold on just a little while longer, Moscato. I'll taste you again. I'll have you every day like ambrosia, or I'll have nothing.
12. Closing in. Push, Rebecca. That's it. Wonderful. The midwife's voice is just a dull whine in my ears. I'm flat on my back, legs up, using muscles I didn't know I had. The baby is coming. I'm surprised I haven't torn my mother's hand off yet. She holds on like an angel, even as I claw at her wrist, trying to vocalize the seconds ticking by through my clenched teeth, remembering the key word I learned in the exercises. Breathe, count, push. "Just breathe, baby," Mom whispers, reading my mind, wiggling her fingers through mine. There's a vicious pain between my legs. Just when I don't think I have it in me to force myself through one more round, the midwife stoops low, catching something sliding out of me, and there's a sharp but noticeable relief. I'm a mother now. It's strange how something happening this fast can change my life forever. I think I pass out for several minutes. The midwife and the nurse accompanying her help wrap up the afterbirth, sliding a fresh pillow underneath my head at the end. I've drenched the last few in sweat. Mom stands and walks to the sink with a rag in her hand, returning a second later to wipe my brow with cool water. It's actually relaxing. I'm glad I opted for a home birth. I'm not sure I'd have survived in a hospital with my nerves in the state they're in. They've been uprooted, torn, and deep-fried several times over throughout my pregnancy. Presque Isle is a quiet spot to be alone and isolated, but it can't work total miracles. As long as I'm in the States, I think about the past. There's no cure except more distance. Just before I went into labor, I looked at my charity for the first time in months, wondering how soon I'd be able to take my little boy overseas. "Amazing job, honey. The worst is over now. Rest." Mom talks to me in a soothing, caring tone I haven't heard since I was a little girl. It's a stark contrast to the few sharp words I've heard from my father since he found out about the baby. I'm practically disowned. He told me I could stay here in Maine, hiding from the world, until he figures out what the hell to do. Like he has any say. I'm not giving it up. Mom knows and she supports me. There's no way my beautiful baby boy is ever going up for adoption. I've made that vow since day one, but now every molecule of my being screams it when the midwife places the tiny, sleepy bundle into my arms. Pulling back the edge of the blanket, I look my baby in the face for the first time. He's beautiful, strong, less than an hour old, and he's already inherited his father's eyes. It must be the drugs or the exhaustion getting to me when I look up. Mom stands next to me. She's smiling, proud and alive in a way I haven't seen her for years. For a split second, I hallucinate it isn't her, but Grant standing there. I smile at his ghost, against my better reason, before he vanishes. Why does my brain have to do this? It's easy to forget I'm supposed to hate this man for ruining me when his evil seed gave me something so fragile, so precious, so beautiful. "Now for the exciting part," Mom says, sitting next to me as she strokes my brow. "We get to pick names." I've given it some thought, and I'm torn between Tyler and Jackson. The first choice is a loving, masculinized tribute to my best friend, who's with me here now in spirit. I'm sure I'll see a dozen texts offering encouragement the next time I look at my secret phone. Jackson I've always liked for other reasons. It's a good name, a safe name, the name of a kind, gentle English doctor I met years ago in Bogota, who probably saved half a village with his round-the-clock selfless care. Also, both names are as far as I can get from the baby's father. I won't even consider a name that's one syllable, or tastes like sandpaper on my tongue. Nothing that reminds me of him. Grant is gone forever. The birth makes me realize it more than ever. I did this alone, without the cheating man-whore who left a smoking crater in my chest. Mom's smiling eyes remind me how far I've come, how big a miracle it is I haven't cracked under the pressure. Without her support and Tay's, I'm not sure where I'd be, but I'm certain it would be somewhere colder, darker, and so much smaller than the grim world I already live in. Mom looks at me. I see my whole future in her eyes, alive with possibilities I haven't seen since the day she showed up at the condo with Ethan, bringing me a warning and a demon truth on her laptop. It won't be easy dealing with Dad when the time comes, and I tell him I'm going my own way with no more excuses, distractions, or strings. Good thing Mom has my back. I'm confident she'll at least stop him from cutting off the essentials. Maybe she'll even talk some sense into the selfish, ice-cold idiot who somehow shares my DNA, but isn't here to see his grandson because he's blinded by the blow to his lofty reputation my bastard child represents. Bastard or not, my baby's a Corbin, and so am I. I'd rather be the black sheep than pretend I'm something false, something I'll never be. And with my son making his grand entrance, I'm no longer alone. "You okay?" Mom asks. I barely hear her over my urge to sleep, holding the baby, listening as the midwife saunters around the room, humming an airy melody to herself. "I will be soon. Need a little water and a nap. Thanks for being here." I reach over, squeezing her hand. She moves her free hand over us both, brushing the baby's forehead with the gentlest touch, blowing him a kiss. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, dear. I've never been this happy to miss a vacation in my life." For the first time in her life, I think she really means it. She can't survive forever away from New York's five-star restaurants and endless shopping arcades. I told her to take in Dubai months ago, and she did, leaving me alone to catch up with Tay on a visit my father never learned about. Cuba will still be there when I'm well enough to look after the baby on my own. Maybe we'll go together, I tell her, a slow smile coming. Visiting the Caribbean island is her latest obsession. Tourism has swung back into vogue as relations there continue to open, and the xenovirus is no longer a serious concern. I could care less about tropical diseases disrupting my fertility with the miracle staring up at me through his soft blue eyes. It'll be many years before I let baby fever get its grip on me again, if ever. I still don't know how Tyler, or is it Jackson, happened in the first place. Before, I thought the heavens were cruel to curse me with a misplaced pill or a statistically improbable pregnancy. Now, there's no denying it isn't a freak accident. It certainly isn't a curse. My son is living, breathing proof there's more good in this than I ever saw before. "We'll make sure he's rested and fed, Miss Corbin," the nurse says. I reluctantly let her take my baby away, carrying him into the tiny nursery set up across the hall. Everything I need is here. Money buys a lot of things, like the staff and supplies to give me a flawless delivery here in small-town Maine. I'm grateful to have a few less worries, but mostly I'm tired. Dog tired. "You should get some sleep, too," I tell my mother. It's been a long delivery, bleeding through most of the night. She stayed awake with me the whole time. "Maybe you're right. I'm wired, honestly, but our little guy deserves a clear mind from both of us to enjoy his first day on Earth. Congratulations again, honey." She kisses my forehead one more time before I bat her away playfully, relapsing to 13. I don't close my eyes until she's out of the room, leaving me alone. Then, for one blissful night, I forget the bastard axe who cut my heart into scraps and fed it to the dogs. I forget their names: heartbreak, envy, self-pity, and hate. Something I thought I'd forgotten happens. I let go. Sweet surrender takes me. Dreams in dense blackness, velvet smooth, untainted by the heart-wrenching alternate future I see, taste, and feel most nights I sleep, making every morning a somber hell. Grant isn't there. He doesn't lift my lily-white veil and kiss me with his lying lips. He doesn't whisper Moscato in my ear for the 1,000th time, savoring me with his eyes the way I've seen him taste wine, stripping every layer of my soul until I'm naked, honest, and bare before him. No, He doesn't even sit with me by the water at the Jacqueline Kennedy Reservoir, my all-time favorite relaxation spot in the city. He definitely doesn't hold our sleepy child. He isn't a father. He isn't my lover. He isn't a tumor I'll never remove, making me throb sadness and longing, missing him when I shouldn't. He isn't in my head for one torturous night alone, and I'm happy. It's a trial run for the inner peace I need to find for the rest of my life, which will remain solitary and Shaw-free. I can't seem to get enough sleep. The nurse comes in with Mom sometime in the early afternoon. They feed me a quick lunch, a sandwich with a Caesar salad, and tell me how well our baby boy is doing across the hall. I go through the motions, never fully awake, practically begging for more rest by the time I've finished my food. Mom says she understands, gives me another get-well kiss, and exits the room with my caretaker. I hear their amused laughter across from me as they watch baby Blue Eyes in his crib. They're happy, and I'm sure my son is, too. All is right with the world. I'm sleeping off my delivery hangover when I wake with the start. It's dark in my room. The only light comes from the dim lamps, and someone came by while I slept to close the blinds, which now show night behind them. I know there's something wrong before I even see the figure at the end of my bed. This is the part in a horror movie where there's a vampire, but this is no movie, and the man in the room with me is worse than any make-believe bloodsucker.
Welcome back to the world, chérie.
Ethan's voice comes syrupy sweet and temperamentally insane.
Are we feeling better?
Mom! I sit up, wincing from soreness, trying my best to scream. Ethan moves fast. His hand goes over my mouth. If I had the energy to bite him, I would, but I still haven't recovered enough from labor to do much of anything. My teeth graze across his skin before he easily pushes my chin away into a non-threatening position.
Don't waste your energy, Rebecca. They can't hear you. I made sure your nurse's car had a little problem when she went out for smokes. It never ceases to amaze me how many healers do. So predictable in their nasty habit. Your mother's on her way to pick her up.
He holds his hand over my mouth, searching my eyes, which are trying to crawl out of my head.
Really, chérie, you're not the least bit happy to see me. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, they say. Surely they aren't wrong.
There's a dangerous anger swelling in his eyes. I close mine, the only thing I can do not to see him and stir more panic in my blood.
You're better than this. If I take my hand off your mouth, you don't have to scream. You don't have to embrace the miserable, boring fate waiting if you raise him alone. It's not too late to do the sensible thing. Give your baby boy a fresh start.
He speaks like the devil, offering me a deal I wouldn't consider in several lifetimes.
Come away with me, chérie. My jet's a short drive away at the Presque Isle Airport. Fueled and ready to take you away from your misery, away with me to Europe.
He comes in close, trying to lay a kiss on my cheek. I twist my head just enough to put him off touching his disgusting lips to mine. Not so much it makes this maniac walk away. He tightens his grip on my mouth. His other hand crashes across my cheek, adding new pain to my battered, exhausted body. It's all in my head this time.
Stupid bitch, he roars. I'm offering you the fucking universe, and you're still this stubborn, still this insolent, still this trapped between a rock and a mountain. This is how I'm rewarded for waiting all these months without even a note from you by goddamned pigeon? After I heard about your kid and decided not to rip him from your guts.
How can a human heart beat this fast when I'm too weak to fight? Even if I could get up and run without doubling over in agony, there's no way I'd make it out before he kidnaps me. Leave, Ethan. Please, don't do this. I won't tell anyone if you forget what you're here to do, and go now. I cut myself off when he backs up against the wall, stands there with his arms folded. He pouts, a look that would be laughable if he weren't so psychotic.
Go? Okay, chérie. We tried my way, so now we'll do yours.
What are you? I stop when I see him leave the room, listening to his footsteps thudding across the hall. He's going to the baby. No, I shout. God, no. I fall all over myself, climbing out of bed. The pain is worse than I imagined when I stand, and I'm on the floor in seconds, grabbing at my abdomen.
My God, what a monster you must think I am, chérie.
His voice thunders down like a distant storm. I look up. He's standing over me with his lips in a vile smirk, my infant son whimpering in his arms, cradled by this stranger.
I'd never harm a hair on his tiny head, even if he bears a striking resemblance to his maggot heartbreaker of a father.
Let him go, I whisper, struggling onto my hands and knees. He completely ignores me. I watch him walk past me, heading for the empty baby carrier on the chair. My son goes in it. His fingers wrap around the handle. Complete desperation doesn't explode in my brain until he's walking out, heading down the hallway, humming what sounds like a foreign lullaby to himself. No, no, no. Please, he can't take my baby. I never know how I make it as far as I do, with the blinding pain ripping me in two. I crawl for what seems like forever, helpless as the boy in this monster's arms. I see the back door by the parking lot, the only place he could have gone, and struggle toward it. I barely have the energy to shove it open, rolling my way out. I see the asshole standing there through my tears.
Oh, so now you want to follow, chérie? A shame for us both. It takes this kind of motivation to make you listen.
Whatever you want, I whimper, my face an inch from the ground. Whatever it takes, so you won't hurt my son.
Marvelous. Let me load the little boy first, and then I'll help you to the car. We're going on a plane ride, chérie. We'll arrive just in time to see the sunrise, coming in for a landing tomorrow. The country outside Paris is very beautiful, and I own so much of it.
He stops, rocking the baby carrier by the handle very gently, watching my tears stain the concrete just a couple inches from my face.
I'll have a doctor check you over as soon as we're at the airport. I brought one on board for this occasion.
The next 5 minutes, maybe more, are just a blur. He carries me to his car and helps me into the back, where I lay down, grabbing my side, desperate to dull the agony. If the chauffeur behind the privacy glass notices the baby and the limping woman he loads into the car, he doesn't ask questions. He's probably paid not to. A spring storm accompanies us down the long, slow route on the service road to the highway. Lightning streaks across the sky, fitting and mournful, like nature itself has decided to mark the moment when my last thread of sanity snaps. Then Ethan starts to talk about Paris, about the private nature preserve on his land with all the animals our boy is sure to love, and how it's the place he always imagined getting married. I wish for a lot of things over the next hour, like how I'd love to not be a hostage with my newborn son to this freak, or how different timing with the nurse's car and Mom's rescue could have saved me, or how none of this would be happening if Grant hadn't stabbed me in the back and decided I wasn't good enough for his senseless, hungry, pierced cock. Yes, I'm missing the bastard again, even when I'm about to be flown off to God knows what. But my biggest wish, the one gnawing in the pit of my stomach when I close my eyes, sink into the leather seat, and ignore the fire in my pelvis sending pain everywhere else, I wish this obsessed, violent turd would just shut up.
13. Frantic. I'm clenching my thigh so hard it's certain to leave a bruise when Corbin's mansion comes into view. Just seeing the wrought iron gate makes me tenser than I've been the whole trip, my left hand wandering to the metal lump on my side, hooked to my belt in its holster. "Don't tempt me to take that thing away, brother," Hade says, noticing what I'm doing. "Not what we came here to do." only as a last resort. There's a good chance that's how it'll stay. The police escort supporting us alone should be more than adequate in the event Corbin decides to go down like a mafia don. But we've also paid them a princely sum to stay parked down the road for 30 minutes or until we have no choice but to call them in.
Listen to the man,
Luke says, giving me a dirty look from the other side of our limo seat.
I didn't fly my ass out to New England 50 times over the last year to stop you from being stupid, only to see you blow your life to kingdom come in front of me. You can't kill him, Grant.
He's bludgeoning me with the truth. I hate it. Hate that I need to hear it even more. A dark, crazy part of me wants this to go bad. Craves vengeance like my mouth waters at an aged New York strip. All I can picture is Corbin's foot on my neck months ago. Then Rebecca in tears when she heard whatever evil lie he told her, making her believe I'm the bad guy. I've decided to let him live long enough to tell me what he's done. I need to know what I'm dealing with to undo it, and damn it, I will. There's no answer at the gate when my driver calls, and the security booth is empty. But someone inside the house throws the switch to let us through. Our car snakes up his long drive straight up the hill, heading for Ragnarok. It's the kind of old, dark luxury chateau our father loved. I remember growing up in its cold spaces, every wall and ceiling decked with glamour, bleeding gold and redwood instead of life. When our caravan rolls up next to the door and stops, I'm out in a split second, pounding my fist on his huge double door. "Let us the fuck in! Game is up, Corbin. It's over." I'm surprised my brothers don't throw me on the ground. I'm breaking every preconceived security protocol we agreed to, and I can't say I care. It's impossible holding in the raw, vengeful emotion. It erupts like bile. I'm so caught in my frenzy I'd forgotten to check the door. It opens when my hand tries it. Unlocked. I straighten my tie, giving Luke and Hades a dirty look before the three of us step inside. The lawyers and private security guys we've brought along more spooked than us. We've told them to be ready for anything. I head for Corbin's office first, a long, winding walk through the mansion. It's empty. I'm clenching my fist when we head downstairs again, wondering if the whole damned thing is a ruse. What if he's escaped, left his home wide open to waste our time? If he has, then I've probably lost. Strike 3. Or is it strike 10? The very thought of being outsmarted yet again by this old wolf wearing a human skin makes my temples throb lethal rage. No, goddammit, someone's here. Somebody threw the switch for the gate, letting us in. Shit, hold up! Luke does a quick turn, several paces ahead of us, both his arms stretched. I run up to him to see a huge library with its doors open. There's someone in a high brown leather chair at a desk behind the biggest stained glass windows I've ever seen outside a cathedral. "You took long enough, gentlemen. I thought you'd never get here. Tiptoeing through my place like traumatized pussies. Shaw, come forward." I recognize the top of the bastard's head, and I'd know his wicked voice anywhere. Corbin never turns around. I plow past everyone, walking to the edge of his desk, clutching the sidearm I've brought in its holster. "Look at me, bastard. We came to talk surrender. We're not wasting time on anything else."
"Oh, yes, that. I suppose I overreached, didn't I? Just never thought it would be that two-bit jeweler who'd bring the whole damned operation down."
He lets out a long, deep sigh before he turns, holding out his hands, pressed together by their wrists. His eyes are bloodshot, and there's salt and pepper stubble going around his chin, accompanying his mustache, like he's spent the last 24 hours as wide awake as us.
"Go ahead. Arrest me."
Too easy. What fucking gives? I turn my nose up, studying the old devil, wondering what's gotten into him to give up this easy. "What, no lawyer? You really expect me to believe you're not challenging the documents from Syria, or gearing up to plead the Fifth?" I leered down at him, wish like hell he'd make one wrong move, give me one excuse to pull my magnum and splatter his brains all over that beautiful glass behind him. "Who the fuck are you, old man? This isn't the Jeremiah Corbin I know."
"Then you never paid attention, Shaw,"
he snaps, pulling his hands back, sitting up straighter in his chair.
"I deal in realism, never fantasy. What defense do I have left? You've found your smoking gun.
You'll notice I've dismissed my staff, given them ample opportunity to flee the country. If you'd like, you and your brothers can do me a slice of vigilante justice right now without involving a judge or an orange jumpsuit. Don't tempt me, you fuck. It's the hardest thing in the world taking my finger off the trigger at my side. But I need answers before I do anything else to this prick. Hayden and Luke also give me a warning look. Stop. This isn't our way. Remember what we agreed there, I say. I do, as much as it pains me. They're right. I'm better than this worm. Even an animal like him deserves a clean trial and sober justice. Stand up and come over. Hands over your head, I say, cautious as ever. I'm more weirded out than before when the jackal stands, hands glued to his head just like I ordered. He idles, gritting his teeth while our security guys pat him down. I still don't trust a damned thing. What's the trick, Corbin? Come clean. You're not taking me for a fucking fool. Rather, I won't let him make me one. Not again. I walk over, getting in his face as soon as the pat-down is done. He smiles, showing defeat and sadness I didn't think was possible in his stress-lined face. I'm sorry I had to get so dirty to bring you down, Shaw. Nothing personal. You left yourself so damned open for it. If only I'd known I was going after the wrong man. Wrong man? I growl, grabbing him by the lapels and lifting him off his polished shoes. Grant! Hayden tries to grab me from behind, but I carry the old bastard in my arms across the room, slamming him against a bookshelf. Several heavy volumes shake loose, crashing down around us. Back off! I roar behind me, warning my brothers not to come any closer. I'm done with neat and clean. I agreed not to kill him. Never said jack about not roughing him up, especially when he hasn't told me anything that makes sense. What the hell are you talking about? What man? I'm practically spitting at his face. My thumbs dig hard into his neck, an easy push away from cutting off the blood flow to his brain. The bastard laughs in my face. Such a temper! At least it's honest. Should have known the quiet, stuffy ones would screw me in the end. Can you stop being so fucking cryptic? I snarl, giving him a fierce shake, ramming his spine into the wooden shelf a little harder, listening for his groan. Okay. You want the truth? Duh. I want it so bad I ease up, giving this jackass enough space to speak without fracturing his vertebra. I know I'm done. Knew it as soon as I got the panicked call from Fabius about the developments in Syria. I'll be doing hard time for the arms that French prick got me into. It's amazing how much I let him get away with. Thought he'd sent us to heaven with the money he made, knowing he could turn it into my hell any time. I got greedy. The billions we made on black market guns weren't enough. I decided to do priceless jewels and artifacts, too. You'd be amazed how much rich men like us will pay for Phoenician busts from old Damascus or a ceremonial dagger from Antioch. Too much to launder off my company's accounts. That's why I merged with Neolithic, and that's why we worked well for a time, like taking candy from a very big, stupid, bearded baby. Guess he wants me to break his jaw, I tell myself. My intestines twist like sausages because I can't give in. Can't let him bait me into busting him up. You knew. You profited. I say the obvious. It still guts me, hearing the truth from his mouth. I squeeze him again, remembering why I'm really here. Where's Rebecca? You're not leaving this room alive if I don't have an answer. It's not an idle threat. I'll break my promises, do my own time, sell my soul up the river Styx if he doesn't tell me the most important thing of all. She's the reason I'm doing this. He stares through me, his voice going numb. Fabius screwed me. Took off with her. I never should have let him get as close as he did when I saw she wasn't interested. He twisted my balls too hard, and now I'm afraid I've damned her. Every single word he says enrages me a little more. I envision about a dozen painful things I could do right now to end his miserable life, but I still don't have answers. Making this asshole pay doesn't mean anything if I never get her back. And if what he's telling me is true, if she's fallen into Ethan's hands, then I've got bigger worries. She's in danger. Where? I bare my teeth, shaking him, waiting for this jackass to lift his head and look at me. He doesn't say anything. Oh, Christ, he's sobbing. It's such a strange shock, I'm losing my grip. Allowing his feet to touch the ground again, I step back, giving him breathing space. Not because there's any sympathy, but because I need a goddamned answer and I won't get it while he's blubbering away.
Hurry, bro. Cops are pinging us again. They're getting impatient, Luke says behind me. We've got 5 minutes. They really want their sting.
Where is she? I repeat the question, boxing him into the corner again, my shadow swallowing him up. Tell me, Corbin.
Sent her to upstate Maine. Presque Isle. Couldn't trust you not to come after her if I let her stay here, or anywhere else in the city. She was at a retreat when he grabbed her, from what I understand. Cora tells me they never saw him coming. He'll head for Europe first chance he gets.
Europe? Shit. I stumble backwards, knowing full well there's a high probability I'm fucked. If for no other reason than Presque Isle is a couple hours away by plane and we're still stuck in New York wrangling the lying, soulless idiot who caused this mess.
We'll take it from here,
Hade says, pulling me away with a hand on my shoulder. He walks me to a leather bench near the entrance. That's where I sit with my brothers while everybody else scatters, just in time for the 24 cops and federal agents who start pouring through the door, their weapons drawn, surrounding Corbin. Their sergeant throws him to the ground, digging his knee into the bastard's back while they lock him in handcuffs. It's complete overkill, and more than a little satisfying. So delicious it's made me forget the last burning question in my brain until he's on his feet again, being led out, 2 gruff men with badges holding both his arms. Wait. I'm on my feet, blocking their path. I forgot to ask. Grant, what the hell do you think you're doing? Hades thunders in my ear. Luke on the other side, both my brothers grabbing me like they've lost their mind.
This isn't the time to interfere with a police investigation.
They're right, but they're also flat out wrong. They don't understand. I'd get between God himself and this thief who's chewed away everything I had if it means bringing her home. What'd you tell her, Corbin? What was on those tapes you forced Mac to hand over? Why does she hate me? I have to scream the last question after them. The police don't have time for my antics. They shove past us, carrying him through the house. I follow as quickly as I can, struggling the whole time, 2 brotherly weights yanking at my arms like an unruly dog on his leash.
Because you didn't watch your back,
he snarls, twisting his head over his shoulder, looking me dead in the eye.
I made you what I always wanted you to be, a faithless, lying, weak little scoundrel who won't be fit for my daughter. Ever.
It's my only clue before there's too much space between us to scream obscenities, much less more questions. Hayden's chokehold on my neck has bogged me down too much, and I think Luke, pulling on my back, is about to pull me over. I go down, swinging at both my brothers, my entire vision red. It takes them 10 minutes to calm me down.
You have to keep your wits,
Hayden says, sitting across from me on the jet. Luke is in the cockpit, flying the thing as fast as he can, probably breaking a few FAA rules in the process. It's the least of my worries if it means we can get to Presque Isle before Fabius flies my woman across the ocean. Grant, my brother says again, leaning in closer, his hands folded in front of him. I'm listening, but I'm done with your damned advice, I say, feeding him the hate in my eyes. I need her back, Hades. You remember how you felt when that lying bitch almost lied Penny away? Or how it was for Luke when he went to prison thinking he'd never see Robbie again. Hayden's eyes sink to the floor. Before he can say anything, our little brother's voice booms from the cockpit.
I'll never forget. Also remember you 2 were there to talk sense. No telling where I would have wound up without you guys.
Apparently, these luxury jets don't have the soundproof titanium-reinforced doors on normal passenger jets. I fold my arms, tapping my shoe angrily, while Hades pours himself another scotch. He offers me a glass, but I refuse. He's right about the wits. I'll need them firing on every cylinder when we touch down, assuming Mr. Asshole Kidnapper hasn't taken off yet. I'll hunt him to the ends of the earth if I have to, brother, I tell Hades. He won't get away. But if we don't find him in Maine, I want you to get back on this plane, turn west, and go home. You and Luke both. You've done more than I can ever repay. Chasing Ethan down isn't your fight. It's mine." "No way in hell." Haight smiles, shaking his head. "We're not leaving until she's home. Our older brother isn't getting killed in Paris by some Euro mobster halfwit." I open my mouth to protest, but Luke hears us, yelling from the cockpit again. "Tell him twice if you need to. We're not going anywhere. We Shaws share the same curse. Life gets fucking crazy. Makes us work like demons for our women. It's not taking us down this time, and if it does, it's claiming the whole ship, not just the oldest and wisest." "You guys have families now," I say, wondering how they can be so blind. Yeah, maybe there's a code between us, binding us closer than I'd like, closer than they need to be when my problems are heaped on their heads. We haven't always been the closest, but we've never backed down when one of us is in trouble. God willing, we never will. "Yeah, Grant, families, plural. You think you're not included?" Aids tips his glass in a small salute. Like I could forget. "Sure, I'll put my woman and little Abby first, second, and third. But you can stop right there and think long and hard if you don't think I won't put it all on the line for my brother. You did the same for both of us, and you'd never have walked if Luke or I asked. If this Ethan you're looking for isn't down there, we're taking a trip to Europe. We'll crawl through every damned castle and catacomb if that's what it takes to find them." Well, shit. Deep down, maybe I'm a little touched. What more can I say? Don't know what the hell I'd do without you guys. My confession sticks in my throat, but I force it. Across from me, Hayden smiles, knocking back his shot. It's enough. Don't need him to throw his arms around me and start with that touchy-feely crap. Sometimes silence says enough, and the bond between us three musketeers is too strong for words. Our contact at the airport didn't lie. The plane is still on the runway when we roll to a stop. Ivory white, gold trim along the sides, bigger than ours. The Fabius corporate logo painted across it in a purple and gold French script. All I ever need to see to know I'm dealing with an entitled psychopath who thinks he can take what's mine without paying heavy in hell. Corbin went down without a serious fight. With Ethan, I doubt I'll get lucky twice, and I regret throwing this together without packing a bigger gun in my pocket.
10 minutes, according to our man, Luke says, turning the lock to undo his door as the service crew connects the stairs to his jet. That's about how long we've got before security rolls up to deal with the commotion, or the asshole makes a break for France and has the U.S. Air Force hot on his tail. 10 minutes, and that's being generous.
I hear you, I say, preparing to take the steps 2 at a time. Speed and clarity don't fail me now. I'll need them to make a clean run for the French jet as soon as I'm on the ground.
We'll be right behind you, Haight says, backhanding my shoulder with a brotherly slap. Wish we'd come better prepared.
No time. Our guys are trained at least, and we've got guns. 6 of them, between the handguns we're holding, plus the heat being carried by our 3 security agents. We've got plenty. This nut can't have a whole army hidden in his jet. Honestly, there's no telling what Ethan has in store for us. We have next to no intel on his plane. The investigators I hired to tail him, making sure he kept away from Becca, never saw it once. They just mentioned a small crew for concierge and personal protection, like most men in his class. Of course, if the fuck planned to kidnap my girl for a while, then he's probably brought backup. Too bad. I can't get bogged down in hypotheticals. I have to move. I'm risking at least 10 ways this could go bad with a quick strike, charging the eye of the storm, but there's no other choice. If the lunatic has his guards waiting to gun me down, or he sees us and tells his pilot to floor it, we'll all be in a world of hurt anyway. This is our only chance. It's dangerous, it's improvised, and it's risky as hell, but all my chips have been in since the second we left NYC. Hell, screw poker chips, I'm talking about the other half of my soul, as long as he's holding Becca. I take a quick look through my binoculars. No signs of activity across the runway. Ethan's lights are on, and it takes me a few seconds to spy 3 figures through the circular windows. They move like small, dark insects in the distance, one of them throwing his arms around angrily. I don't need a face to recognize his mannerisms. It's Monsieur Fuckface himself. I'm off on 3, I say, closing my eyes. 1. Will 2 seconds give me time to say a silent prayer? I can't do it with words, obviously, so instead I just picture her. I think in pictures. See my girl as I remember her almost a year ago. Becca, with her soft green eyes, honey skin, and Moscato lips. 2. Becca, with her voice like an angel. Every moan, every curse, every word of love as loud and true as it was the night I first carried her to bed. True as the last night we shared in my condo, when we lit a fire in the sheets I won't forget in this or 100 lifetimes. Becca alone, in pain, not even calling out to me for help because her rat bastard father fed her too many lies. I can't fucking stand it. 3. My shoes hit the steel steps, clamoring like bullets. I fly down it, thankful for the storm brewing overhead. The rain beating down my face and shoulders in thick rivulets helps obscure our approach. The killer angel wings and the axe tattooed to my chest have never burned this hard or meant so much. I've said my prayers, but I need to move to get her back. The only way I'll have those delectable lips on mine again is if I'm able to hold her, set her mind straight, and convince her I'd never ever betray her. Not for $1 trillion. Not to heal the deep, ugly bruises on my ego. Not even to see her wearing the ring burning a hole in my pocket even now. Not unless she's serious, wearing a smile on her face, showing me the love in her eyes that used to say forever. Just a little while longer, Moscato, I whisper to myself, crossing the long expanse between the 2 runways, moving at a speed sending equal fire to my lungs and knees. I don't slow down to check who's behind me, or how close. I'm too frantic. Hold on, love. Forever's coming.
14. Knife to a gunfight. There's at least 100 feet between us and the maniac at the front of the plane, but I hear him losing it just the same. The cabin explodes in loud, rapid-fire French for the 1,000th time since he shuttled me into the jet, cuffed me to the bed behind the curtain, and left me alone with my baby boy and the panicked doctor. I raise my head and instantly regret it. Morphine shouldn't wear off this fast. The doctor, sitting on the stool across the small space from me, looks up from his phone. He's a thin, young, disgruntled man, probably Algerian by the thick French accent and the olive skin.
"Don't fret, madam. Please, we'll be calmer as soon as we're in the air, and—"
"Give me something for the pain," I snap. "It hurts again. I'll scream if we have to take off like this." He looks more nervous than I do. For a second, I think he's going to fight me on it, but instead he just sighs, reaches for a pill bottle in the tiny box next to him, and shoves a couple small white ovals into my hand.
"Last you can take for a few hours. These won't help you sleep, I'm afraid. You'll have to suffer along with the rest of us while they sort out our schedule. Can't be too much longer before we're cleared for takeoff."
I roll my eyes. Even he doesn't sound like he believes it when he talks about leaving. There's clearly something more going on. We've been sitting here for hours. I overheard the security crew mention a wheel with retraction issues, and then get doubly heated when they said there was a hold with the airport's control tower. The doctor can't tolerate my angry, desperate eyes locked on him for long. He pulls open the curtain and steps out into the cabin for a walk. I don't understand what's happening. Whatever it is, it's gotten the asshole holding me prisoner upset, and it can't be good for him. I'm not sure whether I'm more hopeful we'll be saved at the last second, or terrified what Ethan will do if anyone tries. With the painkiller numbing my blood, I struggle up, using my pillow stack for support. I have just enough strength to reach the baby carrier next to me where my little son dozes, blissfully oblivious to the hellish life his mom's mistakes have given him. "I'm so sorry, little guy," I whisper. Gripping his tiny hand makes me forget my own discomfort. This is it. Everything. His life is all that matters now. I'll suffer through anything to protect it. Trade mine in a heartbeat if it keeps him safe and happy. There's more shouting up front, something like a door creaking open. The commotion wakes my baby. He rolls, fidgeting his tiny hands against my finger, crying for a mother who's too screwed up and exhausted to even pick him up. I'm new at this comforting a baby business. I do my best, whispering reassurance, squeezing his tiny palm, but it isn't enough. His screams drown out the furious chatter at the front of the plane. I know we're in trouble when I hear heavy footsteps approaching us at breakneck speed.
"What the hell is going on back here?"
Ethan snarls, ripping the loose curtain aside.
"Shut your little urchin up, Cherie. We have enough fucking problems. Need to hear ourselves think? Make him stop before I do it for you."
I wince through the soreness in my body as I struggle, stooping low to pick him up. I'm thankful he can't understand this sadist's words. Cradling my little man, I tuck his head under my chin. I'll become a human shield to protect the boy before I let him come one step closer.
"Sir, somebody's trying to get in."
There's more happening up front. One of the hired goons yelling to his master, and then a sound like metal shearing apart, maybe melting under a torch. Ethan whirls around, bangs into the doctor, and grabs him by the shoulders.
"Out of my way, fool."
It's the last thing I hear before the enormous blast goes off near the cockpit. Men fly back through the cabin, twitching on the ground, stunned as wasps hit by a smoke bomb. Oh, the analogy is perfect, too. Light gray smoke rolls through the cabin. I cover my nose as best as I can, and my baby's face, praying the plane isn't on fire.
"We have to move, madame."
The doctor holds out a hand, a scratch up the arm bleeding through his white coat. I'm reaching to grab it, grateful for a split second because the smoke is suddenly less thick, when more loud blasts ring out in quick succession. Gunfire. The doctor stops holding out his hand and pulls me to the floor, careful to keep me on my side, protecting the baby.
"Stay down,"
he thunders in my ear. I listen, struggling to breathe. I don't think it's possible for my heart to beat faster than this. It must be a SWAT raid or something. A glimmer of hope if I can keep my head down long enough and survive with my little one. Men fall several feet away, screaming as they hit the floor. I don't think the guys who went down with the first blast ever got up. I'm grateful for the doctor's presence, one more shield around my baby, thicker than my own body if the worst reaches us. He breathes heavy in my ear, a cold mercenary who still has a shred of his soul somewhere deep in his body, praying quietly in hurried French. I start counting the seconds. When I hit 40, it's eerily quiet, except for my baby son howling into my hand, gently pressed to his mouth. I'm about to turn and try to peer over the doctor when a force like wind rips him away.
"Rebecca, come on, we'll go out the back."
Ethan's pale blue eyes roll wild in his head as he snatches at me desperately. He's completely lost his mind. I'm picturing a long, sharp descent down a yellow emergency slide, and I know I'm too weak to hold my baby safely. There has to be another way. I can't jump with the baby. Even the doctor rears up, grabbing at his leg as he seizes my hair, dragging me several paces across the narrow corridor.
"No, sir, you can't do this with her. We're not equipped and she's in no condition. We should consider surrender if the only way out is to—" "Quiet!"
Ethan's polished toe hits the doctor's temple like a rock. His eyes wobble funny and flutter shut, his grip weakening. The lunatic kicks him away, grabbing at my hair with both hands, pitching me violently down the narrow space to the very back. I'm screaming, or at least my mouth is open. My baby boy makes the noise for me, filling the plane with the terror I can't. Ethan throws us against the wall and pulls a metal handle shaped like a fire alarm in a building, except bigger. It's so cold. Wind rushes in, fast and ferocious, as the plane's loading door opens, exposing the 20 or 30-foot drop into black night. I don't see a slide, or any stairs to deploy. Oh my God! No! You can't do this, Ethan! For the love of... My voice cracks. I make one last attempt at reasoning with him because I can't do anything else, but I'm choked off because I know it's impossible. It's hopeless. There's no way they could have deployed a ramp for a proper emergency exit in the middle of this battle anyway, even if they had one. He'll kill my baby, and quite possibly all three of us, if he thinks he's going to throw us out. His crazy eyes say he's way past caring, if he even understands me. Worse, he sees the hesitation, the fear in my eyes. His hand goes to his pocket, and when it comes out again, he's holding a switchblade. The silver tip gleams in the dim light, sharp and deadly, a fierce contrast with its gold handle.
I need you to trust me, Rebecca. When I say jump, do it. You'll be perfectly fine.
Are you kidding? No, please. He takes 2 steps forward, boxing me in, pushing me a little closer to the edge. Please, don't do this. Please. I open my eyes and see the endless blackness before us. Big mistake. The nighttime wind blows, colder than before, like feeling the breath of the reaper blowing its warning on my neck. 3, maybe 4 more feet, and we're done. My baby boy whimpers, as if he knows the peril we're in. You can't make me do this! I won't, you crazy asshole!
You will. I'm so sorry it's come to this, chérie,
he says, eerily calm as he tucks his hands under my shoulders, shoving me to the very edge. My heart, my lungs, my whole soul, slow to a flicker.
It wasn't supposed to be this way. You understand. If we survive the fall, anything's possible. We'll run. I'll make it up to you when we're in Paris. I'll give you a new baby to replace him. I'll hand over the whole world for you, love. First, I just need you to close your eyes, lean forward, and... You'll let her fucking go.
A human freight train slams into the maniac, pitching me against the wall as I'm thrown from his grip. Scuttling backwards, I grab for the safety bar in the corner, hoping the crazy mass of snarling, punching, and kicking doesn't push us to our doom. I'm in disbelief a second later, realizing what's happened. It's dark, but I'd recognize his voice, his body, anywhere. Grant. My heart skips a beat. I can't decide whether to be horrified or thankful. For now, it's a relief just knowing I'm not hitting the runway, clutching my helpless son as we plummet to our end. If we live, we'll have all the time in the world to work this out. Right now, he's here, fighting for me. Lover, cheater, and now my unlikely hero. And it isn't over. Grant flings the wiry demon around in his grip, slamming Ethan's face against the metal floor as they roll, his beard smeared with grease or blood or maybe both. The men trade the upper hand every few seconds, barreling a little closer to the black chasm at the end of the plane that will almost certainly kill anyone who falls into it. They're wild animals locked in a death match. It's blood, guts, and total war, with all the bone-rattling punches and blood-curdling screams a fatal contest entails. It's a miracle my savior hasn't been cut to pieces yet. I see the knife come down near his face several times when Ethan is on his chest, stabbing erratically. Grant seizes his wrist, knocks the blade from his hand with a vicious grunt, but not before its edge nicks his cheek. It's a small but deep cut. Blood pours out like a thick red tear smeared across his cheek. My baby can't see this. I hold my boy in his thin blanket a little tighter, pressing his forehead to my lips, his face to my neck. Can't it just be over? I beg for it to just be over again and again and again. Please don't let him kill us. Please don't let Ethan walk away. Please make it fucking stop. I close my eyes for a second, but it's too much to shut out. They're too violent for words. I watch Grant find the leverage he needs to pick the madman up, fling him against the wall, and scream while he does it. There's a deafening crack that's probably Ethan's shoulder dislocating. The new disability just makes him more desperate. I think we're staring into the eyes of a frenzied bull as he crumples to his knees, his gross eyes on me, furious and determined as he summons one last burst of energy. Men behind him close in, approaching us, calling Grant's name as they come closer.
I'll never let him have you, chérie. If I can't have you in life, we'll go to our graves together,
he growls.
Together, as we're meant to be. No!
Grant roars, grabbing him by the collar as he charges for me. The violent recoil throws Ethan as he flies from Grant's hands, slams into the wall, and misses me with his arms. His foot stumbles over mine. There's no time to recover before he stumbles a step too far, disoriented, into the nothingness. It seems like his lonely shriek never ends as he falls. When it finally does, I hold my breath, summoning the energy to crawl to the edge where I can see and look down. It's so dark. Flashlights move across the pavement, swirling like tiny spotlights, illuminating his demon face. Ethan is still, blank, and twisted so awkwardly he can't possibly be alive. I have exactly 1 second to release the air from my lungs. Relief floods my body like anesthesia, pulling me under. Soon, Grant's arms are on me, bringing me to him, his fierce eyes melting into mine. I can't believe you're here. Maybe you do care, I whisper. Goosebumps pepper my skin now that my body knows it's safe, and it finally has the time to deal with the conflicted emotions storming through my nerves. I'm so sorry, Grant. We have a lot to talk about.
I didn't come for an apology,
he says, more anger in his voice than I expect. His eyes glow flame blue, demanding answers.
Who's the little boy, Moscato?
Oh, he hasn't figured it out? Apparently tonight's surprises never end. God help me, I'm laughing. Hysteria hits, sinks its teeth into me, and refuses to let go. I'm a blubbering, crying, chattering mess a minute later. I can't breathe. My stomach aches, tightens, and scrunches in on itself, threatening to knock out my knees. I hold on to my baby boy with all my might as the blackness closes in.
Becca?
He calls my name once.
Becca, hey, stay with me.
The last thing I remember before I pass out is how he slaps my cheek. Well, technically not the last. I also recall he's a cheating, untrustworthy fuckboy, and even though he saved my life, we aren't magically fixed. If anything, it's more complicated than ever. How the hell do I hate someone who ripped out my heart only to keep it beating another day?
Give her space, Mr. Shaw. We're bringing her out of it.
I wake up feeling like I've just come up from an ocean cavern without a breathing mask. I'm groggy, hungry, and everything hurts, especially from the waist down. There must be 6 tubes poking into my arms. I sit up in the bed, clenching my teeth, and realize there's a hand closed like a firm blanket around mine.
Welcome back, Moscato. Take it easy. Easy. You'll be fine in about a week.
He watches me, patient and reassuring, just a handsome guardian angel in a dark beard and soft blue eyes. Not very different from the winged heroes Mom used to watch on her silly paranormal soap operas. Fine? Slowly, I remember what this angel did, and I rip my hand away, nearly pulling out the IV in my arm. No, get away from me. Where is he? Where's my baby?
Sleeping down the hall. I'll bring him in later if you'd like. We'll have to fill out the birth certificate together. I'd like to be listed as the father, considering what the paternity test showed.
Oh, God, he finally knows. It shouldn't feel like a dagger working into me when I imagine the look on his face as some random doctor read off the cold, clinical results. All while I slept, dead to the world. I'm not even sure how long it's been since the fateful showdown on Ethan's plane. The clock says 4 p.m., I'm guessing, but I don't really know. How long was I out? I whisper, ignoring the long list of far more unpleasant questions.
A good 14 hours. Had time to nap myself for the first time in days.
I slowly roll my head toward him. There's a thin, skin-colored bandage on his cheek, just above his bearded jaw. Ethan must have done it. I mentally estimate how many scrapes and bruises he has, how many cracked ribs. In a just world, maybe they'd make me rethink one of his sloppy affairs. Yes, 1. But not the 3 or 4 or who even knows. I saw at least 3 on camera. 4 if you count the slutty duo slobbering all over him at Sanford's. My body must have replenished its fluids well enough to cry, because there are tears welling up.
What's wrong?
He growls, laying a hand on my shoulder as I try to roll away from him. Go away. I want to rest alone. I don't want to see you.
Really, Moscato? You thought you'd just up and leave the father of your child forever?
His first words are angry, but he tries to soften them.
Whatever your old man said, he lied. I'm not the man you think I am. Everything I did to bring him down, to take out Ethan, was for you. Never stopped loving you, Becca. Not even once. Would have come a whole lot sooner if I knew where to find you.
He had video, Grant, I snarl, turning over, ignoring the sharp pain in my abdomen. Do you think I'd take off to Maine and avoid you like the plague for the better part of a year on nothing but hearsay? I saw what you did. Living proof. Saw you with those women. Dated to the months you were still my boss, back when I was in your condo, and I thought we meant something to each other. He sniffs angrily. I watch him stand, broody and magnificent. Even when I want to spit in his face, his lips still draw my eyes, tempting as ever. What? You've got nothing? I haven't decided if I want to hear his BS defense. Maybe I just want to get this over with, do a proper birth certificate like he asks, and heal up so I can fight our next battles in court over custody. But he's ignoring me. Pulling out his phone, I watch him dial someone and turn his back as he whispers a few heavy words into it.
Yeah, put him on. Won't take long. I know I'm using the only ace in the hole you'll give me. I'm ready.
I fold my arms, pouting, unsure what the hell this is about. He turns around a second later, pushes the little black box into my hand, and smiles.
It's for you.
I blink, staring at the unfamiliar number on the screen before I hold it up a second later. Hello?
It's me, dear.
My father's voice sends an instant shiver up my spine.
I'm so glad you're alive.
Tell me what you want or I'm hanging up, I snap. I've officially hit my limit with the constant stream of crap the last 48 hours. No woman who's had a baby should ever have to go through this. Ever.
A pity,
Dad says.
This might be the last time we talk for many years. I'm in jail, dear, looking at a lifetime sentence. Slowly paying the first of my many dues for the dirty deals I did with our earnest, dearly departed friend from Paris.
You almost got me killed. And your grandson, too, you fucking asshole! I hissed through my teeth, shooting Grant a warning look with my eyes because I know he wants to come over and comfort me. Why do you think I care about you? About any of this? I'll be happy if I never hear from you again. He's quiet for longer than I like.
Because I have a confession to make. I wanted you away from the man who's next to you now. I went to extreme lengths to do it. Your mother was a test. After the fake videos fooled her, I knew you'd go down easy. She didn't have the emotional connection to him you did.
Fake? What the hell do you mean? I'm clenching the thin hospital sheet in my hand so hard I think I'll tear it.
The footage is real. It's incredible what a good editor can do these days. It wasn't hard to get the tapes I needed from the places he loved to frequent. The dates were even easier to change. Shaw's guilty of a lot with his women, but he never cheated. Not once. Not to my knowledge. Everything you saw happened well before he met you. Often years before.
No. I whisper it once, and the second time I say it, I'm choking. No. You've got to be fucking kidding. I heard what he said about me. I saw him with those girls. He called me young, stupid, said I'd never see his cheating crap coming. This can't be right. It doesn't make sense. I'm in shock and denial. My eyes move sheepishly to Grant's, and I can't hold them in his gaze. The rotten shame coursing through my blood refuses.
I picked the line myself.
There's no remorse when he says it.
I thought you'd be too caught up in a blinding rage of tears to notice. Apparently, I was right. I wanted my womanizer to drive the point home. Anything to make you leave him.
Christ! My tongue tastes bitter, too much like the savage lie I've believed for the last 8 months. My life was ruined. I don't bother asking what's wrong with him. No one will ever know, and it isn't relevant anymore since he's ruined his life and possibly mine, too. Why now? Why tell me any of this?
Because I'm sorry. Words are cheap, I know. I've spent my life throwing them around like weights. I've used them to get my damned way any which way I chose. I'm not asking for your forgiveness, nor do I deserve it. I just want you to know there was a time when I meant the best for you, and I made grave errors bringing you there. I told myself that's what I wanted anyway, but truthfully, I wanted you to do what I said. I wanted to use you, one more piece of collateral for what I wanted. I forgot you were a human being, and you deserve your own life.
I'm trapped. It's incredible I can still breathe between this monster in my ear and this gorgeous man who, for some reason, remains next to me with love in his eyes after I've treated him like a monster.
You deserve the truth, dear, and here it is. Now, forget me and live, damn you, whether that's with Shaw or in a tent overseas. Go live your own life. You're free. No, I'll spend the rest of my life behind bars being sorry, without excuses, for everything.
He ends the call. It takes me a minute to realize it through the hot, brutal tears flowing down my cheeks. Grant finally lays his hand on my shoulder. He pulls up a chair, holding me like a human rock while I let it out, ugly, too ashamed over everything to let myself lean into him, much less look him in the eye. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Wish I'd asked more questions, Grant. I shouldn't have abandoned you.
Becca, stop,
he says, his voice soft and heavy. I'm sure I look like a total mess as he runs his hand slowly up my throat, lifts my chin with his fingers, and I meet the blue eyes I want to drown myself in forever.
I've almost missed a year with you on his stinking lies. Missed your lips on mine. Missed you being pregnant, telling me the news, and bringing our son into the world with his father at your side. You think I've got time for more regrets, or more apologies over shit we can't take back?
His eyes say it's a resounding no. Fuck no. I'm afraid we've lost too much. Done too much damage. We can't just pick up where we left off and continue? He's smiling when he shifts his free hand into his pocket.
You worry too much, Moscato. Always did.
I forget all about his fingers as he lowers his face to mine. Our first kiss in seasons pours into me like summer sun breaking through a storm, rekindling fires I thought were out for good. His lips smother me, suck every molecule of oxygen from my lungs, and I let him, whimpering into his mouth while his tongue attacks mine. What was impossible just a few days ago is real. Raw, emotional, and inescapably real.
There's something I need before we wheel the kid in and get to work on the birth certificate,
he says, excitement blinking like siren lights in his eyes. He pulls away, just enough to hold the little black box up to my face, and pops it open with his thumb.
Marry me, Moscato. Here, today. Wish we'd done this wife and family thing in the right order, but you'd better believe I wish more you'll do me the honor of never wasting another day without wearing my ring.
Even with my jaw hanging on the floor, I'm smiling. I put my hand over his, touching my thumb to the ring, letting its golden warmth heat the heart that still hated him just minutes ago. Yes! One simple, powerful word. As soon as I'm out of here, Grant, I'll make everything up to you. I'll be the woman you always wanted.
Fuck waiting, Moscato. You already are. No more distractions. Forget the last 9 months and let's build the life we were always meant for.
There's a rowdy noise behind us. 2 men laughing through the small window outside my room. I look over his shoulder and see the 2 Shaw brothers I met at the charity event before everything went nuts. Hayden and Luke look on, elbowing each other, whispering a few choice words we can hear through the glass.
Never seen him like this. Didn't think he had it in him. Hades, the man's in love. Give him a damn break. We've said our share of flowery crap, too, ever since we got hitched. You're right.
They fall silent and look on. We fall so deep into each other it's easy to ignore their prying eyes. When he kisses me again, I tell myself we'll do this. I don't care how insane it seems on the surface or how quickly it's happening. He's right about our future. This time, I know he is. Believe it with a faith resonating deep in my bones. I made the unforgivable mistake of doubting him once. I'll never, ever let it happen again. I'm not well enough to stay up through all this excitement. Another long nap leads me into sweet nothing. We don't get together until the next morning, when Grant carries in our baby, snug in his father's arms, for the first time. I pull the birth certificate off the nightstand as soon as our little family is together, ready to attack it again with a big black pen.
He's a Shaw, all right,
he says, studying the little boy's identical blue eyes.
Can't believe he doesn't have a name yet.
Yesterday, we left that part blank on the birth certificate, promising we'd have one by the end of the day. I run through my short list again, tapping the pen gently against my cheek. I've lost my confidence. Neither Jackson or Tyler seem right, not after everything that's happened. Our infant reaches up, giggles, and presses his little fingers against his father's beard.
Easy, little man. Guess your ma never told you this scruff is where I get my magic powers from.
Talk about adorable. I'm smiling like a fool as I uncap the pen with my teeth, press the pen to the blank spot, and scrawl the letters on the paper as neatly as I can.
Whoa, Moscato. I thought we'd talk about this first,
he says, rushing over to the chair, bouncing the baby on one knee. No need. I've made the right choice. I hold it up for him to see. He snatches it out of my hand with his brow furrowed, his eyes scanning it.
No way. You really want him to be named after me?
Names are powerful. He should have a good man's name. Plus, Grant Jr. just kind of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? He's laughing, happier than I've ever seen him, baritone music busting out. He cradles our baby boy as he comes in to collect his kiss. I can't last more than 10 seconds with his beard tickling me before I'm laughing just as hard. If this is what it's like to be awake, at peace, and happy again, don't ever put me back to sleep.
15. Another sunrise. 3 months later. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is here. A full audience is impressive as it is majestic, considering there's nothing traditional about this wedding. Not even the time. It's the ass-crack of dawn, 6 in the morning, and we're standing on the banks of the rocky Maine shore as the sun comes up, 5 miles outside Chandlersport on a stretch of land I added to my property a few months ago for this occasion. The little white gazebo and wooden walkway I've had thrown up last week does its job, shielding my Moscato's heels from the uneven dirt as she walks toward me. I take a minute to breathe and let myself smile, taking in her sweetness while the music kicks up. It's a rock rendition of Here Comes the Bride. There's so many eyes glued to us. I'm not the only fool gawking today. My brothers and their wives, my niece and nephew, my own little man, lovingly tucked into his grandmother's arms. Seeing Cora Corbin with her grandson, you'd never know she's shaking off a divorce and a swift descent into upper-middle-class limitations after the feds took almost everything from her asshole husband. I've told her a dozen times I'll fund her trips wherever she wants to go. Becca says she isn't interested in soaps and tourism anymore, not since the kid came along. For her, it's family, and frankly, that's fine by me. Everybody who counts from the office looks on. Jake and Crowley just look relieved to have a getaway I've paid for secure in their old jobs. Nina flashes me a huge grin and a thumbs up. She's been promoted since we helped disentangle ourselves from Corbin's dirt and worked like a dog to restore Neolithic's good name on Wall Street. Then there's Tay. I think the feisty young thing who introduced us is about to burst into tears as she clutches Surfer Dude's shoulder, the same dumb man candy she shacked up with the night we did. They've broken up twice and wound up together again. Can't say how serious it is, but it must be something if it's magnetic. Though it really looks like the kid with the tanned muscles could really use a beer. He'll have plenty at the free bar Mac insisted on setting up for me at the reception. I don't waste more than a precious second or two looking over everyone, counting the ones in place, because my attention goes straight to the only sight that matters. My perfect, sweet, and happy little wife. She's decked in cream and lace and heels. I want her to leave those on when I carry her back to my lodge later, take her upstairs to the first bed we've ever shared, and put her under me like it's our very first time. Technically, it is. Tonight, as man and wife, it's just as meaningful a first as the night I took her cherry. The minister behind me gives an approving nod when she finally reaches the altar. The music stops. I don't even wait to grab both her hands as the words I never thought would mean a damned thing to me begin.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join Grant Shaw and Rebecca Corbin in holy matrimony.
I hear the words we've rehearsed, but they're more like background music than proper speech. I'm too lost in her eyes to focus, too taken with every soft, supple curve on her I'll own for the first time as a married man, in sickness and in health. When he gets to that part, I see tears in her eyes, true and clear behind her veil. For better and for worse. We've seen both.
I do,
she whispers, turning her head toward the minister before she faces me again.
I always did,
she whispers under her breath, leaning in. Wish like hell we could skip the rest of this rodeo and get to that kiss the bride part. Lucky me, she's a beautiful distraction. Helps me make it through the rest of his flowery speech while I squeeze her hands, giving him a shred of my attention when he gets to the important part.
Do you, Grant Shaw, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded—
I do. I always will. Today, tomorrow, and every day I'm lucky enough to keep drawing breath with the woman who's given me new life at my side. Let's do this. My brisk words get laughter from the peanut gallery. Can't say I care while the minister, a very formal man, catches himself and tries to plod on with his lines.
Then, by the power vested in me by the great state of Maine, it is my esteemed pleasure to pronounce you man and wife. You may now—
Kiss the bride? Oh, fuck yeah, I do. I've got her veil tucked behind her head before he's finished, arm around her waist, pulling her into me, and this time forever. I push my lips into hers like a kid with a cloud of cotton candy. And she's just as sweet, just as colorful, just as sure to put a few more stars in my eyes after I've had my fill. She loses a soft, soulful moan to my lips. I devour them while our friends and family break into cheers. We kiss so long and hard that the happy sounds breaking out around us melt into the indistinct purr of the ocean.
Proud of you, bro. Come to hell here.
Luke never settles for a firm handshake. He lets his sensitive side get the better of him and jerks me into his grasp. Today I oblige him, slamming my chest on his as we throw our arms around each other like two old soldiers reunited. Wouldn't be nothing to take pride in if it wasn't for your help, Flyride.
That's what brothers are for. Did you really think Hades and me would let you go on a bachelor forever?
He smiles a big shit-eating grin. First time in forever I've seen him without his bombardier jacket, too. He's in the same sleek penguin suit he wears playing Hollywood's new favorite billionaire hero, probably one he's borrowed from the set. It's official. Hell is iced over. All the shaws are taken. Hayden comes up behind us, throwing his arms around our shoulders. Never thought I'd see the day. Had a few nights where I thought we'd never survive, brother. The odds stacked against everybody getting here were worse than I've seen on any money screen. That's saying a lot, considering how many falling knives I've caught and spun into pure gold, but no big deal or wonder trade ever compares to winning my woman.
Who'd have thunk it, right? We beat evil stepmoms and tropical viruses, lying brats and drunken fathers, French guys too dumb to take no for an answer.
I clench my jaw when he mentions Ethan. There are nights when I see his dead, cold face in my dreams, alive again, standing over my woman and little Grant, threatening to push them over the edge. Ought to make me want to resurrect his evil ass just to kill him again. But I'm not a psycho like him. I'm glad he's no longer walking the earth. Happy he died quick and clean, and Fabius holdings around the world are being liquidated as the courts have their way. He won't torture my girl ever again, and neither will the dirty guns and rockets he profited on in war zones.
How's the firm holding up? Tell me they'll stop busting your balls long enough to let you enjoy your honeymoon?
Hayden gives me a pained look. We're wrapping up with the SEC. They let us off with a few stiff fines for all our cooperation. Paid them gladly, out of my own pocket. Good reminder never to let this shit happen again. No more mergers for me, brother. I'd rather be second fiddle and pretty damned rich than anybody's slave. I'll take Neolithic to the top on its own, or learn to be happy it's in the top 10 hedge funds.
That's the Shaw way,
Luke says, an approving smile on his face.
It's a humiliating day any man with our name ever needs to get down on his hands and knees or lets anybody put a leash around his neck. Never take crap from anyone. We're too damn good for it, and— Luke!
Robbie catches up with us, grabbing my brother by the shoulder, concern in her eyes. She's got my nephew in her arms, and he doesn't look happy.
There you are. Remember what you said about dealing with the little boy's room so I could enjoy myself tonight?
She gives him a huge grin.
I'll run Zane over in a minute, little bird. Go have another glass of wine,
he whispers, planting a kiss on her forehead, before he turns back to us with a snort.
Correction. There's always crap to take from your wife and kids. Sometimes literally. Good thing this crap is worth it.
It's perfect timing. Hades and I are holding in our laughter when our ladies catch up to us. Luke and his family make way for two more. There's Penny holding up little Abby. I lean in so my niece can have the handful of my beard that always leaves her laughing.
I brought you a nice Moscato, hubby.
I turn around and see Becca standing there in ivory perfection, 2 full crystal glasses in her hand.
Thought it'd help limber you up for the dance in the next hour.
I clink glasses and give her a strained wink. Oh, right. That. If that's the tradition, I suppose.
It's a chance to let Grant Jr. see his parents with the biggest grins they'll ever have, she says,
forming a playful pout with her lips. She leans in, pressing those sweet, full lips to my ear.
Besides, did I ever tell you how sexy you look when your hands are on me in front of everyone? Nice way to get worked up before. You know.
No. Enlighten me, I whisper back, pulling away to take a long, refreshing sip from my glass. She blushes to this day when I tease her about sex, the little minx. Innocence may have been her middle name once, but she isn't fooling me any more. One word about my face between her thighs, and she's rose-red and wanting. Always my virgin rose, and now my married one, supple and ready to be plucked.
Oh, you kids. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Leave the baby to me.
Cora comes up behind her, flashing me a knowing grin, bouncing our baby son on her shoulder.
Good distraction for me, too. Jeremiah never really did keep me company, but I do miss my mimosas. Mom, you're doing great,
Becca says, spinning around. My hands go down her waist. I back my bride up with a nod. Stick with the program. You won't think twice about drinking in a few more months.
As if I have time to fall off the wagon, honey. I'm not winding up like your father, so helplessly addicted I do bad. Power always was his drug, I suppose. I'll never know why he couldn't be satisfied with the simpler things, like seeing my only daughter getting married and spending a lovely evening with this little man.
Smiling, she rubs her nose on Grant Jr.'s, getting a messy laugh out of our baby boy. Becca and I share a smile. We want her mother's Jeremiah mentions short and sweet. Someday we hope they'll disappear completely before little Grant is old enough to understand. We'll sit him down and explain why his grandfather spent his last days behind bars. We may even tell him why Daddy has that faint scar on his cheek, and how his company almost went belly up thanks to a few big mistakes and a whacked-out French stalker after his mom. Cora grins at us one more time and then heads back to her seat as the music playing overhead swells louder. "Mothers-in-law," Haight says, rolling his eyes. "Welcome to the club, brother." I laugh because he isn't exaggerating. Penny's mother, Melody, is a character on neurotic steroids. "When do I get my club card? I'll put it in my wallet," I joke. But actually, Melody is the loud but benign version of crazy mother-in-law. And how could I forget Erica, Robbie's mom, whose sociopathic tendencies nearly put our brother away? It's taken her a lot of therapy to get better after she wreaked enough havoc for several lifetimes. I take my wife's hand as we watch Cora slip through the crowd with Grant Jr., heading for a table. Draining the last of my wine, I'm hyper-aware it could be a hell of a lot worse. If helping Jeremiah's wounds heal and keeping her off the bottle is all I need to worry about with Cora, I've gotten off lightly. I'm a very lucky man indeed. One last hungry glance from Becca reminds me just how lucky. Bringing one of New York's finest orchestras up to Nowhere, Maine wasn't cheap. Damn if I regret blowing a penny when the lights are down, the violins sing, and I escort my lady to the middle of the spacious ballroom. My brothers are out there with their gals, too, and so are my business partners. But they're off to the side, holding hands, while we have our first dance as man and wife. She's beauty-drenched in charm as she moves in her long cream and lace dress, my arm around her waist, holding her at arm's length every few steps so I'm able to resist doing all the wicked things running through my brain. I'm sure I look like Prince Charming, groomed to the nines in my suit. Also wonder if old Charming ever had to worry about the bulge in his trousers when his cock stirred full, aching to dispense with classy tradition and take this dance where it really counts, between the sheets. Behave just a little while longer, I remind myself. Hardly easy when my blood spits fire every time she grinds against me. Her little ass is just as lush as the first night I had her. Adrenaline hits my brain and overpowers the wine, making me drunk on lust and want and magic. "You never cashed the check I gave you last year," I tell her. Need to make conversation out here before I turn our waltz into a strip show, blood thrumming in my fingers as I fight to pull them off her ass before they linger too long. She turns, craning her neck to face me, brushing her chestnut hair on my beard.
"Sorry? If you'll remember, we were kind of preoccupied."
"Yeah, well, the money's still yours. All yours, Becca. Whatever amount, I'll cut you a new one tomorrow and make it out to your charity." She whirls, a perfect sheen of sweat on her brow. The music soars, flutes piping their excitement through the melodies, approaching crescendo.
"I can't do that. We're married now, Grant. I get how we share everything, but it's technically your money. So much of your money."
"There's always more, Moscato. Consider it my wedding gift to you. I've got one more present tonight, but I thought I'd give you the second best now." I wink. Stretching out my arms, I hold her as we do a loop around the floor, past our smiling guests in the background. The whole scene blurs as my focus tightens on her and only her. Those kids in Colombia or wherever need clean water. We're also parents. Don't want our boy growing up without realizing how lucky he is and how he's got an obligation to make lives better. Better get him started early so he sets an example for his siblings.
And what if I want a way to go there and set an example too? I can't do the comfortable housewife thing yet. Maybe not ever.
The music screeches to its high and begins to soften, like a heavy storm drifting out to sea. Smiling, I pull her close, aiming her lips perfectly at mine. "Never said you should. If you're happy, I'm happy. I'll run my company from the damned jungle if that's what it takes to keep a smile on your face while you're making this world better. Told you before, Moscato, there's one thing I won't compromise on, though."
I know,
she grins, flattening both hands against my chest, pushing playfully against me.
4, maybe 5. You want a big family."
"Got too much heart for anything less," I growl, laying a kiss on her neck, making her feel my teeth as I move up to her ear. The applause kicks up, my brothers whistling like wolves. I have to whisper loudly to talk through the uproar. "Plus, you're so fucking hot when you're knocked up. Saw the pictures, Moscato. Next time I'll be there to help you every day through it, and you'll be smiling instead of looking like your world just ended." She moans, turning to honey in my arms when my lips come down on hers. It's a kiss so hard it makes me question whether worlds aren't being ended tonight after all. If they are, there are better ones coming, and I'm going to build them all. Later, we climb in my car. We're leaving the reception with the stars. We head straight for my cabin, the place where it all started. It's a balmy summer night, perfect for a walk down the wooden platform behind my place, down to the outer section of private shore I own beneath the trees. We'll do it about 100 times in the bed where I took her cherry before the weekend is through. But not before I have her where the whole universe can see, underneath the sun, the moon, and galaxies near and far. We walk slowly, North Shore pebbles rolling under our feet. My hand covers her eyes until we reach the small nest I've had prepared between the rocks.
"Can I look, Grant?"
I smile, stopping when we're next to the big surprise, leaving her eyes hidden just a few seconds longer. "So impatient, Moscato. You're fortunate, I love it. Here, without any further ado, is my second wedding gift to you." When I pull my hand away and her eyes open, she gasps. I hold her tight, laying my head in the nook of her shoulder as wonder fills her.
"Oh, my God! How'd you even get this here? It's beautiful."
I let her gaze wander over the cedar canopy bed surrounded by thick white curtains. I've had a matching wedding gazebo built over it, our own private sanctuary next to the sea, next to a fully stocked wine cabinet doubling as a nightstand. Forget how, Moscato. This is where we'll start our honeymoon, and you better believe I'm raring to go. She turns, twisting in my arms. We face each other like it's the very first time, intense, on fire, and a little unsure. My mouth does the talking without words. It tells her what I want, what I need, when my lips crash down on hers, blessed by the heat welling up inside me. Even though it's summer, I worried we'd be cold this close to the sea. Turns out the kerosene lanterns I've had installed next to our beach bed aren't necessary. I'm on fire, and so is she, as soon as we fall into each other's wrangling kiss. "Pretty as this thing looks, it's earned a retirement tonight," I whisper, working my fingers through the straps holding together the back of her dress. Each clasp pops easy in my hands. Had it custom designed for exactly that purpose when she picked it out, because I knew I'd be half mad to get inside her after our ceremony. Standing flushed, she spreads her legs, moving them to help me bring her out of the virgin white dress clinging to her skin. Underneath, she's naked and beautiful. Told her I wouldn't have any lingerie tonight, but when I'm on my knees throwing my jacket over her dress in the weighted hamper I've had placed next to the bed, I stop. "These are staying on," I growl, remembering the heels. My cock throbs, imagining her digging them in my sides like spurs when I fuck her again and again. It's hot, it's wild. Maybe it'll hurt a little, but good sex always should.
Oh? I thought they'd done enough walking for one day. Don't they deserve a rest like my dress?
She teases, riffling her fingers through my short hair. My fingers don't stop working until they've got my shirt off, and then I stand, instantly picking up where I left off on my belt. "No marathons where we're going, baby girl. Keep the shoes and make Sir happy. They'll help you keep up with me when we start flying." I'm serious. My pants fall and I hoist her up. She squeals as I fling her around, crashing down through the canopy with her onto the mattress. Every extremity attached to my body burns. My fingers, my tongue, my cock all want their piece of her. I don't leave her time to even regain her balance before I'm pulling her legs apart, moving to the end of the bed.
Grant, wait, don't you think we should—
Oh, yeah. She realizes I'm not waiting another fucking second when my tongue spreads her sweet cunt. It's steaming, soaked, and ready for every pierced inch of me. But it'd be a crime to waste pussy this wet without feeling it squirt all over my beard when it's finally mine, legal and lawful for the very first time. "Hands above your head, Moscato," I growl, the only warning she gets before I push my face into her. 5 licks in, she's paralyzed. Whatever her worries, whatever her fears, I lift them away with every sultry sweep of my tongue. Fuck, she tastes good. Better than she did as a virgin. Better than when she was just the mother of my firstborn. Tonight, she's sweeter, more intense, unnaturally divine because she's my wife, and she belongs to this mouth as sure as that rock I've put on her belongs to her finger. Burning napalm pulses in my balls. I love the music I make as I eat her, grabbing her ass, hooking her a little harder to my mouth when her hips can't resist riding back. First her little whimpers turn to moans. Then they become screams. It's messy, it's hot, and it's the greatest fucking sound I've ever heard. She pulls at the sheets underneath us, her thighs pinching harder around my head. I throw her legs over my shoulder, savoring the fire when her heels dig into my skin, spurring me to bring her over the edge like a man possessed.
Grant! God, yes! Holy fucking—
Shit! I finish for her, growling my curse into her pussy when her lips lift up, smother my face, and I send her to heaven with my beard tickling her inner thighs. My little Moscato curses like a sailor when she loses it. Her words come between her screams, filth I won't even repeat. Have to keep my tongue lashing her hot little clit like a demon so I don't shoot off on the spot. I'm well on my way to training a dirty talker, and I love it. Her mouth should sin as much as her flesh when I've got her fused to me, coming like a rocket, losing wet bliss against my lips. I don't let up when her tremors stop and she's trying to pull away. I want her pussy soaked for the last surprise of the night I've embedded in my dick. It's a new gold stud, smooth as her own fine bottom. Like riding sculpted ice, the man who sold it to me claimed. You learn to appreciate the freaks in New York fast, especially when there are craftsmen out there who make good money figuring out how to make dick piercings feel better than ever.
Please, please, Grant,
she whimpers. She wants me to be done strumming her clit between my teeth, wants to be full of me, panting like she'll lose it if she isn't leaking my seed in the next 5 minutes. Too bad for her, I'm far more patient than the greedy nub between her legs. I have no intention of wrapping her pink around me before I've heard the magic word. I lick faster. She moans louder. The moon shines brighter, freed from the drifting clouds, entrancing me with the sight of her tits bobbing in the shadows as she rides my tongue. pre-cum drenches my dick by the time I pull my face off her. Mere seconds before I feel her fingers grip my shaft, no sooner than I've got her flat on her back, legs wrapped around me. No, Moscato. Try again. Another word. I shove her hand away by the wrist. Hot and hungry as her little fingers are, they're not stroking off what belongs to her pussy.
Grant, hubby, sir.
She bites her lip by the lower corner on the last word, her brow furrowed, knowing she's found it. Her reward comes with my full length poised between her swollen pussy lips, a simple thrust away from quenching our thirst. Once more.
Sir, please.
Sweat beads on her body. I shove the partition in the curtain around the bed open, letting in the cool Atlantic breeze before we ignite our sheets. My hand also finds the bottle of wine I've strategically had stored on the rocks under us.
God, you're so bad. I can't stand being teased.
Lies. You're hot when you beg, Becca. Cool yourself on this sweetness before I make you feel it. I pop the cork with my thumb and hold the wine bottle to her lips. She wraps her mouth around it like a good girl, diving lower than she should, thinking I'll be in her faster if she teases me back, making me think about those lips on my cock. Well, fuck. She could be right. I hold the bottle up and take a swig, but only after I've spilled a neat trail down her cleavage. She hisses through clenched teeth when the lush red flows against her skin. It's an easy target for my tongue. I kiss my mess away, enjoying the fusion of her natural sweetness with the wine before I suck her nipples into my mouth. No fine wine will ever compare to this. I watch her head roll back and hear the soft wine escaping her mouth. My hips roll forward, grinding my cock harder into a wetness, tasting my woman at the very best. There's so much to drink in. Desire. Belonging. Yes, I even taste her fucking heartbeat through her tender, steaming flesh. It amuses my tongue, frantic for our first coupling as husband and wife. I can't handle it for long before the mad need to be inside her wins out. Love you, sweet woman, more than you'll ever understand. I whisper the last coherent sentence I'm able to form before I pull my hips back, aligning my hardness perfectly, and then push into her slick, tight wonder. Fuck, she's incredible. I've had this pussy over and over again, yet it never stops reminding me it has this scary ability to pick me up by the balls, drain my sanity, and drop me straight into berserker rut. Her body takes mine as smooth and easy as my tongue had the wine. My fingers push through hers as I deepen my thrusts, watching her eyelids flutter, knowing it won't be long before she gives it up. Come for me, Moscato. Show me how much harder my wife comes on my cock. Give Sir every damn bit of your married pussy. I'm thundering the words through clenched teeth, struck by every pleasure bolt attacking my brain the longer I thrust.
Sir, yes, she whimpers. For you.
I tighten my hold on her fingers, pinning her hands into the mattress over her head and lower my face to hers. My hips move faster as my forehead presses to hers, eyeball to eyeball, prisoners to our lust. Count, Moscato. Say it with me. Say it or I'll pull the fuck out and walk away. It's a cruel lie, but the horror in her eyes tells me it does the trick.
Yes, please.
Yes, you fucking come for me. Come so hard your sweet married pussy sucks off every inch of me. You want your husband's cum deep inside you, yeah?
Yes,
she moans louder, that familiar oh fuck yes spark beaming in her eyes.
Please. Yes, sir, yes.
Yes, I growl back. We scream it together a few more times before she jerks beneath me. Her little cunt tenses around my cock, and the gold-plated bead hooked to my tip does its job, hitting the spot inside her that makes her entire body convulse.
Fuck, yes.
Yes. We're screaming in unison, finding our release together. Normally, I'm good as hell for a few rounds before I give it up. but I'd have an easier time stopping Luke's jet from taking off at full speed than blunting the fierce pleasure throbbing at the base of my cock. It explodes up and straight through me, a full-body wildfire. Muscles I didn't know I had bow and flex. I slam my cock into her, pushing my heavy balls against her ass, letting go of the hot, thick ropes hurling out of me. My eyes roll back and oh, fuck. I give up my soul, the secret part of the wedding ceremony nobody tells you about. Nobody says what starts with a ring ends in bed, sealed in blood, sweat, and flesh. I'm still coming when I smother her open lips with mine. She squeals into my mouth, and I swallow everything she gives me, digging my teeth into her bottom lip. It's harder than I intend. I taste the faintest metallic blood when my senses return, and I'm pulling away. I'm worried I've hurt her in my frenzy, but the satisfied glow on her face tells me how wrong I am.
"I love you so much,"
she whispers just as I pull out, flop down next to her, and bring her into my arms. It's everything I wanted for tonight and more. It's raw, it's rough, and yes, it's fucking real. As authentic and messy as our love was, and just how I hope it'll always be, minus the crazy assholes trying to rip us apart. It's perfectly savage, savagely perfect, just like good love should be. Best of all, it's just beginning. When I whisper my next words and cup her cheek, bringing her insatiable lips to mine once more, my cock is hard against her thigh. Love you more than forever itself, because I can't figure out where it ends and we begin. Not anymore, and that's how it'll stay. When we wake up in the afternoon the next day, it's noticeably cooler. There's a soft summer rain breaking up overhead, the last of the dense gray clouds glowing out at sea. I follow her footprints in the sand down to the tiny old dock at the edge of my property. She's there in a plush white robe, sipping a cup of coffee, more in the glass carafe next to her. Probably a gift from the servant I told to check up on us around noon.
"I slept through breakfast. You slept through lunch," she says with a smile.
I take my seat next to her, throwing a possessive arm around her shoulder. My stomach isn't growling yet. I'm plenty hungry for something else, beautiful. I pull not so subtly on my robe, revealing the outline of the hard-on I woke up with.
"I think I'll black out if we do it again without a sandwich or something."
She laughs, pushing me away.
"My blood sugar can't handle this much sex."
Love makes her a lucky woman. I'll give my dick a break from our 7th round for the next few hours. Let's go. There's a fridge stocked with good food we should make a dent in before our flight to Reykjavik tomorrow.
"My hero,"
she smiles and gives me a peck. Tease. At least I had plenty of warning, knowing what I was marrying into.
"I'm seriously excited. Haven't been on a real vacation that didn't involve work in years. Plus, I'll probably be in Colombia next. It's nice to see a side of the world that doesn't leave us drowning in our own sweat."
If there's a room and a bed, Becca, you'll still be soaked if you're with me. She sees my grin and elbows me.
"God, you're relentless. Love makes weird choices, doesn't it?"
I don't disagree. I've almost stopped pondering how I wound up hitched to a feisty young honey more than 10 years younger than me. Knowing she's mine is enough, and it makes me happy. I walk her back to the house, arm in arm. She sits by the big bay window in the kitchen as the sun slowly materializes. My boy Jack jumps on the counter, watching me make double-decker pastrami sandwiches with ham and fancy cheeses. The cat steals a slice of meat before I shoo him down. I let the little ankle-biter have his way, since it's our wedding, after all. I take the chair next to her. We tuck into our sandwiches, hungrier than I thought. The afternoon snack was a good idea. I'll be ready to carry her to bed and tie her there until whatever the hell time our plane leaves tomorrow.
"We missed our first sunrise as newlyweds,"
she says, finishing her food, a pout tugging at her lips.
"Kinda disappointing."
There'll be another, Moscato. No despair allowed. I grab her hand and we both look out the window again. As if on cue, the lovely start of a long Maine sunset bleeds through the broken clouds. It's a bright orange preview of Iceland, the mornings and evenings sure to light up the wind-swept mountains, an earth song to love itself. For the first time in forever, this crazy thing doesn't feel rushed. We've got time to love. New heat reddens her cheeks when I lift her hand to my lips, laying down a kiss on her skin. The look she gives me says she's about ready to see to that other hunger with her belly fed. But before I haul her sweet ass upstairs, I take the fresh wine I haven't touched, gently lifting my glass. I wait for her to join me. To another sunrise, Moscato. We'll have a new one tomorrow, when we're sore, sated, and ready for takeoff. Then we'll have 20,000 more. We do our job, we keep this love alive, and we'll have them forever. Forever, she echoes. I swear the passion brimming in her eyes is hotter and more heartfelt than ever. We drain our wine, and then I pick her up with a smile, throw her over my shoulder, and carry her upstairs. I'm new to this husband gig, but I'm catching on. Easy when I love it as much as I do. I dwell on how lucky I am until our robes are off and we sink down into the huge antique bed where I claimed my beautiful wife for the very first time. Then I show her how long and amazing forever can be. This concludes Baby Fever Secrets by Nicole Snow, narrated by Christopher Sly and Cheryl Ray. Copyright 2017 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Striding back. First her little whimpers turn to moans. Then they become screams. It's messy, it's hot, and it's the greatest fucking sound I've ever heard. She pulls at the sheets underneath us, her thighs pinching harder around my head. I throw her legs over my shoulder, savoring the fire when her heels dig into my skin, spurring me to bring her over the edge like a man possessed.
Grant! God, yes! Holy fucking...
Shit. I finish for her, growling my curse into her pussy when her lips lift up, smother my face, and I send her to heaven with my beard tickling her inner thighs. My little Moscato curses like a sailor when she loses it. Her words come between her screams, filth I won't even repeat. Have to keep my tongue lashing her hot little clit like a demon so I don't shoot off on the spot. I'm well on my way to training a dirty talker, and I love it. Her mouth should sin as much as her flesh when I've got her fused to me, coming like a rocket, losing wet bliss against my lips. I don't let up when her tremors stop and she's trying to pull away. I want her pussy soaked for the last surprise of the night I've embedded in my dick. It's a new gold stud, smooth as her own fine bottom. Like riding sculpted ice, the man who sold it to me claimed. You learn to appreciate the freaks in New York fast, especially when there are craftsmen out there who make good money figuring out how to make dick piercings feel better than ever.
Please, please, Grant,
she whimpers. She wants me to be done strumming her clit between my teeth, wants to be full of me, panting like she'll lose it if she isn't leaking my seed in the next 5 minutes. Too bad for her, I'm far more patient than the greedy nub between her legs. I have no intention of wrapping her pink around me before I've heard the magic word. I lick faster. She moans louder. The moon shines brighter, freed from the drifting clouds, entrancing me with the sight of her tits bobbing in the shadows as she rides my tongue. Pre-cum drenches my dick by the time I pull my face off her. Mere seconds before I feel her fingers grip my shaft, no sooner than I've got her flat on her back, legs wrapped around me. No, Moscato. Try again. Another word. I shove her hand away by the wrist. Hot and hungry as her little fingers are, they're not stroking off what belongs to her pussy.
Grant, hubby, sir.
She bites her lip by the lower corner on the last word, her brow furrowed, knowing she's found it. Her reward comes with my full length poised between her swollen pussy lips, a simple thrust away from quenching our thirst. Once more.
Sir, please.
Sweat beads on her body. I shove the partition in the curtain around the bed open, letting in the cool Atlantic breeze before we ignite our sheets. My hand also finds the bottle of wine I've strategically had stored on the rocks under us.
God, you're so bad. I can't stand being teased.
Lies. You're hot when you beg, Becca. Cool yourself on this sweetness before I make you feel it. I pop the cork with my thumb and hold the wine bottle to her lips. She wraps her mouth around it like a good girl, diving lower than she should, thinking I'll be in her faster if she teases me back, making me think about those lips on my cock. Well, fuck. She could be right. I hold the bottle up and take a swig, but only after I've spilled a neat trail down her cleavage. She hisses through clenched teeth when the lush red flows against her skin. It's an easy target for my tongue. I kiss my mess away, enjoying the fusion of her natural sweetness with the wine before I suck her nipples into my mouth. No fine wine will ever compare to this. I watch her head roll back and hear the soft wine escaping her mouth. My hips roll forward, grinding my cock harder into a wetness, tasting my woman at the very best. There's so much to drink in. Desire. Belonging. Yes, I even taste her fucking heartbeat through her tender, steaming flesh. It amuses my tongue, frantic for our first coupling as husband and wife. I can't handle it for long before the mad need to be inside her wins out. Love you, sweet woman, more than you'll ever understand. I whisper the last coherent sentence I'm able to form before I pull my hips back, aligning my hardness perfectly, and then push into her slick, tight wonder. Fuck, she's incredible. I've had this pussy over and over again, yet it never stops reminding me it has this scary ability to pick me up by the balls, drain my sanity, and drop me straight into berserker rut. Her body takes mine as smooth and easy as my tongue had the wine. My fingers push through hers as I deepen my thrusts, watching her eyelids flutter, knowing it won't be long before she gives it up. Come for me, Moscato. Show me how much harder my wife comes on my cock. Give Sir every damn bit of your married pussy. I'm thundering the words through clenched teeth, struck by every pleasure bolt attacking my brain the longer I thrust.
Sir, yes, she whimpers. For you.
I tighten my hold on her fingers, pinning her hands into the mattress over her head and lower my face to hers. My hips move faster as my forehead presses to hers, eyeball to eyeball, prisoners to our lust. "Count, Moscato. Say it with me. Say it or I'll pull the fuck out and walk away." It's a cruel lie, but the horror in her eyes tells me it does the trick.
Yes, please.
Yes, you fucking come for me. Come so hard your sweet married pussy sucks off every inch of me. You want your husband's cum deep inside you, yeah?
Yes,
she moans louder, that familiar "oh fuck yes" spark beaming in her eyes.
Please, please, please. Yes, sir, yes.
Yes, I growl back. We scream it together a few more times before she jerks beneath me. Her little cunt tenses around my cock, and the gold-plated bead hooked to my tip does its job, hitting the spot inside her that makes her entire body convulse.
Fuck, yes.
Yes. We're screaming in unison, finding our release together. Normally, I'm good as hell for a few rounds before I give it up, but I'd have an easier time stopping Luke's jet from taking off at full speed than blunting the fierce pleasure throbbing at the base of my cock. It explodes up and straight through me, a full-body wildfire. Muscles I didn't know I had bow and flex. I slam my cock into her, pushing my heavy balls against her ass, letting go of the hot, thick ropes hurling out of me. My eyes roll back and oh, fuck. I give up my soul, the secret part of the wedding ceremony nobody tells you about. Nobody says what starts with a ring ends in bed, sealed in blood, sweat, and flesh. I'm still coming when I smother her open lips with mine. She squeals into my mouth, and I swallow everything she gives me, digging my teeth into her bottom lip. It's harder than I intend. I taste the faintest metallic blood when my senses return, and I'm pulling away. I'm worried I've hurt her in my frenzy, but the satisfied glow on her face tells me how wrong I am.
I love you so much,
she whispers just as I pull out, flop down next to her, and bring her into my arms. It's everything I wanted for tonight and more. It's raw, it's rough, and yes, it's fucking real. As authentic and messy as our love was, and just how I hope it'll always be, minus the crazy assholes trying to rip us apart. It's perfectly savage, savagely perfect, just like good love should be. Best of all, it's just beginning. When I whisper my next words and cup her cheek, bringing her insatiable lips to mine once more, my cock is hard against her thigh. Love you more than forever itself, because I can't figure out where it ends and we begin. Not anymore, and that's how it'll stay. When we wake up in the afternoon the next day, it's noticeably cooler. There's a soft summer rain breaking up overhead, the last of the dense gray clouds glowing out at sea. I follow her footprints in the sand down to the tiny old dock at the edge of my property. She's there in a plush white robe, sipping a cup of coffee, more in the glass carafe next to her. Probably a gift from the servant I told to check up on us around noon.
I slept through breakfast. You slept through lunch, she says with a smile.
I take my seat next to her, throwing a possessive arm around her shoulder. My stomach isn't growling yet. I'm plenty hungry for something else, beautiful. I pull not so subtly on my robe, revealing the outline of the hard-on I woke up with.
I think I'll black out if we do it again without a sandwich or something.
She laughs, pushing me away.
My blood sugar can't handle this much sex.
Love makes her a lucky woman. I'll give my dick a break from our 7th round for the next few hours. Let's go. There's a fridge stocked with good food we should make a dent in before our flight to Reykjavik tomorrow.
My hero,
she smiles and gives me a peck. Tease. At least I had plenty of warning, knowing what I was marrying into.
I'm seriously excited. Haven't been on a real vacation that didn't involve work in years. Plus, I'll probably be in Colombia next. It's nice to see a side of the world that doesn't leave us drowning in our own sweat.
If there's a room and a bed, Becca, you'll still be soaked if you're with me. She sees my grin and elbows me.
God, you're relentless. Love makes weird choices, doesn't it?
I don't disagree. I've almost stopped pondering how I wound up hitched to a feisty young honey more than 10 years younger than me. Knowing she's mine is enough, and it makes me happy. I walk her back to the house, arm in arm. She sits by the big bay window in the kitchen as the sun slowly materializes. My boy Jack jumps on the counter, watching me make double-decker pastrami sandwiches with ham and fancy cheeses. The cat steals a slice of meat before I shoo him down. I let the little ankle-biter have his way, since it's our wedding, after all. I take the chair next to her. We tuck into our sandwiches, hungrier than I thought. The afternoon snack was a good idea. I'll be ready to carry her to bed and tie her there until whatever the hell time our plane leaves tomorrow.
We missed our first sunrise as newlyweds, she says, finishing her food, a pout tugging at her lips. Kinda disappointing.
There'll be another, Moscato. No despair allowed. I grab her hand and we both look out the window again. As if on cue, the lovely start of a long Maine sunset bleeds through the broken clouds. It's a bright orange preview of Iceland, the mornings and evenings sure to light up the wind-swept mountains, an earth song to love itself. For the first time in forever, this crazy thing doesn't feel rushed. We've got time to love. New heat reddens her cheeks when I lift her hand to my lips, laying down a kiss on her skin. The look she gives me says she's about ready to see to that other hunger with her belly fed. But before I haul her sweet ass upstairs, I take the fresh wine I haven't touched, gently lifting my glass. I wait for her to join me. To another sunrise, Moscato. We'll have a new one tomorrow, when we're sore, sated, and ready for takeoff. Then we'll have 20,000 more. We do our job, we keep this love alive, and we'll have them forever.
Forever,
she echoes. I swear the passion brimming in her eyes is hotter and more heartfelt than ever. We drain our wine, and then I pick her up with a smile, throw her over my shoulder, and carry her upstairs. I'm new to this husband gig, but I'm catching on. Easy when I love it as much as I do. I dwell on how lucky I am until our robes are off and we sink down into the huge antique bed where I claimed my beautiful wife for the very first time. Then I show her how long and amazing forever can be.
This concludes Baby Fever Secrets by Nicole Snow, narrated by Christopher Sly and Cheryl Ray. Copyright 2017 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.